let's just try and be unobtrusive, shall we?
All right. But if I see him again, I'll have him. I'm telling you.
There's something not quite right here. Can you smell kippers?
Oh, come on, if you come in.
It is here. Somewhere. We will have what is ours. The leader has made it through the barrier on the timeship. The bridge has been achieved. I feel it too. An interstice between us and the Earth. It will widen, and we will have what is ours.
Thank you, everyone.
Sweetheart, that was beautiful.
It's quite taken it out of me. Would it be rude if I went and had a little lie down, do you think?
No, not at all. I'll take you up to the house.
This is all a bit posh. Marquees, live music, waiters and waitresses.
And I think we can guess how Zimmerman paid for it. I suggest we mingle with the guests and look invited.
Tennis courts are down there behind the trees, Peter.
Well, here's your chance. Go mingle.
Excuse me, miss, sir. I wonder if you wouldn't mind showing me your invitations.
So much for that, then.
And why should we show them to you, Mush?
Do forgive Eliza Doolittle here. What she means to say is that she's Lucy, and I'm her friend, the doctor.
Gordon Davidson. I'm responsible for security this evening. So, if I might just,
You all right there, Gordon? You look like someone's just thrown a bucket of cold water over you.
Well, it's stupid, really, but meeting you, miss, I feel like, well, like it's the first time in years something new has happened to me. Something unexpected.
If you're trying to chat me up, forget it. You're old enough to be me granddad.
What? No, of course not. I mean...
Wait a minute, you feel you've done everything tonight 1,000,000 times over, is that it?
Well, yes. That's just déjà vu, isn't it?
Déjà vu. Of course, you silly doctor. Lucy, what was that you said about the coordinates before we landed?
There was a bulb flashing over a plaque saying temporal recurrence warning. Why? What does it mean?
It means you've materialized us inside a time loop.
I'll turn the covers back.
No, it's okay. I'll just lie on the duvet for a bit.
Then I'll sit with you. Let's let me take your shoes off.
That's better. No, darling, you go back downstairs.
Just until you fall asleep, sweetheart.
I've just materialised us inside a...
I need to think. Why time loop a garden party? Gordon, I need to speak to Dr. Zimmerman. Vitally important.
I don't think he'd want to be disturbed at the minute.
It's a security question, Gordon. You've appraised us wonderfully of the situation, and now we can do something about it. But I think Dr. Zimmerman should be informed, don't you?
Well, yes, I suppose so. If you'd both just be so good as to stay here...
Won't move a muscle.
Doesn't it ever bother you the way you manipulate people like that?
Yes. Now, what do we know about what's going on here?
Nothing.
Okay, what do we think is going on here?
Zimmerman messed up the time pod thingy. It shot him here and he's trapped himself in a loop.
But he's cleverer than that. And anyway, look at him. He escaped from us at least 30 years ago by his own timeline.
And maybe it aged him, or something.
Perhaps. But he's settled. This looks like his home. It's his party. No, he's been here for years.
Trapped in the loop, you mean?
No, I meant he's been in the house for years.
But couldn't the time loop have been set up 30 years ago?
No, you see, he wouldn't age inside the loop. Wait a minute. What if he was trapped inside it, at this age? And then it just ran and ran over and over. A circular occurrence like that could have existed for millennia.
So what? Zimmerman finds himself here, decides to destroy the planet, spends 30 years trying to call the Tarmadoke again, messes it up, and traps himself in a time loop.
I repeat, he's too clever for that.
Well, if he's so clever, why doesn't he get himself out of it?
Because he doesn't necessarily know he's in it. You saw how Gordon reacted to us, to the stimulus of something new. It only triggered the briefest of realizations that something wasn't right.
Okay, so they don't know they're in the loop, and Zimmerman is too smart a bunny to have thrown the cock things up switch himself. Then, clever clogs, who set up the loop?
Right, you cheating swine. Which end do you fancy?
All the same to me, Peter. I can win from either.
What the hell is that?
Oh, my God.
Where is it? Time is stale here. The way is not clear. Where is it?
I don't...
You know nothing. Give me your time. Give me your time.
How is she?
She's just dropped off. I'll leave her for half an hour.
There's a man and a girl downstairs. They'd like to talk to you urgently.
Who are they?
I don't know. They're not guests.
That's strange. Well, I suppose we better see what this mysterious couple wants.
It's gonna chuck it down in a minute.
Perhaps the first question we have to ask is not who set up the loop, but why it exists in the first place.
That's a bit chicken and egg, isn't it?
Well, what would you suggest we concentrate on?
The Tomadoke. We're down here talking rubbish about Fruit Loops, and they're up there trying to break in. Hey, maybe the loop's what's attracting them.
What?
You're right. Stupid suggestion. Forget it.
Not at all. You might be onto something. They're always attracted by time anomalies, but there does seem to be something different about this. Oh, never mind, here comes Gordon with Zimmerman. Now, perhaps it would be a good idea if we split up. I'll talk to him, you go into the house. Try to find a study or something, a diary, anything like that.
Sounds like a plan. But watch him. You said yourself he's dangerous.
Dr. Zimmerman, how nice to see you again. Surprised to see me? I don't see why. It can't be more than, 10 minutes since we last saw each other?
Gordon, would you just give us a moment, please?
Okay, Nick.
Although it's evidently been rather longer for you, hasn't it?
I always knew you'd turn up one day, Doctor. How are you?
How am I? Still alive, thank you. Despite your best efforts on the McBanya time ship.
Please, Doctor, I don't want any trouble. Perhaps we can just sit down and talk.
Well, I certainly have a few things to tell you.
We have a summer house down by the stream.
Lead the way.
Another bedroom. What a surprise. I'm getting nowhere here. Then again...
Hello?
Sorry. I was looking for the,
This place is a maze, isn't it? I told Nick we should move to the townhouse now that we're getting on. Just on the landing, dear, in the corner.
What?
The facilities.
Oh, no. Actually, I was looking for... Well, I suppose I was looking for you, really.
Has Nick sent you up to check on me? Come in, dear, close the door. You're one of the caterers, aren't you?
No, I'm Lucy. I'm a friend of... Well, I know Dr. Zimmerman.
Oh, surely not.
Excuse me?
You're about to tell me that you're having an affair with my husband, aren't you? That you can't live without him and that he feels the same about you, but simply can't bring himself to leave me.
No! Good God, no.
It's okay, dear. I'm only joking. Lucy, did you say? I'm sorry, Lucy, but in my experience there are only two reasons for looking as nervous as you do. And seeing as you're not about to break my heart, you must be here to purloin my worldly goods.
Oh, that's nice, that is. I've got a northern accent, so I must be about to do you over.
There's nothing wrong with your accent, dear, but you're not on the guest list, are you? And you are creeping about, rather.
Oh, are you okay? I'll go and get the doctor.
No, I'm all right. He hasn't called a doctor, has he? I did ask him not to.
I mean my friend, the doctor. That's his name. He can help.
The doctor? Oh, so you're that Lucy.
Please, Doctor, take a seat.
I'm supposed to believe you've turned over a new leaf, am I?
To be honest, Doctor, I have no idea what either you or I should believe or do. This is all so sudden.
Not for me.
So it seems. Problems steering the TARDIS.
Well, it would have been a great deal easier if the vortex wasn't swarming with Tarmadork and Vortisaurs.
You know, I can't have thought of the Tarmadork for nearly 30 years now.
You're telling me you haven't got anything to do with their being here?
I don't know anything about it, Doctor. You know what? It's actually good to see you, my old friend.
We'll just forget about the time whip then, shall we?
Yes, I expect that did hurt. I'm sorry.
All this wealth. Which race showed up one day with an offer you couldn't refuse?
Actually, all this is my wife's. The McBanyo time technology was all but useless after I crashed here. I was barely able to extract myself from the pod's wreckage, let alone the device. As for summoning the Tarmadork, then I'm afraid you're wrong again. If they're here, then it wasn't I who called them.
It is here. This monument to the dead. It is inside.
It's unbelievable.
What is? That he told me or that I accepted it?
That you married him knowing he's an alien.
Oh, he'd love to hear you say that. No, it was your ordinary story, really. I was out walking in the lane one day and Nick stumbled out of the hedgerow. He was in a bit of a state.
I'm not surprised. The doctor said his pod thing was a bit of a lash-up.
It crashed in the woods, practically buried itself. We put Nick up at my father's pub in the next village, and he just sort of stayed.
And you two got it together and moved into this place. Lovely.
No, it was all woodland then. We bought the land and had this house built once my real estate company took off.
Are you okay?
Would you mind just opening the drawer and getting me 2 of my pills? Those are the ones. Thank you, dear. You know, you don't look to me like the type of girl who's usually lost for words.
You do know what he did to us, don't you?
Yes, I do.
And I suppose you're just going to say that you love him. I expect he's really nice if you get to know him.
He's proved things to me. I don't just mean about his time machine and who he is. Well, perhaps I do mean who he is. The man he's become. Do you know, Lucy, what the strongest human emotion is?
This is where you tell me it's love, right?
Guilt. Guilt can turn a person inside out.
I'm only human, Doctor, if you'll pardon the expression. I've become human. For God's sake, I've even cheated on my wife. I'm not proud of it, but surely it proves that I'm human, that I'm no more evil than anyone else on this planet. Rachel forgave me, incidentally. Do you know what it is to be forgiven, Doctor?
Yes, I know what it is to be forgiven.
Really? But it's not enough to be forgiven. You have to learn to forgive yourself. Otherwise, forgiveness is meaningless. I've forgiven myself for cheating on my wife, and I've forgiven myself for what I did on that time ship. Have you forgiven yourself, Doctor?
Why do I feel you're about to give me a leaflet?
I suddenly feel that we've missed so many years of friendship, Doctor.
Perhaps more years than you know. You're trapped, Zimmerman. Someone has trapped you here. Lucy worked it out.
Trapped? Nonsense. Where is that delightful Lucy?
In the house, I expect.
I don't want Rachel disturbed. She's not well. Gordon! I think I'd feel better if your young companion was here, where I could see her.
Listen, Zimmerman, if you didn't call the Tarmadork here, then something else is drawing them. A time loop.
A time loop?
Yes, you can feel it, can't you, sometimes. Sometimes you get that flicker of having done all this before.
And what's your explanation?
A time agent has tracked you down at some point in the past and imprisoned you in this bubble. Maybe I do it myself. In my own future, who knows?
Nick, is anything wrong?
A moment, Gordon. Go on, Doctor.
But the loop has been playing for too long, Zimmerman. That much repeated and concentrated temporal engineering, it's eroding the barrier between reality and the vortex. And it's going to let the Tarmadog in. I can't allow that to happen. I have to break it.
How are you going to manage that?
Every time loop has a focal point, something that creates the energy and limits the temporal horizon. I destroy that, the loop dissolves, the Tarmadog lose the scent, and the barrier can start to heal itself.
No.
What do you mean, no?
Doctor, give me your sonic screwdriver.
Not a chance. Without the sonic screwdriver, I can't trace the focus.
Doctor, if you don't hand it over, I shall be forced to kill you right here, right now. Then I shall find Lucy and kill her too, only more slowly and with infinitely more attention to detail.
Nick, this is insane.
Very well. Here. You're making a mistake, Zimmerman. There's no need for all these threats.
You have no idea what it is I need to do, Doctor. Gordon, this man and his girlfriend have come here to kill Rachel.
What?
Keep him here and watch him. He's dangerous. I'm going to find that accomplice of his.
Zimmerman, if you harm...
Shut it, you! I was 18 years in the CID, through the ranks to inspector. I may be hobbling along on this stick, but I could break your arm with it sooner than look at you.
It's lashing it down out there.
So you and the doctor are here to make Nick pay for his crimes?
That's about the size of it. But I think someone got here before us.
What do you mean?
That's no ordinary stone.
At last! I feel it! It opens! It opens! Then let us finally end this hunt!
You're forcing my hand, Doctor. You made me remember. You made me remember. And now we both have to pay the price.
Gordon, be sensible. Why would I want to harm Rachel? I've never even met her.
What Nick says is good enough for me.
You know there's something going on here, Gordon.
What the hell are they?
Come on, out!
Rachel?
Nick? Nick, what on earth's the matter?
Leave my wife alone, girl. Rachel, get away from her.
It's all right, Nick. I know who she is.
Yeah. I'm the one who's going to punch your lights out, mate.
Rachel, I've got you. Come on.
Okay, Zimmerman, talk. What's going on here?
I've got it under control.
Oh, Nick, what have you done?
This way.
Doctor, I just can't.
Gordon, here, let me help you. It's all right. But we have to keep moving. I need my sonic screwdriver.
All right. Two damn great things riding pterodactyls are hunting us, and it's all right.
They're vortisaurs, not pterodactyls, and they're not coming after us. They're searching for the source of the time loop.
Aliens, screwdrivers, time loops. I met plenty of your type when I was in the Force. Nutters.
Gordon, do you really believe I am here to kill your sister?
Nick said...
Never mind what Nick said. You are a man of intellect, a seeker of truth. What do you feel? Could Lucy kill anyone?
All I know is what Nick told me. Oh my God!
Don't worry, I'll think of something.
Time traveler.
Right.
Where are we going, Nick?
Don't worry, Rachel. I can stop this. We just have to get to the mausoleum.
Oh, for God's sake, Zimmerman, your
You
wife's
don't
still.
shut up.
Another one. We'll never get past it without being seen.
Look, Zimmerman, if you know what's going on, just go and fix it. I'll look after Rachel.
I'm not leaving her.
You have to stop this, Nick. Stop this lie, please.
Rachel,
No words. Just go. Get to the mausoleum. Put an end to it once and for all. Lucy and I will distract this creature and give you time to get past it.
Like I didn't know that lunatic suggestion was coming.
I won't leave you.
You have to.
Look, Rachel's right. Get it sorted, Zimmerman. Here we go, then. Hey! Ugly tots! Over here! I've got you, Rachel. Come on.
Rachel, I love you, and I'll be back to get you.
Leader, we have breached the barrier. The heritage of our people is here, in this stone casket. Then we must break it free.
Gordon, don't move. Leave this to me.
Happily.
Give me your time.
Okay, here goes nothing.
How did you know how to do that?
I kept a vortisaur as a pet once, in a manner of speaking.
Why doesn't that surprise me?
Steady go. Now, you see, they're not much more than huge flying bloodhounds. Excellent sense of smell, very acute hearing, hence the whistling. The Tarmadok have trained them to hunt time fluctuations. This beauty here can lead us right to the source of the time loop.
What about the tar thing that was riding it?
Looks out for the count to me. Good girl. She needs a name, don't you think? You look like a Margaret. Gordon, doesn't she look like a Margaret?
Oh my God.
Yeah, she likes it, you see? Come on, I'll give you a leg up. The saddle should hold too.
What?
You want to save the planet, don't you? Solve the crime, make things right?
Yes, but I hadn't envisaged doing it from the back of a giant prehistoric time bat called Margaret.
A mere detail. Right, come on. Come on, Margaret. Find that lovely time focus for me. Find it. Hold tight.
This can't be sensible. Up and away!
Lucy, I'm sorry. I'm not feeling...
What's it waiting for?
I think it's enjoying itself. The kill at the end of the hunt.
Well, it won't enjoy this. Let's get this party started.
Please tell me you don't want me to sing to it.
I used to hang around with my Auntie Pat, who was a bit of a rock chick. She taught me a couple of things.
Lucy, it's coming.
I learned how to set up some really vicious feedback loops, and the doctor said these things don't get off on sound and vibration and stuff.
Lucy, whatever it is, do it now.
Cover your ears. Let's take this to 11, you time-eating freak.
Behold, my brothers, we have our legacy, the heart of the last McBarnia time vessel.
Get away from that, you filth.
Doctor, this is ridiculous. The sky's thick with these things. How did they break through your precious time loop?
One of them must have attached itself to the shell of the TARDIS, my time ship. Its presence here has bolstered the entropic activity of the time loop.
In other words, they had a man on the inside.
Yes, Gordon. What's that building they're all headed for?
The mausoleum. Whoa!
Hang on. I think we're landing.
Well, it was good while it lasted. This looks like the end of the concert for us. I'm sorry, Rachel.
No, Lucy, it is I who should be sorry. You see, I know what's happening here, and it's all because of me.
No, these things are here because of Zimmerman.
We are here to reclaim what was taken from the McBarnia time ship. That which is ours.
Yours? It belongs
We
to...
are the Tarmadok, but we were not always so.
Now, leave the time focus and go, or your leader will die.
You will not succeed.
My compliments to the pilot.
Well, quite the reception committee.
Nick, what on earth are you doing?
Get back, Gordon. Doctor, help me. They mustn't take the focus.
It is rightfully ours, stolen from us by you.
Nick, whatever it is, give it back to them.
Shut up, Gordon. You have no idea what this is about.
The McBarnia time circuitry. So that's what's generating the power for the time loop. I thought you said it was lost in the crash.
Doctor, please. I didn't harm Lucy. She's safe.
You knew the focus was here, didn't you? All the while I was imagining time agents and external forces imprisoning you. Oh, Zimmerman, I think I finally see what's really going on here.
do you mean you were the Meg Banya? How? Why? What happened?
We evolved. For eons, we have been the Tarmadok, searching for some trace of our previous existence in the real universe.
You poor lost souls.
But our journey is coming to an end. Soon we will taste life.
I'm going to get the doctor.
You are going nowhere. Your journey ends here, time traveler. It will taste good to absorb your time.
Close your eyes, Lucy.
Give me your time.
Release him, Zimmerman.
But Doctor...
Do it if you want my help.
So, Doctor, do you wish to help this criminal?
The Tarmadok have killed innocent people here today. Whether that relic is yours or not, there are laws. I cannot let that go unpunished.
And what do you suppose will happen next?
Simple. I deactivate the time focus and you leave without it.
No, never.
But of course, to do that, I'd need my sonic screwdriver. Isn't that right, Gordon?
What? Oh, yes. I see exactly what you mean.
Doctor, I can't allow you to break the loop.
Nick, I have to. I know now what you've done and I understand why, but...
Gordon! I'm sorry, Nick.
Well done, Gordon. Quickly, the sonic screwdriver.
Yes. Catch!
Thank you, Inspector Davidson.
No, Doctor, I beg you.
What is that?
This is your return ticket.
No! Rachel!
Gordon, go after him. Go after him, Gordon. He needs you.
I'm on the case, Doctor.
What is happening?
Party's over, I'm afraid.
Wait. Lucy, something's wrong.
Oh, you're right. Hold on to me, Rachel. Looks like someone set the machine on suck rather than blow.
What is this? The interstice is closing!
Oh, thank the Lord.
Yes, and the Time Lord, if I know my doctor.
Rachel, are you all right?
I'm okay.
Rachel.
Gordon, Lucy, could Nick and I have a moment alone?
Of course. This way, Flash.
Flash? Oh, I get it. Yes. Very funny.
Rachel, I just...
Hush now, darling. It's all right. I know what you did with that time travel machinery. But it's over, Nick. It's over.
Rachel, please. It can't be over. I can't let you go.
Now, hold me.
Oh, Rachel.
Rachel's dying, you know. No more remissions.
I know. That's why Zimmerman, Nick, set up a time loop to keep her alive. He trapped himself with her forever, one eternal evening. Together in perpetuity. He must really love her.
He does. And so do I. My big sister.
But the loop's broken now. Rachel's going to...
No, I know.
I'd better find the doctor. I reckon he'll be wanting to be off soon. Will you be all right?
Me? Oh, I'll survive. I always do.
Well, it was nice to meet you, Gordon.
It was nice to meet you too, miss. Say goodbye to the doctor for me.
I will. Goodbye, Gordon. Flash.
Oh.
Rachel, I thought I was doing the right thing.
You have to accept it. I have. You have to let me go. My sunshine. No more lies, Nick. No more lies.
Oh, Rachel, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Shh. It's okay. It's okay.
Sorry.
Shh.
I wonder if I'll ever love somebody that much.
Well.
You made me jump.
You have no idea what I've been through to find you, Lucy Miller.
Sorry, do I know you?
We've never met before. But a friend of mine would very much like to meet you.
Where has that girl got to? Typical, she knows I can't leave without her, so she's making me wait. The cloister bell? But the time loop is broken, the time would have gone. Oh no. Lucy. Lucy? Where are you, Lucy? Lucy!
In No More Lies, directed by Barnaby Edwards, Paul McGann starred as the Doctor, with Sheridan Smith as Lucy Miller, Nick Zimmerman, Nigel Havers, Rachel Zimmerman, Julia Mackenzie, Gordon Davidson, Tom Chadbourne, Tarmadoke leader, Tim Hudson, Headhunter, Katarina Olsen, sound design by ERS, music by Tim Sutton. The audio adventures of Doctor Who are produced by Sharon Gosling, Jason Hake-Ellery and Nicholas Briggs for Big Finish Productions.
CD Extras.
Can you say a few words for Lily?
I can. I got up this morning, made a cup of tea in my pyjamas, which reminds me I must buy a kettle.
Nigel Havers.
That's the warm-up line. It's my first brush with anything to do with Doctor Who, actually. So, quite a moment. Historical. It'll be in my, obviously, CV and in my autobiography. I'll be using this material for some time. I'm just honoured to be part of the Doctor Who thing. I mean, to be honest with you, I watched the first episode of Doctor Who when it first came out in 60 or whatever, and I have to be honest, I wasn't that impressed. And it didn't scare me at all. But at school, everyone was, people were scared people. But what I loved was I loved the creaky sets and the sort of monsters that were being wheeled around the studio. And so I had a rather cynical, even at that early age, a rather cynical take on it. But then I think the point of it was that you could enjoy it from all sorts of different angles. And but I did love the whole story and the concept of the Time Lord and everything. And that sort of did appeal to me a lot. But when I was sent the script, I obviously I didn't bother to read it. I just said yes. By the way, it's very good.
Yes.
As I'm doing it now.
When you did read it, yes.
I'm doing it now, and I've sort of kind of really understood how good it is. No, I did read it. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a really good story, actually. And I think it's very in the sort of new Doctor Who genre. It's sort of, if you film this, it'd be a really exciting episode, actually, because it's very. I think it's very filmic. But I think radio is a wonderful way of doing it too, and I love radio drama, and I love all things radio actually, because you can really get a sense of what's going on by all the effects that go through it. There used to be a program called centered on films, to tell you about the films of the week coming out. I think it still is a sort of one that's going on Radio 4, and they air clips from movies, and I don't need to see I can see exactly what's going on in my mind. So I think Doctor Who works really well on radio. Indeed, the first thing I did was Mrs. Dale's Diary, which you won't even probably have heard of. But
I've certainly heard of it. Yes.
And I did that for a few years, and then I did various sort of dramas on radio. But remembering that when Doctor Who came out on BBC, there was only BBC or ITV. There were only two channels then. So, if the audience, half the audience watched BBC One, they'd get something like 20 million people watching. Yeah, they didn't have a way of judging it then. They just assumed people watched the telly.
Yes.
I don't. By the way, I don't believe those viewing figures. I think even more people watch Doctor Who. Yeah, but you know how it's done. It's taken on 2,200 people. God, I don't think you can really tell whether 30, 40 million people watching a program from 2,000. Still, that's my little.
It's just a mathematical model, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I guess since they judge all the other viewing figures on it, there's some
it means something relatively speaking,
Yes.
but not absolutely in terms of the figures.
No. I think there must be a way of getting it more accurate these days. But
Well, just asking everyone.
yeah, that would be a good start.
Phone them all up afterwards.
Yeah, phone them all up. Yeah, when I work, when I do a program, I get all my friends to phone the BBC, obviously, and say that was a fantastic program.
That's a good idea, I think. Yeah. Could I ask you to describe the experience in the studio there doing one of these plays, and whether you found that to be challenging, new, interesting, or something even more interesting than that?
No, I mean, I love doing sort of all things vocal like that, and you get completely lost in the script. So, you know, I mean, if you were filmed doing it and then they showed you the footage, you look a complete idiot. But because you're so wound up in it, it's just great. And it's all about the other actors too, because you're bouncing off what they're doing, and then bouncing off the director's point of view too. And it's a dream. You know, it's a lovely job to do.
And it's good energy, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, you don't realise how much you're putting into it because you're sort of in the character of it all. And it's very filmy because you've got this sort of very English sort of rolling lawns and where they live very idyllic life, and then you've got the space element, and the two are so completely different. And it visually would be I think we get it anyway in voices and sound effects, so it works really well.
What did you think when you first read the script? I know when I was first shown it, and it starts and it appears to be in the middle of something already.
Yes, but I'm very keen on scripts that start that way. I always think it's a great note for writers to write a few scenes and then eliminate them. So you start when you're really running, you know. Because you have to work it out. But it doesn't take more than 11 pages to work out exactly what's going on, and that's great.
What about all the sci-fi and technological jargon you have to deal with in some of those space scenes?
Yeah, I just have to, do several takes.
It's always advisable.
Yeah.
Something that we've always talked about in Big Finish is the possibility of doing Quatermass radio/audio plays, and I believe that you've had sort of ambitions in the Quatermass direction.
I did. I really wanted to do Quatermass in the Pit, and we sort of developed a pretty tight script and a storyline and everything, and under the impression that we had the rights, but it turned out we didn't have the rights at all. And you know how difficult it is to do things without the rights. Even though the BBC have occasionally slipped up, I mean, they did. When they last did Rebecca, I think it was, they didn't actually have the rights, and so they sort of had to bow and scrape to the Du Maurier Trust there. But it's best to get the rights, and if you don't, you have to walk away. And I just couldn't sort of sew it all up properly.
Why did you want to do Quatermass in particular?
Well, it really started with me wanting to do television that scared the pants off people watching it, and I just don't think there's enough of that on the box at the moment. I mean, there's quite a lot of quite gritty drama. There's a lot of soap, but I just thought there was a little sort of a little cliquey area you could put on it at maybe 10:30 at night and really scare the hell out of people. But everyone turn the lights out, draw the curtains, and get scared, and it would be just such fun.
There have been lots of complaints about Doctor Who in the past and occasionally recently, that it's too scary for kids. What do you reckon about
I think
all that?
there are bits that are really scary and even scare me. I mean, this last series has been particularly scary, I think. And to be scared at 6:30 in the afternoon, it's a very strange feeling.
Do you think that's a bad thing or a
No,
good
I think it's
thing?
great. I mean, come on, the kids aren't scared for more than a second. And they they watch scarier videos at home, I'm sure they do. But there's something... It's like going on the Big Dipper, isn't it? You kind of want to be scared. It's a sort of thrill, and audiences love it.
Yeah. So you're quite enjoying the sinister side of Mr. Zimmerman.
Yeah, no, I like playing baddies. Actually, this is actually he's baddie goodie, which is quite interesting. But to play full out baddies is great fun. It's actually easier to do. You just go full on baddie mode. It's one dimension less, really.
Were you ever considered as someone who could play the Doctor? Because it occurs to me that you perhaps should have been.
When this new sort of reincarnation started, I was approached at one stage, and then they decided I was too old.
That's not
Which
nice,
is a new
it?
thing for me, because I always thought I was the youngest kid on the block, But
Julia Mackenzie.
No, I haven't. In fact, one fell swoop, I can probably alienate the entire population. I've never even seen Doctor Who. Sorry.
So how come this time? What made you do this job?
I love doing radio, and then when I read it, I thought, well, this is rather superscript. I think I can see why people get hooked, and I might actually venture and have a look at one, certainly. Yes, well, David Tennant's such a fine actor.
Yes. Have you worked with him?
Yes, I have. I worked with him in the film Bright Young Things, and he's a wonderful actor. I saw him in The Pillow Man at the National. Fantastic. So missing Doctor Who is not entirely intentional. It generally happens either the time that I'm either on stage or cooking my husband a meal. I had no idea what a Doctor Who story would be like, but when I read the script, I realised that radio is absolutely perfect for it, because you can bring your own imagination, obviously, and you're not limited by what you can see on a television screen. I think Rachel's quite an interesting woman in that she's married an alien, but the normality of their marriage is quite striking. It's also quite serious in that she's dying in it, but obviously a very brave soul. I don't know whether she's a present singer or an ex-singer. I haven't quite worked that out, but she sings Hungarian songs, and I personally find that quite difficult, but Rachel hopefully will find it easy.
We were thinking, well, we read it and we thought, this is such a lovely part, but how are we going to find someone who's going to be brilliant and can sing as well? And this is, you were top of Barnaby's list, and we said, well, let's give her a go.
Give her a go.
And we were so delighted when you said yes.
I am thrilled, but it's a sort of non-singing acting, really. I mean, you don't want, great vocal tones, because most of it's with a great subtext, and so I think one needs to act it more than sing it, and I'm saying that because I don't know if I'm going to sing it that well.
But you liked the music when you heard it. Did we send you the music?
Yes, it's very weird. It's very weird stuff, and of course, singing in a foreign language, unless it's French, is very foreign to me. It's quite difficult. I find it quite difficult. I've listened to it a great deal, and I've got the music, but it hasn't quite sunk in yet. I hope it will by Tuesday. I couldn't believe these cabins that we all had to go in to record. I thought it was very strange, because I do like to relate to another actor face to face. But I love it. I simply love it, because on what I call normal radio, you've got to be careful of page turns, you've got to be careful of overlaps, or you feel you've just done a very nice take, and somebody will say, oh no, there was a rustle, or you could hear somebody drilling in the street, and it's fretful. But this is absolutely painless and brilliantly organised, so that you get a run at about 4 scenes, and then you go and have a cup of tea while somebody else has a run at 4 scenes, and it's going like clockwork.
Yes, I mean, that system you describe is designed specifically to eliminate all the problems with page rustles, because while someone else is talking, you could rustle your script, and it wouldn't ruin the tape, because you're on a separate track, recorded separately.
Absolutely wonderful. And mostly they're on 2 pages anyway, so you can have them side by side. It's not that you've got to turn. But there's also this approaching a mic, going away, which you can all do electronically now.
That's right.
Whereas you spend a lot of time, making sure that the technician is getting what you're giving properly. But this way you can, you fiddle so much, don't you? You can speed us up and slow us down and make bigger gaps, and
But
amazing.
You're not feeling isolated in your booth.
I thought I would, but I'm not. Yes. No, the sound in the ears is very present, and that's very good. So part of the whole thing of acting is reacting, and I can hear them better with those earphones on than I can when I'm standing next to them. Strangely, I think it's because I have tinnitus, and sometimes I find it quite hard if somebody's speaking low to pick up quite hip, but I can answer them properly on this because I can hear them properly.
They're right in your head there, aren't they, basically?
Yes, it's very good. I don't know why all radio isn't done like this now.
Well, yes. It's the method I use.
It must be a great deal of work for you.
It is in the post-production, which luckily for this series I'm not doing that. I'm handing that over to someone else.
That's a lot of work.
But I've done some stuff for Radio 4, a couple of comedy series that I've directed and done the sound design for, and I've done it with that system, which is very different for them. But it works a treat, and everyone's very happy with that.
Well, I do a little bit of directing on radio. I adapted some J.M. Barrie stories and attracted some wonderful cast. Judi Dench did the first one for me, and Jim Broadbent, and wonderful casts. Derek Jacobi. Just amazing. And so I know I know a little bit about what you do in the editing room, which I find incredibly boring, but I'm sure other people find. I'm just interested in the actors. I don't want to wait for footsteps to come and go. And but you must have it. If you're as organised in there as you are here, it mustn't be as difficult as I think it is, because this is tremendously organised.
Well, that's very nice of you to say so.
Oh, it is. It's amazingly organised. I can't believe it. I can't believe the speed at which we work. I love that, because I often think the first take's the best take.
Yes.
And here you rarely do more than 2 takes. It's very good.
Yes, unless there's something.
Or you've cast it very well.
Well, I think that there's an element of that. If you get people who really know what they're doing. I know that our sound engineer said that he's observed over the years. He said that it's quite interesting. He said with actors and microphone technique, he said there seems to be no grey area. They either can do it or they can't.
Yes.
And if they can't, they have to learn pretty damn quick.
Yes, I think I know. I will confess to having learnt on the job somewhat. I was. That's why I always wanted to read radio scripts. I wasn't sure that the words would fit in my mouth, as it were, enough for radio. You can do a lot in vision, but in radio it has to be very specific. Yes.
A point I keep raising with people is that some actors feel that because radio people can't see your face, they can't see what you're doing, and some actors feel that's cutting off even more than 50% of what you do. How do you react to that?
Well, I used to think that way, but I think directing has helped me to paint pictures in my head more than I would have done normally.
Well, I'm really glad you've enjoyed it.
I have,
and we would love to have you back at some point.
Well,
so you've done it now. You've said you liked it.
Oh, I really, really did. It's lovely. I've got lots of different voices. I don't just talk like this. I do cartoon voices, you see.
Do you?
Yes, I do. So, oh, yes, lots of cartoon voices. Oh, yes, I've played fat pigs and all sorts of things, singing fat pigs. And,
oh, yes.
Yes, oh, no, I love creating voices. It's really, really nice. So please ask me back.
So even when Michael Grade had pulled the plug on Doctor Who,
Tom Chadbourne,
and it really wasn't in any sense in the public mind, I was still getting a dozen fan letters a year from people, and I thought, but it's about the same now. Funnily enough, it hasn't really increased. Funnily enough,
it's the same 12 people.
It's the same 12 people.
And here they are, Tom. We're just bringing them in now.
It's like, what's that? What's that? Oh, it's those American things, isn't it? When they suddenly bring out your fan club and there's 3 people. Oh, it was on Frasier. That's right. Frasier had a fan club. Did you see that?
No, I didn't see that one.
It was brilliant. And they knew every detail of his life, but there were only 3 of them. Anyway, yes.
Sorry. I've only got 1.
He was in the CID for a lot, and worked his way up through the ranks. But he was injured in a shooting accident. And when we first see him, he's rather lost his nerve and he's rather down. But of course, as soon as he gets involved in the Doctor Who adventure, it snaps him out of it. And it was lovely. And Barney, who was responsible for getting me on board on this one, really sold me the idea. And it's just been, as always, working on Big Finish Productions, it's been a joy. Excellent food, excellent company. Oh, and the scripts are quite good,
How did Barney sell it to you then? Did he speak to you personally or through your agent?
Through my agent. I mean, eventually we did speak, but when he first put it to my agent, he said, that he'd been writing it with me in mind, which to an actor is just like, because Nick and I were talking about Barney's skill at casting, because he's assembled a fabulous cast for these things, and it really was that he's so good at it. You just do it. I mean, you just it was a joy to do it.
What about being approached for your first Big Finish? Were you quite surprised to find that there was this whole culture of audios going on?
Really surprised, because I didn't know. I mean, I knew about the DVDs, I knew about the television things, and I knew about, because they go all over the world. I mean, I still get royalties from the BBC for those, but I didn't know about the Big Finish. And what surprised me is, and I mean this sincerely, is when we last met, it was lovely. It was a bit like an indie record production, but now it's like sort of Sony. I'm sitting here with Nigel Havers and Julia Mackenzie, and it's wonderful, really. It's really good. People that like to do it.
Worked with either of them before?
No, I haven't. No, although my dear friend Ken Cranham was in last week. Apparently,
He was. Well, he was in on Monday. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been. He's a great guy. I mean, and I've heard of other people who've been in it that I know.
Had you seen the Doctor Who TV movie that Paul did?
No.
So, working with Paul for the first time, then encountering his Doctor, what impressions have you got of the way?
I mean, he is him, but the Doctor actually comes across as funnily enough, as the same basic man with the same basic sense of humour. I mean, there was a few gags we had today which were just pure, going not quite back to William Hartnell, but certainly going back to
Tom Baker?
No, even before Tom.
Patrick Troughton?
Yeah, but yes.
We'll just name them all. John Pertwee?
John Pertwee, yes. He had that sort of slightly slight comedy thing.
Yes.
Yes.
I just saw the director at the window. Did he mean...
Was he meaning right now?
I don't know. I'm going to check.
He's marching on.
Carry on talking.
Right.
Despite having worked with different...
I've worked with Tom and I worked with Colin. And...
sorry to interrupt.
No, it's all right. I'm required. All right, cut.
Lucy? Lucy? Did you drop off? Not used to being up early, are we? Sorry I had to abandon you up here. Did someone get you a tea or a coffee?
You? Did you bring me here? Where is here?
Coffee lounge. And yes, I did. It was no trouble. You were on my way. Now, I've just popped downstairs and they've found a desk for you.
Where's the doctor?
What doctor?
I don't know,
I'll take you down to your desk. You're on the first floor.
Oh. Right, okay. Hang on. Hulbert Logistics.
What?
The poster on the wall, Hulbert Logistics. Is that where we are?
Yes.
I had an interview for a job here.
Yes, you got it. Today's your first day.
That's right, I did get it, but... No, that all happened before...
Before what?
That can't be right. What have I been doing since I got the job?
You had to work out your notice at your old job.
Oh, must be. Sorry, you must think I'm really dozy. I just thought I'd been somewhere else.
Come on.
Having a spot of bother, Doctor?
Where did you come from?
Would you believe? The back door?
No. Who are you?
My name's Straxus. I've been sent by the High Council.
Let's see some identification.
Oh, come on, Doctor. Surely you can recognize me as a Time Lord. I mean, I can recognize you, in spite of everything.
ID, please.
You made rather a mess of things in here, trying to bypass the isomorphic controls, were you?
You were the ones who rigged my TARDIS so that it would only work with Lucy inside. Lucy has vanished. What else was I supposed to do?
Lucy?
The young lady you lot foisted on me.
Oh, the human. That's why I'm here. We know where she is.
You do?
We're not sure exactly what happened, but she seems to have been pulled back to her natural place in time. You should have contacted us in the first place.
Well, as you haven't been overly communicative recently, I thought it would be a waste of time. But now you're here, perhaps you could fix the TARDIS.
We'll make a deal with you. You get it back for us, and we'll fix the TARDIS.
I want you to fix the TARDIS so that I can go and get her back.
The thing is, we're not entirely convinced that you will.
Of course I will. You said she needed to be pulled out for her own good. I don't want to.
You may say that, but we'd like more of a guarantee. That's why the TARDIS stays here, and I give you this.
A time ring?
Well, what's wrong with it?
It's hardly the most dignified way to travel.
This is the latest model. We built in vortex buffers. It's really very smooth.
Oh, suppose it'll do. It's a bit bling for me, though. Why don't you just go and get her yourselves?
Well, she may be confused. We thought we'd send somebody she knows. But once you've got her, we'll take her off your hands. We'll make alternative arrangements.
All right.
And, don't spend too long there, Doctor. It's a temporal black spot. It isn't safe.
How bad can it be?
I sincerely hope you don't find out.
Doctor Who. Starring Paul McGann and Sheridan Smith. Human Resources by Eddie Robson. Part 1.
Everybody, this is Lucy. Lucy, this is everybody.
Hiya.
This is your desk, opposite Karen. Karen, this is Lucy.
We've already met.
Have we?
We had our interviews on the same day.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'd run most of the way from the tube, but my hair was a mess, and you lent me your mirror, didn't you?
Yeah, that was me. Ever the Good Samaritan.
I thought they were only interviewing for one position.
They'll always find room for outstanding candidates, and they did feel you were both outstanding.
I'd rather be out sitting. It's less tiring. Can I sit down?
Of course. Karen, can you show Lucy the ropes?
Sure. The ropes are important. We use them to escape out the window when it all gets too hectic.
Or if you're just feeling a bit ropey. I bet they also come in useful for roping people into things they don't want to do.
Careful, or I'll give you enough rope to hang yourself.
Any more rope gags?
Money for all rope? No, I think that's all I've got.
Are you all right here, Lucy? I've got to head over to another branch. No rest for the wicked.
I'm sure I'll be fine.
Good. I'll check in with you when I get back.
So, do you know what we're actually meant to be doing?
Do you mind being thrown in at the deep end?
Oh, I love the deep end, as long as I've got my goggles.
I could do with some help circulating these reports. There's a big round of planning meetings on later, and everyone's got to know the latest from other regions.
Okay, throw me in.
Hello,
it's me.
I know it's you. I do have caller display, you know. I had expected you to report back earlier.
It took longer than I thought it would. She'd hooked up with a time traveller.
Time traveller?
Yes, nobody special.
So she wasn't poached by another company?
No, I think she just got lost on the way and this traveller fellow found her. You're lucky I'm equipped to search space and time.
Is this going to cost more than your original quote?
A little, yes.
I'm still not convinced she wasn't snatched away deliberately. I've never lost one like that before.
You're just bothered because you've hired a rather expensive headhunter to track down a lowly data entry clerk for you.
A lowly data entry clerk with strong prospects. Her aptitude scores were top drawer. So did you put her through the induction process?
Yes, I followed your instructions. She was rather confused at first.
That always happens. I wish I had time to assess her myself, but I'm rather tied up at the moment. She just needs to interact with the others a bit and she'll normalise in no time.
I'll check how she's settling in later.
There's no need.
It's all part of the service.
Thank you. Invoice me this afternoon and you'll have your fee in your account within 3 days.
And the commission?
We'll review her performance in 6 months and your bonus will be based on that, which is what we agreed.
Oh, I'm not complaining. It's very generous.
I know. Thankfully, I can afford to be generous.
What are you doing?
Trying to open the window, let a bit of air in. Aren't you warm?
Well, they never get the air conditioning right. You just get used to it. Could be worse. A couple of months back, the boiler broke and we were all sitting here in our coats.
I thought there were laws about that. Like they had to send you home if the heating went down.
Maybe. But if we go home, it's not like the work will do itself. Have you finished sending those reports round?
Yeah.
Nice one. It's going to get seriously hectic round here this afternoon. The more you can get done ahead of time, the better.
What time is it now?
Just gone 11.
Is that all? God, this morning's dragged on a bit.
Well, time flies when you're having fun.
Do you want to pop outside for a minute?
What for?
I don't know, just take a break. Get some fresh air.
No, I don't think so.
Suit yourself. If anyone asks, tell them I'm having a cigarette.
Do you smoke?
No, but they don't know that.
Hello, Lucy Miller's phone. No, I'm afraid you've just missed her. She's gone out for a cigarette. No, apparently she does. Why, do you know her? Oh, can I take a message? Uh-huh. Okay, I'll tell her when she gets back.
Oh, excuse me? Hello? Are you the security guy? Why are the doors locked? Oh, it's like that, is it? Well, look, can I pop out for a cigarette? Is that a yes or a no? Right, forget it. Thanks. You've been a real ray of sunshine.
Was funny.
Oh, just a private joke, Mr. Cooper. You wouldn't be interested.
I've told you. I don't know who this Mr. Cooper bloke is. I'm Jerry.
Attention all personnel. Fresh sandwiches are now available from the vending machine in the staff lounge.
Oh, I heard a rumour they're bringing some crab paste sarnies today. I'll believe it when I see it, though. I hate this time of year. No Christmas left to look forward to. You just want it to be summer, don't you?
I don't really like the summer all that much. I can never find any decent clothes.
Nah, but you love it, getting to show your figure off.
No, not really.
Did you circulate those reports?
Yeah, me and Lucy... Oh, this is her now.
Lucy, hi. I've been meaning to touch base with you.
Touch what?
But it's a madhouse round here, isn't it?
Who are you?
Sorry, Jerry Cooper, head of operations here at Telford.
Telford?
Yeah, this is my domain, as it were.
Right. Well, good to meet you, Mr. Cooper.
Please, just Jerry.
If you say so.
I do, all the time. But Cloth Ears Karen here doesn't seem to take it on board, eh, Karen?
No, Mr. Cooper.
She's a joker. You got to watch her. Karen was just saying you've already got on the case with those reports.
Oh, yeah. It wasn't that hard with both of us on it.
Nice one, girls. You go, girls. Anyway, I've got poles to grease and oxes to grind, so I'll catch you ladies at a later date.
Did he say he had oxes to grind?
Yeah, he seems to think it means working hard. Nobody's had the heart to correct him.
And he's the boss?
Just got promoted last month. He's all right, really. Just a bit annoying. And sexist from time to time. And a bit... Well, no, that's not fair. He isn't racist, really. He just sometimes says embarrassing things.
Did he say this was the Telford office?
Yeah.
That's weird. I thought...
Oh, by the way, someone in planning rang for you. His PA's had an accident doing Tai Chi and he won't be in for a month.
How can you have an accident that bad doing Tai Chi?
Some fat bloke in her class tripped and fell on her. Anyway, this guy says you're being seconded to him.
What? If I wanted to be a PA, I'd have applied for a PA's job.
Don't shoot the messenger, babe.
Sorry. Well, what do you know about him? Is he all right?
I've never heard of him. He must be new. He's in 3G.
What, where or who is 3G?
2 floors up, down the long corridor, 5th door on the right.
Right. See you later, I suppose.
Try and get some gossip from upstairs.
Attention all personnel. Could staff please be more careful when chewing gum whilst operating the photocopier? If gum becomes stuck to the plate and glass, this does tend to inhibit the functioning. Thank you.
Come in. Ah, Lucy, do me a favour. Stare into the light.
What?
Into the light. Isn't it pretty? Ignore the noise, just let it wash over you. And we're done. Now, how do you feel?
Doctor?
Yes, it's me. Hello.
It all really happened then. Oh, thank God. I thought I'd imagined it all. The Daleks and the Tomorrow Twins and Phobos and all that.
Yes, you were brainwashed.
What is that thing?
This was just something I put together out of some odds and ends and the sonic screwdriver. A sort of sensory shake-up to bring you back to reality.
Oh, this is so weird. You know how before the Time Lord snatched me away, I just got a new job, yeah?
Is this where you were supposed to be working?
Yeah. And a couple of hours ago, I woke up at a table in the coffee lounge. And the woman who took me away from the Zimmerman's house...
What woman?
Glammed up woman in a business suit, posh voice. Well, she showed me to my desk and I just started working. And the more I thought about you and the TARDIS, the more I thought I'd had a Wizard of Oz moment and dreamt it all.
Inglorious Technicolor. Which one was I? The scarecrow? No, the dog. No, I'm not one of those evil flying monkeys.
Shut up, I'm serious. Whenever something here didn't make sense, somebody explained and I just accepted it. Like, the whole point of going for this job was that it was in London. See, I was going to move down and live with my friend Amanda from school, but apparently we're in Telford.
Well, I know Telford isn't the most desirable place to work, but it seems a little extreme to brainwash your staff into accepting it.
So how long have you been here?
About an hour. Sorry, I'd have come up and got you straight away, but I got caught up. Bumped into somebody on the way down. I bluffed them into thinking I worked here, and it all escalated until I ended up with full employment record in my own office.
And a new suit?
Yeah. Do you like it?
Yeah. Grey's a nice colour on you.
There's a supply cupboard full of clothes, which is unusual. I imagine that's where your outfit came from, too.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, you're my PA now. Take a letter, Miss Miller.
I'll take 4 letters and make a word out of them if you're not careful. So, they're just treating you like you work here?
Yes, they've even told me to attend a meeting this afternoon.
What about?
Planning.
Planning what?
Doesn't say. It's being chaired by Jerry Cooper.
I've met him.
Really? Know anything useful about him?
Yeah. He's a chump.
Mr. Hulbert, sir, I hope you're well.
Sorry, but could you...
I just called to let you know that we're all raring to go for this afternoon, sir.
Right, it's your first big deal flying solo, right? Well, we're all counting on you.
You can count on me up to 1 million, sir.
Excellent. Look, sorry, Jerry, I can't really talk right now. I'm a bit tied up. Later, yeah?
Oh, okay. Cheerio, Mr. Hulbert. That's the key to great business. Man management. Knowing where to draw the line.
Sorry about that. Now, about this... Well, I'm sorry you feel that way, but I really prefer not to take on that sort of work. Well, naturally, everything's negotiable, but you do have to understand the risks would be reflected in the price. Well, of course, you could engage another operator for less. You pay for quality. Take it or leave it, but I warn you, if you draw that scimitar, I will call security.
It's a bit odd, this place, isn't it?
I'll say. You tried opening your window yet?
Yes, it didn't, so I tried smashing it with the fire extinguisher. I don't think we're supposed to be able to get out.
No kidding.
Why do you always resort to sarcasm?
It's my superpower. I am Sarcasmo, woman of sarcasm. My enemies are struck down by my barbs of steel.
Your what?
Barbs. Barbed comments. Is the TARDIS around?
No, it wouldn't move without you. A rather smug Time Lord popped up and gave me a time ring to get here, and he said to come straight back.
But you didn't?
No. Something's not right here. Lots of things aren't right here. Are the others brainwashed, or conspiring against you specifically? Why are we locked in? Why did the Time Lords tell me that this was a temporal black spot, when as far as I can see it's nothing of the sort?
I feel like you're going to say, tune in next week to find out.
Stuff that. Let's find out now. What do you say?
Yeah, go on. I'm not got much on.
That's to tell me I should be in my meeting already.
Oh, can I come?
No, we'll learn more if we split up. They gave me a phone. I've made some modifications, so you should be able to reach me wherever. The number's on my card, see?
They gave you cards?
These are the expensive ones, apparently. Bone colouring with raised Cillian rail type.
Fancy. So where should I go?
Back downstairs. You've been temporarily deseconded.
Attention all personnel. The lights have gone in all the gents' toilet facilities on the second floor. Please use the facilities on an alternative floor, or a toilet with its own exterior window. That is all.
Oh, you're back.
Yeah, he doesn't need me right now. He's in a meeting. I thought you said it was going to be hectic down here this afternoon.
You jinxed it.
What?
Email from planning in Stoke. The coordinates are coming through.
Coordinates?
I'll print these out for you. The grids are all marked up. You just have to put the numbers into LockTrack and let it build a real-time simulation while we wait for our planning people to tell us what their action is.
What's LockTrack?
It's a logistics application on your desktop there to the right. It's fairly self-explanatory.
It better be.
We're not quite all here, but I think perhaps we should just begin. First of all, we have apologies for absence from Phil Murphy, Patricia Sawyer.
Am I late?
We'd only just started. It's John Smith, isn't it?
Yes, although most people call me Doctor.
Doctor?
Nickname from when I was at the LSE. I transferred from doing medicine at King's. Couldn't stand the hours. Not enough of them, eh?
I'm Jerry Cooper, head of the Telford office, and these are the planning boys.
Oi!
Sorry, boys and girls. Take a seat.
Thank you.
Right, we've been sent a report from Stoke to action. The ball's in our court, so it's up to us not to drop it. Can you flick the lights off, Paula? What we're focusing on today is this, an underground enemy stronghold where they're keeping backup troops in cold storage, yeah? Now, we reckon they're looking to catch our lot by surprise when there's a lull, and Stoke office reckons it's about a mile underground, and we don't want to actually send anybody in if we can avoid it to keep the cost down.
Cheapskates.
Less of that, Steve. Now, in the first instance, I suggest we pair off and chew it over, then come back and hammer out a strategy. Doctor, now, why don't you work with me? I'll help you get up to speed on what it is that we do here.
I think I'm keeping pace so far, but thanks.
Any questions, Doctor, or shall we crack on?
Is this the type of thing you normally deal with?
Basically. I mean, the fact of it being underground adds a little spice, but that's why this has been knocked down to us. Telford has a reputation for thinking outside the box.
Oh, well, of course, that's why I wanted to come here.
So, any thoughts?
What sort of resources have you got access to?
Tell me what you've got in mind and I'll tell you if it's feasible.
If you want a clean strike, I'd suggest a focused sonic wave. Have you, got anything like that?
Yeah, I see where your head's at. I mean, we've worked with those sorts of tools before, but they are a bit crazy, not very precise. I'm not sure how we'd apply it at the kind of depth we're talking about.
Is the site defended?
Not from the outside. They're trying not to draw attention to it. That's why we need to press home the advantage.
Could you cut a narrow tunnel with a laser?
Probably.
You could focus a wave through that and disable them. Then you could win the battle without actually killing anyone.
Ah, yeah. We could even get manufacturing to knock us up a soundproof tube, slide it in, minimise local damage, that their clients will like that. Slick thinking.
Just doing my job.
How are you getting on with those coordinates?
Nearly done this page.
Oh, well, wipe them off.
What? Why?
We've got new data coming through.
How do I wipe the old data off?
Click Edit and choose Clear All.
Says it's protected.
IT should have given you permission. Use my password to override it.
What's your password?
Petit Pois 82. Is it working now? Is it working now? Lucy?
Lucy?
You alright, babe? Lucy?
What was that?
What was what?
Oh, nothing. I think I'm getting a migraine.
Did you put it in right? No spaces, all one word, capital P both times.
Oh, now it's working. Oh, staring at these charts is making my eyes go weird. You want a coffee?
What?
Coffee, you want one?
Lucy, I'm not being funny, but we really need to turn these around in about 20 minutes.
We'll get it done, relax. It's not the end of the world.
Good work, guys. Don't wander off too far. If the deal stalls, I might need to pick your brains again. Doctor, dynamite stuff. You knock that one out the park. You'll be after my job next.
I assure you I won't.
No, I know, it's mine. But we should touch base later, see what you can contribute to our overall strategy.
Nothing would please me more. So, what happens now?
Well, I'll have my PA send the minutes down to admin and they'll package it up, action it, and see what comes... Sorry, I should take this. Yeah. Well, that shouldn't be a problem. Just call the Reading office and fill them in. Ah, yeah, that is a problem. Yeah, put me through to the boys in 2D. Sorry about this.
Don't fret, I'm fine.
Kieran Seidler, as I live and breathe. How's life treating you, my good man? Good, good. Listen, is the plasma cannon fully charged? We might be looking at a rearguard action situation. Reading's all tied up in red tape. Yeah, I know, as per usual. Sound like something you can handle? Eccellente. Cheers, Kieran. You met Kieran?
Not yet.
He's the funniest guy. He has that team of his in stitches. And what was I saying? Oh, yeah, look, when this deal's gone through, we should make some time to touch base.
I can always make time.
There's a coffee for you.
Thanks, Luz.
Did I miss anything?
Yeah, actually. The action plan came down from planning.
I should probably be getting on with that, shouldn't I?
Ideally, yes. I've put all the stuff on your desk.
Right, sorry. Hello, admin. Lucy Miller speaking.
Is that your telephone voice?
This isn't actually a great time. Can I call you back?
Oh. All right, I'll come straight up if you like.
Right. I shouldn't be long.
All staff wishing to participate in the office fantasy football tournament are reminded to send their entry fee to Tony Stein by the end of the week. Tony says that, contrary to popular belief, not all the good players have gone already. Apparently, you can still get Phil Neville.
Come in.
What are you doing?
Shredding.
Shredding what?
Whatever I can find.
Why?
I'm hoping it might annoy somebody. You can find out a lot by being annoying. What were you busy with?
Data entry.
Tell me about it.
Quite bizarre. It was all coordinates and stuff.
Coordinates?
Yeah. I had to read them off these marked up maps that had been sent over from another office. In Stoke, they said.
We were working on information from Stoke, but it was to help us knock out some sort of military stronghold.
Sounds a bit different from your usual planning meeting.
Quite. But the way they talked about it, it was as though they were discussing strategies for expanding their client base or something.
What do you think? Are they all mental?
I did wonder, but I suspect it's not that simple. I chipped in my 2 penneth to see how they'd react. I didn't think they'd have a clue what I was talking about.
What happened?
They loved it. I'm a little disturbed, to be honest. These maps, do you still have any?
Yeah, they're on my desk downstairs. Why, have you run out of stuff to stick in your shredder?
They might tell us something.
I'll go get them now. Somebody might already have binned them, though.
Attention all personnel. The deal has gone through. Good work, everybody.
I keep hearing about the deal. What is it?
I don't know, but the more I think about it, the more I think we are not going to like it when we find out.
You can't do this. Haven't you got to give me a written warning first or something?
I'm sorry, but you're still in your probationary period. You made an error that put a major deal at risk, and you refuse to accept responsibility for it.
I'm not saying I don't accept responsibility.
If it was up to me, it wouldn't be a straight dismissal, but it's not up to me.
What do you mean it's not up to you? You're the boss.
Yeah, but the company guidelines are very clear on this. You can look them up on the intranet if you don't believe me. Well, actually, you can't because I've already told IT to shut down your account, but you can get a copy from Human Resources.
Don't mind me.
I don't give a stuff about the company guidelines.
Well, I think that's exactly the problem, don't you? We have a respect gap issue.
This isn't fair.
Life isn't fair. Although, actually, what I'm doing now is fair.
What's going on?
I'm being fired, that's what.
What for?
Put some numbers in the wrong column.
Is that all? Well, anybody can make a mistake.
It stalled everything at a vital moment.
That's ridiculous. Well, you treat people like that and you'll have half a dozen lawsuits on your hands inside a day.
I can't afford a lawyer.
Look, go with one of those no-win, no-fee companies who advertise in the middle of Richard and Judy. They'll lap it up. My anti-pack got $4,000 out of the council after an accident with a hedge trimmer. It's not hard.
It's standard policy.
Look, it was my fault as much as hers. I was distracting her, asking her stupid questions because it's my first day.
So you put the deal at risk as well?
I suppose, yeah.
Right. Right. You're fired too. Hello, Clive. Could you come up to admin and escort Miss Miller and Miss Coltrane from the building, please? I really am sorry to have to do this.
Oh, do me a favour and drop the nice guy act.
Ah, that'll be Clive.
Oh, hello again.
We don't need your lackey to escort us out. We'll go quietly.
Tar Clive, do you need me to hold the door for you? I'm more than happy to give you a reference, Karen. Not you, though, Lucy. Fair's fair. You've only been here a day.
Karen, does this sort of thing happen a lot here?
Not that I've noticed.
And are you generally pretty observant?
I like to think so.
Look, Clive, I know I asked you about the door earlier, but I'm suddenly less keen on going out. Karen, are you okay?
I think so. What is all this? Where are we?
I don't think we're in Telford anymore.
Oh my God! Is that what the office looks like from the outside?
Must be. We must have fallen out of that hatch there. Weird.
What the hell's going on?
What's it doing now?
Well, don't ask me.
The whole thing's rising up. It's got legs and arms, look. It's like a massive robot, the whole office.
Have I hit my head or something?
Yes.
So I'm just concussed and hallucinating then. That's a relief.
Oh, no, I think this is all real. But you have hit your head, it's bleeding. Have you got a tissue?
I left my handbag in there.
Here, look, I've got one. Now, don't panic.
I'm not panicking.
Good. I'm going to call a friend of mine.
Lucy?
Yeah, look, it's me.
Where are you? That doesn't sound like the office.
No, I'm with Karen from admin.
Oh, yes, we spoke on the phone.
Yeah, well, we had a set to with the boss and got fired. Watch out for him, he's a right old...
Where are you now?
We're outside. You are not going to believe this.
I probably will when you've seen as many odd things as I have. You tend to become rather credulous.
Well, all right. It doesn't look anything like Earth. It's a dry, scrubby jungle. The sky's purple and it's cold, but that's not the mad bit. I saw the office from the outside and... well, it's not an office.
Oh, what is it?
A sort of great big robot with weapons coming off it.
Great big robot?
Yep.
Are you sure about this?
I'll take a picture with my phone before it gets too far away. Call me back when you get it. It's huge, isn't it? I can hardly get it all in. How's your head?
It doesn't seem to have gone too deep.
Good.
You seem to be taking all this in your stride.
Yeah, well, recently my stride's got a bit longer than it used to be. Hello?
All right, great big robot with weapons coming off it is a fair and accurate description.
I can see more of them off in the distance.
Lucy, it doesn't look safe out there. I'll come and get you.
No. I think you have to get fired to get out, and then you won't be able to get back in again. Look, the people in there didn't build these robots, did they?
Seems unlikely.
So, there must be someone else controlling them. You should stay in there and find out who and why. Don't go chasing after us.
You sure?
We'll be fine. I'll see you later.
So what now?
Let's find some cover.
Recent substantial quantum leaps in the quality of our blue skies thinking, coupled with... Come in!
Hello?
Sit down, I'll be with you in a minute. Coupled with the recently implemented structural overhaul that has led to freer dissemination of information and a trickle-down effect that creates a more consistent application of our corporate strategy at all levels. You know what I was working on there?
No.
Drafting an action plan for the other regional offices to convey what it is that's made us the most efficient in the company.
Really?
Absolutely. Between you and me, though, I don't think it'll do them much good.
Why not?
Well, it's not what we do, it's who we are. We've got the best people. I'd like to take the credit, but I can't, except in my capacity as a motivator and facilitator. But I just bring out what's in people already.
Right, that's sort of what I wanted to talk to you about.
Oh?
I heard you just fired that new girl, the northern one.
Oh, yeah, Lisa.
Lucy.
Yeah, shame. Well, she wasn't a team player. It's the best thing for everyone. Let her seek new opportunities outside the company.
Right, it's just that I had her on attachment as my PA.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realise. How come?
Mine had an accident in her Tai Chi class.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that. Sounded nasty.
You should have seen her. Anyway, I wondered if I could get a replacement.
Well, sure, I'll get on to Human Resources about it.
Human Resources. They bring in new employees, yes?
Yeah, they may well be interviewing today, actually.
Do you ever sit in on the interviews?
No, we've got a team down there with qualifications in staffology and stuff. They know what they're doing, we'd just be getting in the way.
Where is Human Resources?
Ground floor, just next to reception. You've never been there?
No.
Oh, well, you should have done on your first day. Maybe they were on an away day when you arrived.
Yes, that's probably it. Maybe I should go down and make sure they've crossed all the I's and dotted all the T's.
Probably a good idea.
Yes. We don't want anything to be out of place, do we?
I'm still okay.
I didn't ask whether you were.
No, but I still am.
I'd explain what's going on, but I'm not altogether sure myself.
Got any guesses?
Well, for a kick-off, we seem to be on an alien planet.
Okay.
In the middle of a war.
So what do you suggest?
Find whoever's winning and make friends with them?
What is that?
Mini spaceship, like. Hope he's not a kamikaze pilot.
Run!
Run!
You two, get here, quickly!
Hang on! A hatchway! Hatchway is cover. Cover is good. Come on! I hope he's on our side.
Don't worry, he is.
Get in!
Ow! What?
Cut my shin open.
I think it's safe to say it could have been worse.
Targeting and fire!
That'll give him something to think about.
Thanks. I'm Lucy, and this is
Malcolm.
Hello, Karen. Long time no see.
It's only been a few weeks.
Really? Feels like longer. A lot longer.
Hello? I'm looking for Human Resources. Am I in the right place?
What are you doing here?
Opening up this lock with my sonic screwdriver.
Hey, how come you've got that? I didn't get one of those.
Really, I think there's some left in the supply cupboard, if you look. Aha.
What's that?
Looks like some kind of dimensional corridor. But to where? There's an easy way to find out, I suppose. Bye.
Bye.
Hello? Anyone home?
Oh. Afternoon. I didn't hear you come in. Could you bear with me a moment?
Sure.
You must be a client.
How can you tell?
My Palm Pilot's got a built-in scanner. I can tell in a couple of seconds whether somebody's human or extraterrestrial.
I see.
No offense meant. It's just that sometimes I've mistaken an interviewee for a client and started rambling onto them about planetary conquest, which can be a little bit sticky. I'm sure you can appreciate.
Absolutely. I'm afraid I don't have an appointment.
Well, absolutely fine. I've got a window right now as it happens, and I'm not in the business of turning business away. Sorry, the name's Todd Albert. Good to meet you. Won't you sit down?
Thank you. Is this London?
Yes. I used to be based in Ipswich, but when somebody's come halfway across the galaxy for a business lunch, they don't want to have it in Ipswich.
Understandable.
Have you been here before?
No, first time.
It's amazing. When I started out, I didn't expect any of the clients to know the first thing about Earth. But half of them have been here before on the QT, and the other half have picked up our TV in deep space and break into impressions of Del Boy and Rodney at the slightest provocation. Can I get you coffee?
Lovely jubbly.
So how long have you been down here?
Hard to tell exactly. Wasn't long after I got fired.
He used to be the boss, before Jerry.
I still can't believe they promoted him. I'd have thought Patricia were coming after me.
Oh, you know what people like Jerry are like, building little empires.
What is this place?
I'm not sure. There's some kind of war going on out here. We've been involved, all of us.
How?
When I got out, I started to think about what I've been doing in there. It all seemed really normal, didn't it?
Yeah.
But those things we were in, now I've seen them from the outside. We were guiding them, helping them destroy stuff. All that out there, the rubble, the burning jungles, the machines have been doing that.
I don't understand, though. How can we have been inside those machines all this time? How do we get there from home every day?
Think about it. When did you last go home?
Can't remember.
We never went. We just thought we did. The days went on and on.
Well, where did you sleep, though? What did you eat?
We must have slept at our desks. Food, we had sandwiches delivered. Maybe they slipped us, I don't know, nutrients or something. I'm pretty sure the tea and coffee was drugged. Since we got out, we've been scavenging, and there's not a lot about.
Who's we?
Me and a couple of people from the Reading office, James and Donna. They went out to look for food a couple of days ago. I really do hope to see them again.
If the regional bosses are brainwashed, just like everybody else, who's doing the brainwashing?
Oh, I'm pretty sure it's your man himself, Todd Hulbert.
Thank you. Don't you have any support staff here?
And not at this end. It'd be a bit awkward, so I pretty much run everything myself. So, tell me what your needs are.
Well, I got into trouble with the authorities back home. Ended up exiled. I'm completely cut off, without friends or protection.
So you're looking to launch some sort of revenge attack?
It's more that under the current administration, I can't go home again. And they're making life very uncomfortable for some of my old associates.
A military coup, then?
Yes, I like the sound of that.
What's the planet?
Gallifrey.
Gallifrey.
You familiar with it?
I haven't come across it.
So, can you do it?
Sure. We've handled work like that before. Although I'm afraid all my resources are tied up on Lonsis until the end of next month at least. We're engineering a client's expansion plan for them.
Sounds interesting. What does that involve?
It's the bulk of what we handle. A client will have run out of living space or resources on their own planet, and they'll be looking to expand.
On to other planets?
Right. Of course, the best planets are generally taken, so we lay the groundwork.
Getting rid of who lives there already. I see. What form exactly does this army take?
Well, that's our USP. What I've got is a squad of combat machines to execute operations. A big deal, right? A lot of suppliers can offer you that. But other operators' machines are pretty much all controlled one of three ways: computers, remote, or fully crewed.
Right.
Now, even the best computers, the absolute top of the range artificial intelligences, can only be created within certain parameters. Then there's remote control. But if the enemy manages to scramble your transmissions, your combat avatar will be left standing there like an absolute lemon, and there'll be nothing you can do.
I don't want that.
So that leaves fully crewed. Difficult to recruit because of the personal risk. It's expensive. You don't get the best people. And the turnover's high. Slave labor's an option, but by its nature, it isn't very motivated.
So what's your answer?
What I do is to bring in people from non-military backgrounds and translate the work of operating a heavy-duty combat machine into something they're used to doing.
Working in an office like this, you mean?
Yeah. The inside of each machine looks like a regular office, and all the computer terminals are linked up to the machine's systems.
Right. I noticed some mental processing equipment over there, so I presume you process them not to notice the unusual aspects of what they're doing. So when they think they're attending a strategy meeting, they're actually attending, well, a different sort of strategy meeting.
You're catching on. A lot of the language is equally applicable. I interview them down here. If they're suitable, they get the processing, and I send them through the portal in the next room, which can send them directly to the inside of any of the combat machines.
And back again, presumably.
If necessary, not that it's generally necessary.
It's quite ingenious.
Oh, I can't take all the credit. The operation was set up by another gentleman, not of this world. I say gentleman, to be more precise, he was a sort of lizard.
So it's not human technology. But you are human, aren't you?
Oh, ex-employee of the system, actually. But I shook off the conditioning. I had to broaden my horizons pretty quick. I mean, you must be aware that Earth's had pretty limited contact with extraterrestrials. I certainly had no idea. But I looked at my options and decided to execute, well, call it a hostile takeover.
You shook off the conditioning?
There was a loophole in it. I've closed it now. Nothing to worry about there. Won't happen again.
Doesn't anybody down here ever ask after the people you employ?
I've got tricks to deflect attention away. Actually, I found that if somebody gets a job in London and moves away to seek their fortune, their friends generally aren't surprised when they never hear from them again. Still interested?
Very much so.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Be with you in 1 second.
Okay. Seconds up.
What's the meaning of this?
I'll tell you what the meaning of this is. The meaning of this is that I've just been told by one of your admin lackeys that earlier this afternoon you fired the new girl whom I went to great lengths to track down and bring into this company.
Oh, you mean Lucy?
I do. Is this an accurate summary, or do you have anything to add?
She talked back to me.
Oh, I see. I wish I had more time to talk back to you, as I've a fair few things I'd like to say, but as it's much more important that I find her, I'll save them for later.
So what are your rates, Mr. Halbert?
If you can provide some information on the scale of the operation, I'll prepare a quote for you. So, what time is it?
4:30.
Right, yes. Yeah, look, I'm afraid I've got to dash. There's a function for prospective clients on Launces.
Where is Launces?
Not all that far from here, actually. That job's taken up all my resources for just about a year now, but it's very nearly done. So I'm letting people know I'm available for new business. And I want to show them the finished product, as it were. I'm pleased with how it's gone, very pleased. Come along, if you like.
But there are still hostilities. It won't be dangerous?
No. I've got a viewing platform with watertight defences. We'll be completely safe.
Ah, well, then yes. I'd very much like to.
I'm sorry. I don't think I caught your name.
My name isn't pronounceable in your language. Sorry.
It happens.
Yes. Call me Doctor.
This is a weird gun. Where did you get it?
Off the others.
Others?
The other side. The ones we've been fighting.
They gave you it?
God, no. To them, we're the enemy. Everything we've got down here, we looted off the bodies.
That's a bit harsh.
We weren't chuckling away to ourselves when we did it. We've nearly died out here. All of us.
Yeah. Sorry, Malk.
No, it's okay.
What about the shelter? Was this theirs too?
Yeah, I think so.
What else do you know about them?
They're losing.
Smooth ride.
So I'm told. Not that I've got much to compare it to. I haven't done anywhere near as much travelling as I'd like. I've just been way too busy.
Oh, so this is Launces.
It certainly is.
Bit of a dump, isn't it? Who wants it?
One man's dump is another man's unexploited reserve of mineral wealth. Anyway, war tends to do that to a place. It will recover. But right now it's rather like looking at a house when you're halfway through cleaning out the dry rot.
You do have a way with an analogy, Mr. Halbert. So why has this been such a big job?
The residents are a tenacious bunch. I couldn't scare them off. They're hanging on to the bitter end.
I suppose you have to respect that.
Yeah, in a way. But it's still annoying.
Who were your clients on this?
You'll get to talk to them later. They're over there. We're signing the handover papers today.
Did they have any particular, grudge against the people of Launces? Is this payback for some act of aggression?
Not that I know of. And I do ask because it's always more complicated if there's bad blood. Always. Actually, speaking of which, these people who exiled you are not former clients of mine, were they?
No. Not that I know of, anyway.
Good. Because I've got a policy on that. I do prefer simple jobs.
And this is one of those. They didn't do anything to your clients.
No. If you'll excuse me, I should go and talk to these guys.
Don't let me detain you.
Hi, this is Todd Halbert's office phone. I'm not available, but I want to hear what you've got to say. Try my mobile or leave a message.
Todd, I've tried your mobile. It's switched off. Please call me when you get this. I'm back on Launces, and I've just discovered that Lucy Miller has been ejected from Telford thanks to that dunce you put in charge. I'm heading out in my pod to get her back before she falls into enemy hands, but it's not my fault if she dies. Understood?
Excuse me, everyone. Excuse me. Thank you all for coming to our little event today. I'm really glad you could all make it. I'm keen to keep this nice and informal. You'll just be able to get an idea of how we operate and what the end result is. A few previous clients have been good enough to attend. Excuse me. What's happening? Right. But we're still solid here, yeah? Sure. Get Swindon onto it and Telford if possible. Yeah. definitely. Okay. Okay, guys. There's a minor insurgency outside the platform. We think they've been waiting for me to arrive. But there's really absolutely nothing to worry about. The defences we've got here are rock solid. And, well, the insurgents aren't what they were, put it that way. And actually, this is a great opportunity for you to see the combat operation in action, firsthand. Sorry, where was I? Oh, yeah. We've got a few of our previous clients in attendance. Now, feel free to get their testimony. I'm sure they've only got good things to say. Right, guys? And of course, feel free to ask me or any company employees if you've got any questions about the operation. And, well, just enjoy yourself. What happened? Where's our defences? From the inside? How could they have been?
Lowered from the inside? Easy. I did it.
You did what?
I lowered your defences. Seemed a bit unfair on the other lot, really. Thought I'd give them a sporting chance.
What the hell did you do that for?
Because I've decided that I've seen enough of your operation. Enough to decide I don't like it. Not even a little bit. And I thought I'd turn the tables.
You don't know what you've done.
I've got a fair idea. Oh. Oh no. I didn't know it was them. Why would it be them?
You know them then?
Far too well.
You are the human Todd Halbert. We know of you. You are responsible for this aggression against the Cybermen. You will cease your invasion of our home world.
I think I may have made an error of judgment.
In Human Resources Part 1, directed by Nicholas Briggs, Paul McGann starred as the Doctor, with Sheridan Smith as Lucy Miller, Todd Hulbert, Roy Marsden, Straxus, Nicholas Grace, Jerry, Owen Brenman, Karen, Louise Fullerton, Malcolm, Andrew Wisher, the Headhunter, Katarina Olson, the Cybermen, Nicholas Briggs. Sound design and music by ERS Studios. The audio adventures of Doctor Who are produced by Sharon Gosling, Jason Hake-Ellery and Nicholas Briggs for Big Finish Productions.
CD extras. Technical quality may vary due to impromptu recording.
I'm not, I don't have a kind of Doctor Who background. I'm a fan. I mean, I watched it as a child, but I don't know much about it.
Louise Fullerton.
It's a long script. And as an actor, you get these things sent to you, and I was a bit like, oh God, it's very long, and I was doing another job. But I really enjoyed it. I genuinely really enjoyed it. It zips along, and it's got some great gags, and it's got a really nice feel to it. It's a good story. And for me, because I'm not in the Doctor Who world, it was quite sort of quite something quite different for me to read, and I really enjoyed it. I think it's really nicely written.
Very light.
Andy Wisher.
Not as in sort of superficial, but it's very humorous. Having heard people in the studio, there's lots of scope for humour. I've noticed that it's tied very much into the present Doctor Who as well as past Doctor Who lore as well, and the contemporary references are amusing as well, like Argos and sort of stuff like that.
I think it was what I was expecting, but I think the humour side of it wasn't quite what I was expecting. And as I read it, I wasn't sure how tongue-in-cheek it was, or how sort of, But I think the humour surprised me. I mean, the actual plot, when you're a normal human being, everything comes as a surprise. Cyborgs and all this. I'm like, no idea. But yeah, I really enjoyed the humour to it, I think.
Yes, when I read it, I loved the humour, the sort of one-liners, which actually suits the corporate environment actually very well. And
Katarina Olson.
Sort of, that's how people communicate in that sort of sound-bitey, put downers type lines. I'm not speaking very good grammar here at all, but
I'll just forward this to your mother.
Yeah, she'd be horrified. No, but it's I think part of the territory, but he's done it really, really nicely, I think.
I definitely think that the writer's got a real comic flair, which is very nice, actually. I mean, I was slightly surprised because there's not something I normally associate with Doctor Who.
Owen Brenman.
But it works very well, and it's in a very rather sophisticated way.
I got this script of this Doctor Who written by Eddie.
Roy Marsden.
And it was a completely different beast. This is a proper sort of 90-minute drama. It's very grown up. It's a very serious piece of writing. The wit and the cleverness of it, but the sheer plausibility of the plot was illuminating. And the script arrived, and I thought, oh, I must read it, and I read it gently. And I sat at the kitchen table, opened the script, and just devoured it. And I never stopped. You know, the dog could have died, or be sick on the carpet, or the telephone. It didn't. I just read the whole thing. And at the end of it, I thought, that is a fantastic story. And it is a beautifully written piece of work. And so to be allowed to be in it was a great privilege.
Who was was it Peter Davidson? Was my Doctor Who? Yeah, and I remember watching it. I remember being very scared of the Daleks, very scared, and that's kind of my main memory. And he used to wear kind of beige sort of Martin Bell sort of suits. And I think I vaguely fancied him as well, which is a bit sad. Yeah, no, I erased that last bit. Yes, I have. I've watched. I've been working, so I haven't seen a lot of it. But I love David Tennant. I think he's great. So and I think Billie Piper's great in it as well. I've watched some of it. Yeah.
Now, before today, before the script arrived at your house, did you have the slightest idea what a Time Lord was?
No, none at all.
Nicholas Grace.
Did you know that the Doctor is a Time Lord?
None. No idea at all about any of that. I watched Doctor Who years and years ago with William Hartnell, who I thought was fantastic, John Pertwee, and one other, Patrick Troughton. And I loved watching that on Saturday afternoons, and then I haven't seen any since then until the recent one.
Am I right in thinking that your father was involved in Doctor Who?
Yes, he played Davros in Genesis of the Daleks, Michael Wisher, yeah. So I suppose I was introduced to the Doctor Who world via that, occasionally going in on the set, meeting up with Tom Baker, which was quite fun, coming back from school and seeing Tom Baker sitting on the sofa. I think we all watched it when we were at school. It was something you did on Saturday night. And I wasn't very aware of my father's involvement. I don't remember as a child watching Genesis of the Daleks and going, oh, that's my dad. I think it was only later, as I grew older, that I kind of realised just how much involvement he had with the BBC and Doctor Who, because they had almost like a repertory of actors that they used. And my father's largest part was Davros, but he was in quite a few others and various of John Pertwee stories as well. But yeah, just like any of the other school kids and my mates, we just watched Doctor Who on a Saturday night, and it was quite fun to sort of be scared.
Well, I was going to go up for something in the first series of the new one, but I couldn't do it because it conflicted with something I was already doing. So I was very disappointed that I wasn't doing that. And obviously I watched Doctor Who from when I was little. I remember when it first started. In fact, I was very little. William Hartnell, and I was, the cliche hiding behind the sofa and all that sort of stuff. So I have always, enjoyed it. I particularly enjoyed Christopher Eccleston. Actually, I thought he gave it a sort of dark, adult sort of quality that particularly appealed to me. But then I suppose that's because I'm an adult.
Knowing nothing about Doctor Who, I was a virgin. And I went to Cardiff the other day to do an episode of, to play a part in an episode of the television Doctor Who. And it was fascinating because, I had no idea just how sort of big the whole enterprise was, just how the interest and the delight that they all show and the enthusiasm that they show to making it. And it's very similar to the script that we're working on here, that I suddenly began to realise that there's a sort of parallel world, and I knew nothing about Doctor Who. I've been, unlike the rest of the world, who know everything about it. So that when people talk to me about Cybermen and Daleks and all of that, I thought, who the hell are they talking about? So it was new. So when this script arrived from Russell Davies, who wrote it, I thought, should I look at episodes of stuff that's done before? And then I thought, no, I'll just play the reality of this character and enter into it. And that's what I did. And then, of course, you start to get intrigued, and everyone around you knows the name of every Doctor Who that's ever existed. They know about all the dilemmas that exist for them, and then, of course, they've all got preferences for which is their favourite Doctor Who and who they liked. And of course, you're gobsmacked by this massive information, this massive world. But interestingly, I thought that they've got it just about right in terms of popular television.
I suppose if I'm known for anything on TV, it would be something like One Foot in the Grave, which is written by David Renwick. I'm also in Love Soup that he writes, and I first met him quite a while doing the first series of Alexei Sell, which was the end of the 80s, in fact, that would have been.
Because he was writing for stuff as well.
He was writing for stuff along with Andrew Marshall, who then wrote 2.4 Children. And so I've had a kind of long association with him, which I've been very fortunate, but it also slightly spoils me sometimes for other things I've done where perhaps the scripts haven't been as well written. You get rather spoiled. And so for me, and I know also that David has suggested me for other work, although I obviously have to go and audition for the director or whatever, but I know that David has sort of fought my corner, as it were. And so I have a lot of affection for and loyalty to writers, really, because I feel that they are the most important part of the project, really.
So what was it about the role of Jerry and the context in which he works that interested you in this story?
Well, I thought it was very funny. It made me laugh. I thought it was a good part. I mean, I thought the whole idea of sort of transposing corporate life into the life of a war machine was very clever, and I'd never come across. I don't know whether that's been written about in science fiction before, but I haven't read it. I thought it was a fascinating idea, very well executed.
I think it
so
comes
there was
over pretty fresh. I think it is.
Yeah.
It is a fairly, even with modern Doctor Who being varied in so many ways with its writing, I think this is a pretty bold idea.
Absolutely. Well, I think
to get across.
But I think it's a simple idea as well, and a great idea. Like often, great ideas are quite simple.
The character of Lucy Miller. What do you think of her?
Well, she's sweet. I mean, she's got a great personality, Lucy. She's kind of
Sheridan Smith.
full of jokes and kind of a very sarcastic sense of humour with the Doctor, you know, kind of putting him down and thinks he's an old poncy fuddy-duddy. But they've just got a really lovely relationship, and you know, as the episodes go on, they really do care about each other, and although they won't admit it to each other, she's just such a fun character to play, and she's rather sweet, really, and just a little girl, but she kind of takes on this kind of ladette role of, come on, we're going to take over the world. But no, she's just a great character.
Now, I mean, you've done a lot of sort of regular characters in television, but I don't think I've ever seen you do anything like this before.
No, Lucy's very different. I've really enjoyed it. It's, I mean, the other characters have been quite boring, really, compared to Lucy. I mean, the things I've had to do in all the episodes, you know, it's so much fun. You know, the Daleks and Cybermen and, you know, running away from things. I mean, it's so you know, kind of action-packed. You know, it's so different to anything I've done before. It's great fun.
And have you done much radio before?
Bits and bobs, yeah. Never anything like this, like a kind of full series, you know, with me and the Doctor. I mean, it's a great part, but yeah, no, this has been very different, and with the isolation booths and things like that, you know, it's a real different way of working. I've really enjoyed it.
What would you like about radio?
Well, radio's, you don't have to learn your lines. You don't have to kind of sit and make up and worry about that. But I mean, it's great because, I mean, if you could see us in the booths, I mean, it obviously just sounds like our voices, but I mean, me and Paul, we just look so silly when we're like jogging on the spot, and I mean, we're doing all the actions with it, you know, like we were really there. But obviously you just hear the voices, and you sometimes hyperventilate with all the out of breath acting. But you know, it's just fantastic. It's so much more fun in a way than telly, you know, because you've got to make it come alive for the listeners. They can't see it, so you have to make it real, you know, so that they can picture it.
against the wall, all of you. Assess which of these creatures are suitable subjects for conversion. Strip them of their weapons and keep them under guard. Destroy the rest. Understood. How many members of the human security detail have been eliminated? 14. Albert, how many were in your security detail in total?
I'm not sure.
Improbable. Provide an estimate.
About 30.
Take a patrol of 4 and eliminate the rest. Reinforcements will be made available if required. Understood. Hand over your weapons.
I'm unarmed.
You possessed advanced technology. Surrender it.
They're not weapons. This is a multi-purpose tool, and this is a ring. An ordinary ring.
Surrender it.
Very well.
Other units have made contact. I have informed them of our success. What action should they take? All units will be recalled to this location. From this position, we will recover. We will survive.
Yes, I'd rather come to take that for granted.
Doctor Who. Starring Paul McGann and Sheridan Smith. Human Resources by Eddie Robson. Part 2.
The mobile phone you have called is switched off.
Answer phone again.
Please leave your message after the tone.
Doctor, turn your phone on. Me and Karen are in a bunker in the middle of a battlefield, and we don't know what to do. Give us a hand, will ya? Where's Malcolm?
Gone to rustle up some food for us.
Oh, he shouldn't be giving us his rations if he's not got much.
Speak for you.
Shh. What? I thought I heard... You again?
Oh, yeah, what?
Don't move, either of you.
Oh, look. She's got herself a Saturday night special. Kinky.
Nice little hidey hole you found.
Let go of her.
Let go of me.
Oh, I will if Lucy comes with me. If not, I kill her.
I'm not going back there.
Can you consider it?
You don't have...
Cheers, Malk.
Take her gun. There's some rope around here somewhere. Tie her up. Who is she?
I don't know. But she won't leave me alone.
It's my job. I'm the headhunter.
Why did you launch this offensive against us? What interest do you have in us or our homeworld?
Since when has this been your homeworld?
You know of us?
Yes, I mean, who hasn't heard of the Cybermen? But I thought your home was the planet Telos.
Telos is unknown to us.
Oh, I must have got it mixed up with somewhere else.
We settled on Lonsis after the destruction of our home planet Mondas. We chose it for its unimportance and the lack of other life here. We were depleted and needed to rebuild. Tell us what motivated your attack.
Why does it matter?
Comprehensive information informs future action.
I was hired.
You are a mercenary?
Well, yes. You could always hire me yourselves. I could be working for you.
I thought you said that was against your policy.
I pride myself on my flexibility.
What could you offer us?
Well, I'd very nearly wiped you fellas out for a start. I'd say that would make me a valuable addition to your team.
Your methods are of no interest to us.
All right. You could make use of my staff, couldn't you?
If they are all human, they would be of interest.
Right. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. You don't really want to knock around on this grubby planet for much longer, do you? I've got a means of getting to Earth instantaneously.
Your suggestion is that we invade your world?
Just a thought.
You value your own survival over that of your species?
Well, yeah.
We do not need your assistance. We will operate your technology ourselves.
I like what you've done with this place. I'm sure it's really added some value.
Quiet you.
I don't mind her talking, as As long as what she talks about is why she was after me in the first place.
Oh, there's no big secret about that.
Well, come on then.
Yeah, fess up.
Fess up?
Can I not carry that off?
Not really.
Oh.
Holbert interviewed you for a job, but when he sent you through his portal, you disappeared before you got there.
Why?
He doesn't know. He doesn't really know how the technology works. He inherited it from somebody else.
So why was he so bothered about getting me back?
Well, partly because he thought you were promising and he didn't want to lose good staff.
You what?
No, honestly. But he was also worried you'd been poached by a competitor and he wanted to know who they were. And he thought maybe they'd scan your brain, learn how his brainwashing techniques work. He had his reasons. None of them very well founded, as it turns out.
So there was never anything special about me?
Oh dear. You're disappointed. But we're all special, really, aren't we?
Jerry Cooper.
We have seized your base of operations and your controller is our captive.
Who is this?
You will return here with your weapons lowered.
Kieran? Is this you? Stop messing about and get back to work.
Who was that?
Kieran Seidler messing about, making his voice go, oh, like that. I bet he did it on the computer. I swear, that guy cracks me up.
The operator of the vehicle did not obey my instructions.
There's a system. I could have told you it wouldn't work if you tried it.
You have exclusive control.
No, I just know how to talk to them. You want me to bring one here?
Yes, we need raw material to combat into Cybermen. Bring the machine which we just contacted.
It isn't the closest one.
You will bring us that one.
Jerry? Yeah, it's Todd. Everything shipshape your end? Good. Now listen. It'd be much appreciated if you could make some northwesterly progress to head office so we can arrange a tete-a-tete. Good, sir.
The vehicle will come to us.
Yeah, it'll take about an hour.
Order the other machines to cease hostilities. Place them on standby.
So are we working together now?
You will tell us who hired you to carry out this offensive.
I'm afraid there are issues of client confidentiality. But I'll make an exception. It was them.
Who are they?
Representatives from the government of the planet Shinners.
The Shinks.
Separate them out from the others.
They're traitors. They've never committed an act of aggression that I'm aware of. War destabilizes the markets. Why did they hire you?
Shinners is in the next system over. The Shinks thought when the Cybermen got their act together, they'd be first on there to conquer this.
That's strange. Really, really strange.
Destroy them.
This is going to get a lot worse before it gets better.
Seems to have gone quiet outside.
I'll stick my head out and have a look.
Did you come here from the office me and Karen were in?
Yes, Telford.
How far away is it?
20 kilometres, maybe?
You got some kind of transport?
A small one, yes.
Room for all four of us?
Might be a squeeze.
What are you planning?
I think she's going to say something dreary like, help us or die. Aren't you?
Sorry to bore you, but yes. You're going to help us get back inside that office and back to the doctor. Hello?
Lucy?
It's him! I've been trying to get in touch. Your phone's been off. How are you getting on?
Badly. I can't talk long. I don't want them to overhear me. I got to meet the boss.
Holper? Well, that's good going.
Yes, but then I tried to sabotage his operation.
Did it all go wrong?
Very wrong. He's been fighting the Cybermen, and by trying to sabotage him, I've accidentally gone and helped them.
Cyber who?
Cybermen. They're from Earth's twin planet. They were human once, but now they're cyborgs, more machine than man.
Are they not nice, then?
Not remotely. They're going to take the humans in Hilbert's office and turn them into more Cybermen.
Oh, no!
Yes.
That's awful.
And it gets worse. Hilbert's going to help them invade the Earth.
What are we going to do?
I sabotaged Hilbert's gateway to Earth before the Cybermen turned up. He doesn't know that yet. That'll buy us a bit of time, but they've taken the time ring. That's our only way of getting back to the TARDIS.
Won't the Time Lords wonder where you are and come after you?
I wouldn't count on that.
Straxus? We finished the repairs to the Doctor's TARDIS. Have to say, I've never seen one done out like this before.
The Doctor prides himself on his uniqueness. We try not to encourage it. You can return to Gallifrey. I'll wait for the doctor.
Shouldn't he be back by now?
Yes, he should.
Are you going after him?
Not if I can help it.
You will correct the flaw in your defenses.
What flaw?
The one that allowed us to penetrate your platform.
Oh, well, that won't happen again. The dome over the platform was sabotaged by, where is he? Don't move, Doctor.
I wouldn't count on that.
Give me the phone.
Doctor, he's still there. Doctor, is everything all right?
This wouldn't be Lucy Miller speaking, would it?
Oh,
What's the matter?
they've caught him.
Who?
Hulbert and the Cybermen. He's not in the office. But if we get to the office, plan's the same. We're taking the office. Let's go.
Oh, she seems to have hung up.
How did we fail to detect his signal?
Special feature on that model, shielding from alien comm scans, and I get 50 off-peak minutes a day free.
You're a time traveler, aren't you? The one who found Ms. Miller.
Yes, I am.
Except, did you really find her, or did you take her?
I didn't take her.
Who are you working for, Doctor?
Myself, and if you'll permit me to be grandiose for a moment, justice, righteousness, and all the rest of it.
Before Mondas was destroyed, our advance party on Earth encountered interference from someone called the Doctor. He travels in time and alters his appearance to avoid detection. Our planner in the Earth Invasion Project and on Planet 14 also logged information on the Doctor.
Am I listed among your arch enemies?
If you are the Doctor, we are aware of you.
Oh, come on, surely I'm one of the most arch enemies you've got.
Maxie riding in the front.
It's a one-person ship. You're all sitting in the back.
Bit of a squeeze.
I did warn you. Looks like the machine's on the move, heading towards Hulbert's viewing platform.
That's where the doctor is. Let's get going. Come on.
Buckle up, children. I like to fly fast.
We have verified your identity. You are the Doctor.
I didn't deny it.
Leader, the dimensional gateway has been tampered with. Did you do this?
Do what? Oh, the gateway. No.
You are too time-consuming. Destroy him.
Wait, my time machine. You can have it. It's the machine you ordered to come here, but you'll need me to show you how it works.
Guard him. He will repair the damage. When our mothership arrives, we will convert him and absorb his knowledge of his craft.
Works every time.
Morning, Clive. Can you hook me up to the recognition system so I can get in? Hello, system. It's me. Let me in. Thank you, sweetie. Could you let Jerry know we're on our way up?
Did Clive always look like that?
I assume so.
I remember him being a big lad, but I thought he was more human than that.
I did a good job of breaking this, didn't I? I'm quite impressed.
Suspend your repair work and answer my question.
It's all right, I can multitask.
You helped us capture this platform.
Don't mention it. So, are you going to let me go?
No.
Oh, go on.
Your actions defy logic. Why have you helped us?
I will always aid the oppressed, but not you. To be honest, I was amazed it was you. The mighty Cybermen beaten down and scurrying for cover on a dust ball like this.
Why do you offer your help to other creatures unconditionally but oppose the Cybermen?
Because, well, if you win and your existence isn't threatened anymore, what'll you do? Buy a farm? Settle down with a nice cyber girl?
The resources of this world are not sufficient. We need more in order to survive.
It always comes back down to that, doesn't it? You will survive. What for?
The question is meaningless.
I'll answer it myself then. To create, to achieve. You don't. You just oppress others to preserve yourselves. And what have you learned from being the oppressed for a change? No humility, no empathy, nothing. I don't say this lightly, but you deserve to be oppressed.
Excuse me, but... Oh, Malcolm, to what do I owe...
Shift you.
What do you think you're doing?
What are we going to do with him?
Stick him in the cupboard.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Look, if this is a joke, I am not going to be laughing, and neither are you. Even if it is for Red Nose Day.
It can't be this easy to take control.
Don't forget, the people Hulbert's been fighting wouldn't know the first thing about operating in this environment, so the systems are useless to them. Look, I have guns, and if you're not quiet, I will kill you. And there has to be a certain degree of fluidity for staff turnover. Generally, Hulbert concentrates on front door security.
You're being weirdly helpful.
Hulbert's joined the Cybermen, and the Cybermen aren't going to do much for me, are they? Just remember all this later, that's all I'm asking.
I won't be on the records anymore. I won't have a login. I won't be able to use anything.
I might be able to work with the records. We better be quick. The machine can't be far from Hulbert's platform.
Well, what are you waiting for? A formal invitation?
You don't seem to be making much progress with that gateway, Doctor.
I'm afraid it takes longer to mend things than it does to break them. I like that. It's almost profound. Don't you have an engineer to deal with this sort of thing?
The Cybermen killed him.
You don't want to be working with them, Hulbert. You're not the first, and it never ends well.
I'm trying to deal with a situation that you created.
You'll either be thinking that they'll keep their end of the bargain, or that you will get a chance to turn the tables on them later. No need to tell me which it is. I can guarantee neither will work.
What else do you suggest?
I've beaten them before, several times. What I really need is over there with the weapons.
You think I'm going to hand you a weapon?
It's not a weapon, it's with the weapons. Get it for me, and I'll do my best to pull you out of this.
Your battle machine is about to arrive. We will prepare to board.
Keep working. This is much more important than just you, Hulbert.
Yeah, I'm in. Looks like we're nearly there. Now what?
You used to be in charge of this place. Do what you used to do. Boss people around and that.
How do I know if I'm doing it right? I wasn't really in my right mind back then, you know?
No, I bet it's like riding a bike.
I once got hit by a car when I was out riding my bike.
Well, I'll bet it's like something else that's easy to pick up again if you haven't done it for a while.
Kieran! Yeah, I'm back. No, Jerry's not well. Stomach bug. Listen, how quickly can you arrange some heavy artillery?
Hello, Hulbert. Given any thought to my offer?
I don't trust them, Doctor.
Well done.
But I don't trust you either. I'll stay my own boss.
Well, I tried. Please accept my condolences.
What for?
It's likely that you're going to die.
You realize, Doctor, that we don't really need that gateway. One of my machines is almost here now. It has one of its own.
Do you often give people painstaking jobs that don't really need doing? Actually, don't answer that. I've seen inside your offices.
I just mean that you're gaining nothing by working so slowly on purpose. You aren't delaying us. The main reason we gave you the job was to keep you busy.
Well, in that case, it's pretty much done. I just...
What the hell was that?
Your machine did not allow us to board. Instead, it attacked us. Did you order this?
No.
If we have made a mistake accepting your cooperation, we will correct that mistake.
I don't know what's happening. I'll talk to them.
Malcolm Glass?
Glass? Where's Jerry Cooper?
Oh, Mr. Hulbert. I'll put you on speakerphone.
Where is Jerry?
He's indisposed.
How did you get control? Who let you in?
Don't tell him I'm here.
Your headhunter did.
Thank you.
Oh, so did they make you a better offer?
Loyalty's a rare commodity these days, Todd, and I'm fresh out right now.
So what can I do you for today, Mr. Hulbert?
Stop firing on us and put Jerry Cooper back in charge.
Give us the doctor.
Lucy Miller, you've been engaged to sabotage my operation, haven't you?
No, I'm doing it for fun. We want the doctor. If you give us him, we'll stop shooting. Deal or no deal?
Don't turn this into a game, Miller.
Why not? I'm good at games. Give us the doctor.
No!
Oh, shame we couldn't come to terms. Well, let us know if you change your mind.
Explain, Hulbert.
The machine has been captured by some disgruntled former employees.
We made repeated attempts to penetrate your machines. It is improbable that some rebel humans have succeeded where we failed. It is more likely that you engineered this.
No, honestly. They've had help from someone with all the access permission, someone who's turned on me.
The first of all reinforcements will arrive soon. They will deal with this.
How do you know what's going on out there? You can't even hear anything.
You just need to know how to look at the data. Funny how much I can remember.
Are you firing again?
Just email Kieran. They're launching now.
Good luck. That platform is pretty solidly defended.
Any tips?
Not this time.
What if they come back? What if they come back at us? They come back at us. They might use other machines.
Whoa! Did anybody else get that?
Get what?
That weird splitting off thing. What's causing it?
I don't know what you mean.
Shh. I can hear a sort of humming, like the TARDIS. Coming from under here, I think.
What are you doing?
Under this carpet. Right.
Careful.
It's all right. It's on the lowest setting. I just wanted to loosen this floorboard. Aha!
What is it?
I haven't a clue.
How are they breaking down our defences?
Have you weakened them?
No, I swear, I've done nothing.
Looks to me like they're hitting the ebb points in the energy wash of your force field, which is ridiculously difficult to do, actually.
Shut up, Doctor.
I was just saying.
How close are our strike ships? Keep in formation and concentrate our fire on the machine's supports. There is a blind spot in its weaponry range. If possible, the structure should be salvaged. The humans can be used but are expendable. If necessary, the machine and its occupants will be destroyed.
Lucy.
Yep.
Reports come back from analysis. His shields are cracking, but the Cybermen have got ships coming in an attack formation.
Can we really wait for Holbert to hand the doctor over?
Maybe we don't need to. Is there a weak bit in the shields? One that her little pod will get through?
You mean my little pod?
Yeah, there is.
Move round and attack another bit of the platform. Draw them away and keep them occupied.
Are you going to make us do something silly again?
Yep. Come on.
They are shifting the focus of their attack.
Your machines do seem rather formidable, Hulbert. No wonder you've been beating them.
Our ships will be in range in less than 20 seconds. We must eliminate the machine. Albert, bring more of your machines to us.
Right. Is that Bob Green? Yeah.
The doctor is their objective. Take him to our ship and confine him there. Yes, leader.
It's nice to know. I always try to be objective.
Our ships are opening fire.
Concentrating their fire on the office. We can't afford to hang about.
We could both get away from here any time, you know. We could get away right now. My warp ship's in high orbit. It's not far.
Yeah, right. I'll just go off and leave the doctor to die and the Cybermen to invade the Earth. Shut up and get us inside that dome.
I'm not sure I can. The fracture isn't very wide.
Well, you're gonna have a go.
What's the damage, Malcolm?
Not too much, but they'll have us if they keep concentrating their fire like that. They're going in for the machine's legs.
How long can we hold out before they do some proper damage?
Not sure. Another 2 hits like that might finish us off. They're coming in again now.
Can you take them out?
There's 3 of them. We can maybe hit one. All of them? No way. The angle's too tight.
Anything I can do?
Yeah, take my palm pilot and run these figures through.
Intruders.
Who is that?
Yes! That wasn't your shot, it was mine.
Lucy!
Quick, get in here!
No, there's something I've got to get. Cover me!
Where's he going?
He said cover him, cover him!
Concentrate your fire and remain in the blind spot. The enemy machine will not withstand further attacks. Left wing strike ship has been hit and destroyed, taking evasive action.
Oh,
What?
we got them.
Well, all of them?
Yeah.
There you are. Just like Lucy said.
I wouldn't put money on being able to do that again.
Thank you.
Don't mention it.
Really, don't. So, what was so important you had to run back for it and leave Lucy and me to get shot at?
Time ring. It's the only way back to my ship.
Hi, Malcolm? Yep, we've got the doctor. Move out and we'll catch you up.
It's leaving.
I have taken the doctor. Tell us what is different about that machine.
Different?
It has a perfect record of success in combat. It has just destroyed 3 of our strike ships in spite of their has superior tactics.
Yes, well, it's my top performer.
Its record is statistically improbable. It has won every encounter with our troops, sustains minimal damage, and is never forced into retreat. That is why we wanted to bring it here. We want to know how this is possible.
It's the same as the others, as far as I know.
Your knowledge is limited. Our mothership will arrive imminently. We will gather all our remaining forces, board the machine, and take it from the humans. The humans will replace the Cyberman they have just destroyed.
Under the floorboards?
Yeah, it made a funny noise, a bit like the TARDIS. That's how I found it.
I don't understand why you can't just let me go now.
Mainly because your operation is massively illegal.
Says who?
Says the Time Lords. That's who.
Oh, you're one of them, are you? I've had a couple of run-ins with your lot.
Well, you've another to look forward to.
What did I tell you, Malcolm? Like riding a bike.
I don't know how we did it.
Doctor, this is Malcolm and Karen.
Hi.
Hello. So where's this thing you found?
The thing that was under the floorboards. It's on the sofa.
Ah.
A couple of times when we were being attacked, it seems like it was doing something, making little noises and stuff. But I don't know what it was doing.
Dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Do you know what it is?
Oh yes, this is a quantum crystallizer.
Is it? Really?
As a rule of thumb, Doctor, if it's not something you can get from the Argos catalogue, then you have to explain it to me.
What it does is splinter the timelines over a small area and let different possibilities play out until it gets one that it likes.
Likes?
Its user program to recognize certain outcomes as positive and others as negative. Then it fixes the favored timeline and lets the others die off. I can see how you found it, Lucy. Time travel can make you sensitive to this sort of temporal manipulation.
Huh. And people are always saying I'm insensitive.
Jerry said this is the most successful regional office in the company, which must mean it's had the best record in battles. This is why. It had the crystallizer, tilting the odds in its favor on a moment-to-moment basis.
This is considerably in advance of anything else Halbert's got.
Oh, this won't be Halbert's. I know exactly who put this here. Would you excuse me for a moment? I'm going to get some answers.
You going back to the TARDIS?
And you are coming with me. This may concern you too. Here, hold on to the time ring.
That's the time ring. It looks like something from Topshop.
They tell me it's the latest model. And no, I'm not convinced either.
You're coming back, aren't you?
Before you know it, hopefully. Hold tight, Lucy.
Take the hostages on board for conversion. Understood.
What about me?
You will give us access to the machine and guide us. Then you will also be considered for conversion.
Look, I'd rather not, actually.
If you will ally yourself with the Cybermen, then there is no reason not to submit yourself for conversion. The benefits are numerous.
Maybe I'm not suitable.
Then we will destroy you.
Oh.
We will depart as soon as the ships are loaded.
Doctor. And Lucy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sorry we're late. Everything here working again?
Yes, what's that?
This? Just some junk Lucy found under the floorboards.
You shouldn't have removed that.
Why? What is it?
You know what it is.
Yes. I just want to hear you say it.
Quantum crystallizer.
Right. So what was Time Lord technology doing inside a mercenary's battle machine, in the middle of a petty little skirmish on a planet I'd never even heard of?
Nothing to do with the High Council. The CIA installed it.
CIA?
Celestial Intervention Agency. An organization on Gallifrey which feels that the Time Lord policy of non-interference in the affairs of other species isn't exactly a hard and fast rule.
Like you, then?
Like me. Only entirely self-interested and amoral.
That's a little unfair.
Oh, really? So you're telling me that they didn't seed paranoia in a peaceful race and convince them to hire a squad of battle machines to go and do their dirty work?
To wipe out the Cybermen. Surely you can sympathize?
The ends, perhaps, but not the means. They've endangered the Shinks and lined the pockets of a slave driver.
The High Council didn't condone this. When we discovered the CIA's operation, we put a moratorium on any further action.
But you left it to run its course. With the crystallizer, you knew Hulbert's army would win eventually. And when you dumped Lucy on me, you spun that line about witness protection situation and a temporal black spot. So why did you send me to fetch Lucy when she got snatched away? Why not go yourselves?
We agreed with the CIA that neither of us would interfere on Lonsis. We're both monitoring the planet to make sure the other doesn't meddle. They would have cried hypocrisy.
Oh, petty politics, duplicity, infighting. I don't want to hear it. You let whole planets die so you didn't have to look bad.
Doctor, it is very, very important that we don't look bad.
Uh-oh.
What's that, Malk?
They're coming after us.
We dealt with them last time.
We were lucky last time, and there are rather more of them this time.
Straxus, if all the witness protection stuff was nonsense, why did you lift Lucy out and put her with me?
It'd probably be for the best if she didn't hear this.
Who's best?
She can stay and hear anything she likes.
Lucy is another of the CIA's projects.
Me?
The CIA plotted Lucy's future and saw that she was destined to become a powerful political leader.
Me?
During a period of extreme instability, she would establish an oppressive right-wing regime in Europe, influencing the early stages of Earth's interplanetary expansion and putting it on an aggressive footing.
I'm sorry, but I have to say again. Me?
I don't believe you. That's not Lucy.
It's no reflection on her character now. The CIA have been manipulating the timelines repeatedly, evading certain negative formative experiences, and they've guided her away from that fate entirely.
Manipulated the timelines using a crystallizer, yes? That's why you pulled her out. She's already had too much interference in her timeline. Proximity to the crystallizer could have made her dangerously unstable.
Yes. We put her with you because the CIA didn't know we'd pulled her out, and we didn't want them to know.
Can you not talk about me like I'm not here, please? Why not just put me back on Earth?
We didn't want Halbert to find you again until...
Go on, until when? Until the Cybermen were beaten, and you had the crystallizer quietly removed? Then you'd have been happy to let her take the job with Halbert.
It's not our place to interfere with such things.
Why? Halbert's hardly any better than the Cybermen. He's just not as shiny and makes a nicer cup of coffee. I was right to try and put a stop to his operation.
Yes, I was afraid you'd do something like that. I told them you would.
But now I've got to go back and deal with the fallout, so if you'll excuse me.
Doctor, is this all true?
I'm sorry, I think it is.
That's how your lot do things? Decide what's best for people and just stick your oar in?
We didn't sanction...
No, but you didn't stop them either, did you? As far as you're concerned, we can't be trusted to make our own decisions, can we? So you just nudge us this way and that until we're where you want us, and if we find out, you tell us it's for our own good. But how do we know you're not just saying that?
I'm afraid I must return to Gallifrey.
No, you don't! Take us back!
That weapon won't work in here. TARDISes operate in a state of temporal grace.
Well, actually, mine hasn't done that for years.
Oh.
Lucy, don't overreact.
He's just told me I'm a made-up person, and I should have been a dictator, so don't tell me how to react!
We need to go back anyway, so let's just...
And you can give me that crystal thing too!
It's very, very dangerous for you to be near it. It could destroy you. Me, the doctor.
I've got a gun, all right? That means you stop faffing around and do what I say. Thank you. Don't try and follow me, either of you.
I tell you, if anybody finds out I'm here, the ramifications could be appalling.
Oh, jeez. I might need your help.
Doctor, Lucy just ran past me. Is she all right? She seemed upset.
She's just discovered that she has rather more issues than she'd ever imagined. We should get after her.
I've got a more serious issue downstairs, Doctor. We're being boarded by Cybermen.
What? Come on!
What is this creature?
He's the security guard. All the offices had one.
His intelligence is too limited to be useful. Destroy him.
Sorry, Clive.
Seize each of the 4 stairwells. Permit no human to leave.
All right, I'm taking over this... Oh.
Hello.
Where is everybody?
Big panic on. We're being boarded by the Cybermen. Everybody forgot about me, apparently.
Oh.
You don't seem very alarmed.
I can't really take anything else in right now. The Time Lords have been messing with my life, and I was supposed to grow up evil, apparently.
Oh, dear.
I'm so angry. I just want to...
What?
I don't know. Get back at the people who've been messing with me somehow. I've got the crystallizer.
Ooh. You know, with that and this machine, you could do almost anything you wanted.
Yeah, I know. But they say it's not safe for me to use it.
you could always hire somebody to use it on your behalf. You seriously want to take on the Time Lords on your own?
Yeah. Maybe.
I won't deny I'm impressed. I mean, you couldn't destroy them, but if you're clever about it, I've got some ideas how you could make their lives very difficult.
Take as many of them alive as you can. They are required for conversion. Some of the humans are armed with our own weapons, leader. They are still weaker. They will be eliminated. Albert, from where is the machine controlled?
From Jerry Cooper's office on the top floor.
That is our objective. Destroy any obstructions.
Karen, how are you getting on?
Not very well. We're trying to confine them to the admin office, but it's been difficult to get a lot of the others to realise what's going on.
Well, if they don't shake off the processing smartest, they'll be dead meat. Worse, they'll be artificially animated meat walking around in a metal suit.
We're short of weapons too. We've only got what I found on the battlefield.
Straxus, any weapons?
I'm not military, Doctor.
What about the crystallizer?
It was linked into the actions of the machine. It only worked when the machine was engaged in battle. Now it's been disconnected. It'll have to be operated manually.
How does this crystal thing work?
The programming's complex, but you can either key it to recognize certain actions and respond to them automatically, or you can just switch it on.
Show me.
I should imagine you touch that and then trip these here and here.
Careful! I said show me, I didn't say do it!
Have they reached human resources yet?
Yeah, they've taken the entire first floor.
That means they can get to Earth. This is disastrous.
There's a barricade at the stairwell. I'll check how they're getting along. I'm amazed how the situation here has deteriorated. The Cybermen were all but beaten the last I heard.
I made an error of judgment and I'm trying to correct it.
You've made a mess.
I will leave things better than I found them, and that's a promise. To you, Karen, and to everybody else here.
Well, thanks, Doctor. I'm almost reassured. You can move me closer to actually reassured when you tell me what the plan is.
Did you see what I just saw?
Yes, I did.
See what?
That's what you said could happen to Lucy. Personal timeline instability, yes?
Yes.
Straxus, how did the High Council find out that one of the CIA's projects was on her way to Halbert's offices?
Intelligence from one of our agents within the CIA told us who she was and where to find her.
Well, I think you picked up the wrong person. Lucy said that she and Karen were interviewed on the same day. It looks to me like it's Karen that they've been manipulating all these years, not Lucy.
Manipulating what?
They've fed us this on purpose. They've led us to the wrong person on purpose to make us look incompetent.
Oh, marvelous. You're all racked in paranoia. Everything's a conspiracy theory. Doesn't occur to you that you might actually be incompetent, that you might have just made a mistake?
What do we do?
Take Karen to the TARDIS. It's the safest place for her. You've been lucky she hasn't become unstable already.
I'll go if you explain what the hell you're talking about when we get there.
Of course he will. In detail. In the meantime, I'll get to Lucy before she does anything silly. Go!
How are you getting on, Pete?
There are too many of them, boss. I don't know what we can do.
Fall back! Everyone, fall back!
Hold this floor and continue upwards.
So, what do you think?
I don't know.
Well, I'd make my mind up very fast if I were you.
Lucy, I've got something important to tell you.
What is it?
It's good news. Very good news, but you have to let me in.
Don't set conditions. Just tell me.
All right. The Time Lords made a mistake. You're not the one the CIA's been meddling with. It was Karen.
Really?
Yes.
He's just saying that to make you give him the crystallizer.
What's your interest in all this?
I'd have thought that was obvious. There's a lot of power in that device, and I'd like a share in it.
Lucy, don't listen to her. This is too important.
Where are we going?
Somewhere safe, so stop complaining.
We can't hold them! They're coming up!
which way to the control room?
It's that door, straight ahead!
Your knowledge is no longer necessary. Put him with the group for conversion.
No. No, no, you don't! Stay back! Watch it! I'm armed. Get back! You see, I am not bluffing. Now!
Destroy him.
I would have beaten you if it wasn't for...
I've never had you telling me what to do, Doctor, and I'm not having it now.
Lucy, if you think you can use that for whatever you like, you're mistaken. The Time Lords aren't stupid.
So what do you want it for?
To put things right, please, Lucy.
Hand control of this machine over to us, or we will destroy you all.
Aha! I've got something here that can destroy you first. This little box means I win, whatever happens.
Is this device the reason why this machine has always beaten us in combat?
Yes, it is.
Then you will give the device to us.
You don't have to, Lucy. You can do anything you like.
You can't, Lucy.
Even if I can, I shouldn't. Here you go, Doctor.
Thank you. Here you go, Cyber Leader.
What are you doing?
Tell us what the device is and how to make it work for us.
Nope. You'll have to kill me, I'm afraid.
Destroy him.
Problem?
Destroy him. Weapon systems backfiring, polarity reversed. What have you?
I'll just take that back, if you don't mind.
What happened?
The CIA would never risk this device falling into the Cybermen's hands. It isn't programmed to make its user win. It's programmed to make the Cybermen lose as soon as combat begins, no matter what.
So, what happened?
Cybermen are very resilient. The chances of one suffering an abrupt total systems failure are absurdly remote, but it's still possible. It could happen to these two, for example. Typical Time Lord technology, really. A gun you don't even have to fire. You don't get your hands dirty, your enemy just loses no matter what you do. They shoot themselves in the foot, so to speak. Hold it there. Now, you don't want to go the same way as your colleagues here, so hold your fire.
What are you doing to us?
I think the rest of your lot should hear this. Attention all Cybermen. This is the Doctor. Yes, the Doctor. Your leader is dead. At the moment, my weapon is only affecting the immediate area around it. But if I expand the range and you continue to attack, you'll all be destroyed. But I'll leave you be if you release at once all the humans you've captured and surrender immediately. Well?
I am not authorized to make that decision.
You are now. I am authorizing you. If you don't go, I'll finish the job Hulbert started.
Your proposal is unacceptable.
That's a shame. Well, you heard the man. Carry on fighting. Well, I hope you're all happy now.
Nice work, Doctor. Now give me the crystallizer.
Don't do it, Doctor.
Ah, why not? Here, take it. It's useless, though. The more unlikely the outcome, the harder it has to work to make it happen. By expanding its range and then standing here and doing nothing, I burnt it out. Good thing, too. I don't really approve of it.
You've destroyed the crystallizer?
What are you going to do, make me pay for the damage?
Are the Cybermen all dead?
Almost certainly.
Then I'm getting out of here. Don't try to follow me.
Oh, don't flatter yourself.
Yes, Lucy's right. I've had enough fighting for one day. Do what you want.
Oh, all right.
Who was she?
That was the headhunter who kidnapped me.
And you let her go? Get after her and bring her back.
Do it yourself.
I don't feel up to it. The Cybermen caught up with us. The others are dead.
What, Malcolm and Karen?
I think so. I might have to regenerate.
Do what?
I'll explain later. Well, when you're fit again, you're going to have all these machines destroyed. Nobody gets their hands on this stuff ever again.
The CIA isn't going to like this.
Oh, the CIA can kiss
You're still going to do it. It won't be hard, and you know it's right.
Yes, all right.
And you are going to help this man get all the humans back to Earth.
Doctor! Knew I could rely on you. What the hell happened to my office?
Karen, don't try to get up.
What happened? Where am I?
You're in the medical bay of my ship. You were shot up quite badly, I'm afraid, but you should pull through.
Where are the others?
No idea.
Why did you pull me out and not them?
I'm not interested in them. But I've heard some rather interesting things about you. I might have an opening for an assistant. Interested?
I've got on the phone to the other offices, Doctor. I explained some of the situation. I didn't really want to get into the whole thing.
Probably best. Tell everybody to go down to Human Resources and just walk inside. I've released the locks. It'll take them all home.
If you say so, Doctor. A few of us are going to stay for a bit, look for any other survivors outside the office. It is safe out there now, yeah?
Should be. Their ship blew up when all the photon cannons backfired at once.
Yeah, I'm still not exactly sure what's been going on, but I think we should all say thanks.
Don't mention it.
So, what now?
Well, the TARDIS works without you now. And there's no reason for you to stay with me anymore, so I assumed you'd want to go home.
Not necessarily.
Oh, really?
Fine then. Drop me off on Earth if you like.
No, it just wasn't the answer I was expecting. Stay if you want.
You don't have to pretend you want me to stay.
I'm not pretending. You've been good company.
Ha! You want me to stay? You admitted it!
You admitted it first.
Didn't. I said not necessarily. I win, but thanks for playing. Come on then, where are we off to next?
I'm never going to hear the end of this, am I?
In Human Resources Part 2, directed by Nicholas Briggs, Paul McGann starred as the Doctor, with Sheridan Smith as Lucy Miller, Todd Hulbert, Roy Marsden, Straxus, Nicholas Grace, Jerry, Owen Brenman, Karen, Louise Fullerton, Malcolm, Andrew Wisher, the Headhunter, Katarina Olson, the Cybermen, Nicholas Briggs. Sound design and music by ERS Studios.
Series script editor Alan Barnes.
The audio adventures of Doctor Who are produced by Sharon Gosling, Jason Haig-Ellery and Nicholas Briggs for Big Finish Productions.
CD extras. Technical quality may vary due to impromptu recording.
1, 2, 1, 2. You got me. Okay.
Sheridan, hello.
Hello.
And now it's the last day.
I don't want it to finish.
So, have you had fun?
So much fun. It's been such an enjoyable job. It's been so fun coming in every day and working with all these fantastic people. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
It does look as if there might be a potential for Karen to come back.
I was hoping that.
Louise Fullerton.
Do you know, I've got to be honest, I read the script and I was kind of looking for that, thinking that would be so good. I would love that.
Karen and Headhunter spin-off.
Yes. Because it kind of leads that way, doesn't it? The lines, I thought, is that my actor head on reading too much into it?
So what would you like Karen to do in her spin-off series?
Take over the world.
It's her destiny, isn't it?
I think so. I mean, Doctor Who, whatever. I think Karen is where it's at.
I am playing
Katarina Olson.
a number of people, but I'm playing mostly the Headhunter, who appears in most of them as a sort of little taster in some of them, and then goes on to have more of a story in the episode which we are recording today, which is called Human Resources. And so yes, it becomes clear what she's actually about in this one particular episode?
Oh, I was thrilled. Everyone knows Doctor Who. I mean, it's got so many fans, hasn't it? And it's such a great show. And when I watched Doctor Who on telly, I thought, wow, what a great part to be Doctor Who's sidekick. That's cool. And get to do all these adventures. So obviously when I got this part, I mean, I was over the moon and so excited.
I remember your audition very well.
I was thrilled when I got the call.
I mean, did you watch Doctor Who when you were little?
Yeah, I did. I saw some, but I mean, I was very little. So, I mean, I did obviously see the new stuff. But I've heard it on the radio before as well and stuff like that. So, I mean, I've always been a Doctor Who fan.
I love it. I love doing this stuff. And I've got a few things in this particular series which are other characters, other sort of different voices. So I get a chance to do lots of different characters in a small way, which I love doing.
Now you have an extraordinary vocal range and lovely different performances. Is this something that you used to do as a child?
It is actually. In fact, the way I got to be introduced to Big Finish at all was just because it's a sort of default setting. I think some actors are like this, where you do silly voices just as a sort of icebreaker, really, which can be rather annoying, I imagine. But I had my spotlight photographs taken by an actress called Lisa Bowerman, who is a very, very charming, nice lady. And we just seemed to both be doing silly voices the entire time. And she said, actually, you're rather good at this. Why don't you send your CD into Big Finish?
What did you first make of Lucy? Was it left to you to decide which town or city she came from? And is it near a Scunthorpe or Runcorn? I didn't write these questions.
Well, I mean, when I auditioned, it was kind of like a brashy, kind of northern, feisty bird. But, I mean, I think in the story there's one point where the Doctor says, let's take you back up north of England, Preston will do. And Lucy's mortified that he thinks she's from Preston. And she says, Preston? I'm not from Preston. But it turns out she's from Blackpool, which isn't very far from where I am, which is Doncaster, or Scunthorpe. It's kind of in between where I live. So, yeah, it's definitely more kind of Yorkshire than Runcorn, I think.
Did you find Lucy emerge differently in the studio from how you'd envisaged?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's stories. When I read in the audition, there was just the couple of scenes that I did. And, I mean, she immediately jumps out from the page, you know, she's this... I mean, it's so well written. All the scripts are so well written that, you know, it's easy to do, and it's kind of in the words the way she is, you know, her kind of cockiness and, you know, sarkiness. But no, as we've gone along and all the different stories and the kind of relationship with her and the Doctor, there's different sides to her from the very first time, her very first scene where she's just horrible to the Doctor and very rude. And actually, you know, there's the caring side of her and the sensitive side, and that all kind of comes out. So yeah, no, I discovered stuff going along, but I mean, the writing's fantastic, so you don't really have to try with it.
I gather Barney might not mention this himself, but I believe you might have rearranged your diary to be here this weekend.
But yes, I gave up my holiday in France just to do this.
Owen Brenman.
But I'm sure I made the right decision.
But the thing is that you thought it was a worthwhile project to be involved in.
Absolutely. Yes, that's what I should have said the first time, shouldn't I? One of my vices is I listen to podcasts and things like that. And I listen to a lot of American podcasts, and you often hear them talking about Doctor Who or details of Doctor Who. So you realise this is, you know, really global phenomenon. So that's why I'm doubly upset that I didn't manage to appear in the Doctor Who recently.
Are we allowed to ask what that would have been, or is it?
I can't remember the episode title, but it was one where these monsters appearing as human beings take over the Houses of Parliament, or take over the Prime Minister. Yes, it was that one. It was one of those. I enjoy science fiction, but I wouldn't say I was an expert on it. It's not something that I particularly seek out. But obviously, if there's a nice story, I suppose like science fiction. I do like the sense of otherworldliness, or the sense of imagination that's often found in science fiction projects. But I couldn't say I was an aficionado.
Yeah, I'd love to do sci-fi. Yeah, it's something I've never been involved with before. And I mean, it's so fascinating hearing all these stories, and I'm imagining, you know, like Lucy and the Doctor running away from all these kind of crazy baddies, and I just want to see what they look like. You know what I mean? And actually, I was saying to Nick, I've been having like the most mad dreams lately since I've been doing Doctor Who. I've had the most crazy dreams, so I can picture all these characters in my dreams, but I don't know what they'd actually look like on telly. So I would love to do it and see all the kind of prosthetics and the makeup and stuff. I'd love to do some kind of sci-fi, definitely.
I think what's nice about radio is there's probably more attention paid to the script and the words and the ideas. I think ideas are handled very well on radio, whereas TV can get overawed by the need to have a visual image, which may or may not obscure the idea.
What about the Cybermen who are in this story? I don't think Jerry has that much to do with them, but was it at all a bonus for you thinking, I'm going to be in a story with the Cybermen?
Yes, it was. Yes, but then I don't get to work with them. Although actually I do. I think in one of the scenes I have a conversation with one, and I think it's one of my colleagues winding me up, but it isn't. But yes, no, Cybermen. If I could work with a Dalek, I mean, that would be it. That would be top of my CV.
This week with Paul McGann playing Doctor Who.
Roy Marsden.
And then last week working with David Tennant, who was playing Doctor Who. One who is, who's Scottish, and it is quite mercurial and very light and delicate and flicky, and and everything has a tremendous pace to it, and it's a bit, it's sort of very. It's a bad word, but sort of modern, and everything is desired to make it look a bit like sort of David Beckham, and everything is of the moment. Suddenly, with Paul McGann, you have this man who has, as a time traveller, has travelled. You can tell that the man, although enthusiastic for the future, has also been abraded away by all the the things that have happened to him in the past. So the character has a great and very strong, rather moving emotional quality, and I find that very attractive.
Nicholas Grace.
Barnaby.
Welcome to the world of Doctor Who.
Thank you very much.
Have you had any scrapes with Doctor Who before today?
I've had one small scrape with you before today.
Did you enjoy that one?
I had a terrific time, and I loved doing it, and I can't remember a thing about it.
Great. It was called Bang Bang a Boom.
It was called Bang Bang a Boom. I do remember that now.
Excellent.
I remember Sabina Franklin was in it, and Sylvester McCoy, and I had a good time.
Good. Well, you were exceptionally good in that, and that's why we've got you back. And how do you find science fiction? I mean, I know we're only working on radio, but is it something that you enjoy? Is it something that you were passionate about when you were younger, or...?
Absolutely right. And I was passionate about when I was much younger. Yeah, I loved it. I used to buy the Eagle comics so I could follow all the adventures of Dan Dare. And no, I've always loved sci-fi. And then moving on from Dan Dare, I remember when I was at drama school, I went to see 2001 when it first came out, and that was so exciting to me. I just longed to be in one of those kind of films. And I've never been in a space film, but I have been in quite a lot of sci-fi stuff.
Would you ever like to be Doctor Who?
I should love to have been Doctor Who. Yeah, I really, really would. And it's interesting. I mean, a lot of people have said it to me over the years, but the last time it happened was I was the mad fly-eating maniac in Dracula with Terence Stamp in the West End in 1979, I think it was, at the Shaftesbury Theatre. And I just played him completely zany. Well, the character is zany, hanging upside down, swinging through the doors, feeding off imaginary flies and jumping there all the time. And someone said to me, if ever they do another Doctor Who series, you must put yourself up for Doctor Who, because I was so zany. And I remember writing a letter to the then producers, and I never heard back, but I'd love to have had a stab at Doctor Who. But that was in the interim years when nothing was happening. Then the next one I knew about was Paul McGann. I think it's a really good script. It's very taut, it's muscular, which means I think it's got lots of energy within the writing. And Eddie, who I did not know at all before, is obviously a very good writer. I promise you it's interesting to me, because I always thought that Doctor Who was full of irony. That's the way I view the whole Doctor Who series. I always think there's an underlying wit. So the style of the two scripts I've done for you, I thought were kind of very good examples of what I thought Doctor Who was always about. So in which case, yeah, these two do have an underlying sense of humour, and that always appeals to me, because that's the kind of acting I like, where you walk a kind of tightrope where it might be tragic, but it might also be comic.
Midsummer Night's Dream and The Taming of the Shrew.
How do you sort of keep focused on the two roles?
Well, we've been doing...
3 roles.
We've been doing the Shakespeares now for a few months in the park, in Regent's Park. So, you know, it's kind of set in stone then, you know, in the head. So it was more, I kind of more concentrated.
Doctor Who, Hunters of Earth. Read by Carol Ann Ford, with Tam Williams. The bells of Shoreditch Church chimed 9 as the old man hurried through the darkened streets of London's East End. Occasionally, he would look behind, as if to check no one was following. But the October fog was too thick, and the light from the gas lamps too weak for him to see more than a few paces ahead. Hidden in the folds of his cloak, he clutched at some object, holding it tightly to his chest, as if it were valuable treasure. 2 scooters came roaring down the road, and he darted out of their headlights and into the shadows. The 2 teenage bikers jeered, "Out of the way, Grandad!" before heading off down the road. The old man grunted and cast another wary look behind before turning into a run-down terrace street. He paused for a second, listening. He was right. Someone had been following him. Quickening his pace, he headed off down the street, past the tumble-down houses, many of them, even now, still boarded up from the war. Ahead of him, a figure appeared in the fog. The old man froze. "Grandfather! There you are! I've been looking all over for you." The doctor heaved a sigh of relief. "Bless my soul, Susan," he gasped. "You very nearly gave me a heart attack." Susan put a reassuring hand on his shoulder and then saw the bundle her grandfather was hiding under his cloak. She looked at him accusingly. "Grandfather, have you been stealing again?" "The TARDIS was damaged," he reminded her. "It was vital he acquired the necessary components to repair it." "Then why don't you just buy the equipment like everybody else, Grandfather? It's not as though you don't have the money. Promise me, won't you?" The doctor wagged a finger at his granddaughter, but it was obvious she'd struck a nerve. "And draw attention to ourselves?" he asked. "If the people of this primitive planet learned of our presence, then heaven knows what would happen. We would be paraded like freaks in some travelling circus." Susan smiled. "The people round here are good people, Grandfather." The doctor wasn't convinced. "Why, only a few minutes ago, I was nearly run over by some beatniks, modernists, whatever you call them," he said. "They're called mods, Grandfather, or rockers. I can never quite remember which. And they're really quite... What is it?" The doctor had grabbed tightly of her arm. He nodded towards the end of the road. A tall, thin figure was approaching them from out of the fog. "I was right. Someone was following me," the doctor hissed. "Quick, child, back to the ship." The doctor pulled Susan after him, and they walked briskly down the road away from the advancing figure. Soon they reached the battered gates of an old scrap merchant's yard. A faded sign read, "I M. Foreman." A smaller, freshly painted sign warned, "Private, keep out." The doctor and Susan slipped inside. Standing incongruously in one corner of the yard was the police box shape of the doctor's TARDIS. As he fumbled in his pockets for the key, Susan peered out through a knothole in the gate. The stranger had almost reached the yard now, and she was able to take a closer look at him. He appeared to be in his early 50s, dressed smartly in a long, military-style coat. His face was pale and lined, his closely cropped hair grey, and he sported a carefully trimmed moustache. He paused thoughtfully before the scrapyard, and for one moment Susan thought he was going to try the gates. Then he shook his head and walked off down the road, his footsteps fading into the distance. The doctor called for Susan to come into the ship. She replied with a worried look on her face. "Grandfather, I recognise that man. It's Mr. Rook, one of the teachers at Coal Hill School. But I don't understand what's he doing out at this time of night, and why has he come to Totter's Lane?" The Friday 4 o'clock bell rang, marking the end of another week at Coal Hill. Teenagers streamed out of classrooms, making for the school bus to take them home. Others huddled in tiny groups, discussing their plans for the coming weekend.
Hey, Mavis, Brian, Richard, look sharp. We're all going to Rosen.
Oh, yeah, all right, posh boy. Give us a minute. We're not in your blooming army, you know. Susan stood awkwardly alone, unsure whether to join one of the chattering groups or not. Finally, she sighed and made for the main exit. Reaching into her satchel, she took out her transistor radio and switched it on. The tinny beats of the latest pop sensation filled the air. Susan was so absorbed in the music, she didn't see Mr. Rook until it was too late. Oh! He crashed into the schoolmaster, who was carrying a pile of marking which fell to the floor. "Oh, Mr. Rook, I'm so sorry. I wasn't looking where I was going. Here, let me help you pick them up." Rook nodded his thanks and then glanced pointedly at Susan's radio. Hurriedly, she switched it off. "Sorry. I'd better go now. I have homework to do." Susan looked up at the tall man. He was observing her curiously, as a visitor might a particularly interesting specimen in a zoo. His eyes were piercing blue, and she shuddered. Rook smiled. It was not an entirely convincing smile. "How long have you been a pupil at Coal Hill School, Miss Foreman?" he asked. "She'd arrived at the start of the autumn term," she replied. Rook nodded. "The curious thing is, Miss Foreman, I was chatting to the school secretary the other day. She says she has no recollection of ever having seen any documentation concerning your good self. No birth certificate, nothing to prove who you really are." Susan shifted uncomfortably and tried to avoid Rook's accusing look. "Well, Grandfather and I have been travelling, Mr. Rook. Our documents were sent to us, but they must have been lost. I'm sure they'll turn up eventually. It's not like they're very important, is it?" Rook smiled. If anything, this second smile was even less convincing than his first. "Possibly not, Miss Foreman," he agreed. "You must forgive my curiosity. This is my first term here as well. It was unfortunate my predecessor had to leave so unexpectedly. And you are quite a mystery, aren't you? Almost unearthly, in fact." Susan lowered her eyes. "I really wouldn't know about that, Mr. Rook. May I go now? Like I say, I've homework to do, and Grandfather doesn't like my being late." Rook took out an elaborate fob watch from his waistcoat and consulted it. Yes, it was getting late, he said, and time always was of the essence. Wouldn't she agree? And he turned and strode off smartly down the school corridor.
Has Colonel Rook been giving you a hard time?
Something like that, Cedric. Susan's face brightened at the sixth former, who'd just arrived. He was a good-looking, blonde-haired boy, dressed in a Coal Hill blazer and its black and green striped tie. School uniform was optional for sixth formers, but Cedric always wore his with pride.
He's a good man, you know. Served our king and country faithfully in the war.
Sometimes I catch Watch him looking at me, like he's waiting to catch me out. Seems I made an enemy here in my first term.
Nonsense. You're settling in nicely.
I felt so out of place at first, but then you made the effort to be friends. That was so very kind of you, Cedric.
You were shy, that's all. I felt out of place here once myself.
You? I can't believe that.
Should have gone to college before joining the army, but Mom and Pop, well, they're socialists, and they don't approve, so that's why I'm here. Down among the plebs.
So that's why Mavis calls you Posh Boy.
It's just a joke. She means nothing. Our Mavis is one of the kindest, gentlest kids here. Sensitive to a fault, in fact. You'll soon get to know her better. It's always a pain starting a new school, isn't it? Which school did you say you were at before, Susan?
I didn't.
No matter. Now, why the glum face? Look, I have the perfect idea to cheer us all up.
What's that? Tell me.
No, you guess.
Roses.
Now, how did you... You know, Susan, sometimes I think you know what people are thinking.
I must have overheard someone making arrangements.
Of course. That must be it. Now, hurry up or we'll be late.
Oh, let me just find a phone box to tell Grandfather.
Oh, okay. We could listen to some music on the way. Mavis has been telling me about this wonderful new pop group.
Who, John Smith and the Common Men?
No, the Beatles. Yes, that's it. They're really quite good, you know. They're on the radio all the time.
As they walked off, listening to Susan's transistor radio, neither of them saw the figure hidden behind a half-open door at the end of the corridor. Colonel Rook had been watching them all the time. Rose's was a popular coffee bar and a favourite after-school haunt for Coal Hill pupils, run by a Jewish woman in her 50s, known to everyone by her first name. Waiting for Susan and Cedric was Mavis, a Cockney girl Susan's age, and fellow pupils Brian and Richard, who nodded a quick and disinterested hello to Susan and then returned to their reading of The Eagle. As Cedric went over to order coffees, Susan idly picked up one of the newspapers left scattered on the Formica tabletop. The headlines in the Daily Sketch spoke of a Cold War, which meant nothing at all to her. Another mentioned something called the space race, which sounded much more interesting. Mavis tutted in disgust and took the paper away from Susan. Don't waste your time on that, girl, she said. Politics and science? I mean, just how boring can you get? Oh, I don't know. I think science is interesting. You're a funny one, Susan, Mavis said, not unkindly. You know what I think? Them boffins should leave well alone, sending satellites and things into outer space. Well, it ain't natural, is it? Next thing you know, we'll be invaded by dirty great alien monsters with 2 heads. No, they very rarely have 2 heads. Mavis laughed, and Susan joined in, unsure of the joke. Cedric and Rosa returned with the coffee. Aliens, you say? Rosa remarked. I know what it's like being an alien. Susan looked nervously at the older woman. What do you mean?
Rosa came over during the war. Isn't that right?
Forced to flee my own country, Rosa remembered bitterly. And not made welcome here, first of all. They even blames the bombs on me. Bombs? Asked Susan. 2 of them in splits. They destroyed most of Mayfield Terrace, just down near Trotter's Lane. Well, they say 2. I say 3 came down that night. Cedric put an affectionate arm around Rosa's waist.
Well, that's over, Rosa, and we're all friends now, aren't we? Well, apart from you-know-who, that is. And we'll show him in the end.
Friends, you say? Rosa scoffed. You tell that to them mods, hookers, whatever they call themselves, and some of them barely out of school. Caused trouble a few weeks ago, but I showed them what for. And Winston from the buses, he's been having problems too. I don't know what's come over the kids around here, ever since they started making mischief. When was it? About 4 months ago? How funny. That's when Grandfather and I first came here. Rosa looked strangely at Susan and returned to her customers. As she did so, Mavis called over to her. Hey, Rosa, change the blooming music, won't you? This is what Dad listens to. It is 1963 after all. No taste, young people these days, Rosa said good-naturedly, and retuned the radio from the light programme to the more commercial sounds of Radio Luxembourg. Susan sipped at her coffee and smiled, enjoying being part of a normal group of teenagers having a good time. And then she suddenly yelped with pain. Cedric took her cup.
Susan, you all right?
It's nothing. It's just a headache all of a sudden.
Let me get you some water.
No, I really am fine. You don't have to bother.
Susan, I'd like to bother.
Oh, thank you. Cedric went over to the counter for a glass of water. As he did so, the music playing on the cafe's radio was broken up by static. Cedric brought the water over to Susan, and then Mavis jumped up and violently knocked the glass out of his hand. Don't you go helping her, posh boy. By her side, Brian and Richard put down their comic and looked at Mavis in amazement.
Mavis, what on earth?
Mavis, what's the matter? Are you all right? Mavis reeled on Susan. And you stay out of this as well. We don't want your kind round here. Get back to where you belong, wherever that is. Coming here thinking you're better than the rest of us. Showing off with all your fancy ideas. You're different. You're weird. Get lost, Susan Foreman. Mavis grabbed a knife from the table and lunged at Susan. Cedric instantly sprang to her defence. Brian and Richard tried to hold Mavis back, but she pushed them off. She circled Susan and Cedric like an animal stalking its prey. Rosa strode out from behind the counter, demanding to know what was going on. She switched off the radio. The knife dropped from Mavis's hand. She looked around, a dazed expression on her face, as if she didn't know exactly where she was or what had just happened. Here, what's up? What are you all looking at me like that for? She asked. Cedric, who was still standing protectively between Susan and the other girl, frowned.
You really don't know?
Well, I wouldn't be blooming asking if I did now, would I? Oh, I've got one heck of an headache. And there's this ringing in my ears. Don't you hear it too? Brian, Richard and the others shrugged, not knowing what she was talking about. Mavis obviously wasn't feeling well, Cedric said. He suggested that Brian and Richard take her home. As they made to go, Mavis regarded Susan with concern. Yeah, you all right, girl? You're trembling all over. I'm all right. Well, Susan, you look after yourself, do you hear? After Mavis and the two boys had left, Susan turned to Cedric. I don't understand. She set on me for no reason at all.
It's a mystery to me. How's your headache?
Oh, that's gone now. It's strange, I don't normally get them. Thank you for looking after me like that. No one's ever done that before. Well, apart from Grandfather. No one my own age, I mean. Rosa came over to clear up the knife and glass that Mavis had dropped. She shook her head and sighed. The words Mavis had directed at Susan had been precisely those that had greeted her on her arrival in England. Susan switched on her transistor radio when the door to the cafe opened. The doctor entered and walked over to Susan. There you are, my child. I thought you'd be here. He looked superiorly around the cafe, not particularly liking what he saw. I've just come to let you know I have some business to attend to, so I shan't be around tonight when you get back to the TARDIS.
What, sir?
The doctor shot a suspicious look at Cedric, and then addressed his granddaughter as if the sixth former wasn't there. And precisely who is this young man? He asked. Susan smiled. This is Cedric, Grandfather. I've been wanting to introduce him to you for a while. Oh, no, not again. The reception is terrible in here. Susan adjusted the dial of her transistor radio, unsuccessfully trying to get a better signal or a different station. She was about to turn it off when the static cleared and she heard the voice of the DJ reading out a record request. Hi there, music lovers, and here's a special message for Susan Foreman, and not least of all, for her friend, the mighty Cedric. Susan and Cedric exchanged surprised looks. The doctor frowned as the DJ continued. And this is from, well, our geezer here says he's a doctor. Wait a mo, he says he is the doctor. Now how impressive is that, listeners? Now wonder what's in his casebook. And he hopes you're all having a real groovy time in the swinging 60s. Mini skirts and Telstars, Steve Zodiac and Fireball XL5, Flower Power and Woodstock. Flower Power? Woodstock? What's he talking about? Hey, Sue, maybe your friend is a tiny bit spaced out, if you know what I mean. Susan looked at her grandfather. Grandfather, surely it's not a message from... Doctor urged her to be silent and listen. And let's see what your trippy friend has got to say to you, Sue. What's this? Something about the Beatles never catching on with all those soppy love songs?
I rather like the Beatles.
Shh! Hey, I think your friend has gone a bit too far here, Sue. We all dig that Mersey beat round here. But each to his own, I guess. Now, what else has he got to say? Looks like it's a message for our boy Cedric. It's blowing in the wind, Cedric. Whatever that might be. And remember, it's all in the beat. Don't let Cedric forget that, Sue, he says. The doc says it's all in the beat. Oh, and he wants you to enjoy your coffee at Rose's, too. Well, we sure get some crazies here from time to time. But that's half the fun. And now here's the number one from everyone's fab faves, the Beatles! And remember to tune in on Tuesday evening when we'll have a whole hour devoted to our lovable Mercy. Susan clicked off her radio and looked at her grandfather. What did he mean, she asked. The doctor humphed, no wiser than Susan, but it was clear he was worried.
What was all that about? We'd want to send in a record request for you and me.
You wouldn't understand, Cedric.
But I need to.
The doctor glared angrily at Cedric. This is no concern of yours, young man, he said, and then addressed Susan. You must go home, my dear.
It's getting dark outside, Susan. I can walk you home if you'd like. It's Totter's Lane, isn't it?
Yes. Fancy you knowing that. You do no such thing, young man, the doctor said. Now, Susan, get yourself home. I shall return later. Yes, grandfather. Good night, Cedric.
Night, Susan. And remember, we've a date to meet tomorrow at noon to go out west. I'll see you there.
Yes, of course. I'm really looking forward to it, Cedric. Susan smiled and left the cafe. The doctor remained for a few seconds, scowling at Cedric, and then followed his granddaughter out. After he'd left Susan, the doctor made his way to Stepney. This part of town had a reputation, if not for lawlessness, then for a certain disregard of the law. But at least it afforded the doctor anonymity. Few would recognize him here. On street corners, gangs of youths gathered. They were dressed in black leather jackets, narrow jeans and boots, and wore their hair slicked back. Some of them were listening to their transistor radios. The doctor ignored them and entered the Magpie electrical shop at the far end of the street. The walls of the cluttered little shop were lined with television sets, gramophone players, and radio receivers. At the far end, an unshaven man in his 50s sat behind the counter, listening to the radio, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. He stubbed it out when the doctor entered and turned down the volume on the radio. "Thank you, sir," the doctor said. "Is that cacophony really what all the young ones are listening to these days? All those dreadful repetitive beats?" The man grinned. "And what can Bernie do for you, Gov?" he asked. "It's late. Old geezers shouldn't be out after dark. It's been pretty dangerous round these parts lately." The doctor peered superiorly down at him. "It is doctor, not Gov," he corrected the man. "And I prefer the dark, and I can look after myself quite adequately, thank you." The doctor handed Bernie a sheet of paper on which had been written a list of items. Bernie peered at them and whistled. "That's some order," he said, and then added suspiciously, "What do you want all this for?" "That is for me to know, young man," the doctor replied haughtily. Bernie tapped the side of his nose in a knowing gesture. "Say no more, Doc," he smirked. "We don't ask awkward questions round here." "Can you or can you not provide me with these components?" the doctor asked impatiently, ignoring the insinuation. Bernie considered the list and then nodded. "Tuesday afternoon, all right, Gov?" he asked. "They'll arrive at our warehouse Tuesday morning, and we can deliver the same day. What address should I send them to?" "I shall collect the items myself," the doctor replied. Bernie shrugged. "Suit yourself," he replied. "Still need the address, though." "Whatever for?" asked the doctor. Bernie sighed and rolled his eyes. "Blimey, Gov, I need to know where to send the bill, don't I?" Reluctantly, the doctor scribbled on a piece of paper and made to go, eager to leave the shop as quickly as possible. "You can assure me, young man, that all these items will be procured legally?" he asked. "Would I do anything shady, Governor?" Bernie replied, and handed the doctor a card with the address of the warehouse. Satisfied, the doctor left the shop. After he'd gone, a man emerged from the tiny back stockroom. Without a word, Rook held out his hand, demanding from Bernie the piece of paper the doctor had written on. 76 Totters Lane, Rook read out. "My suspicions were correct, after all. That scrapyard really is his base of operations. But what is he hiding in there? Now, Bernard, I have some work for you." The doctor hurried along the darkened streets, feeling rather pleased with himself. It hadn't been pleasant, dealing with the likes of Bernie, but at least he'd done what he'd promised and acquired components for his ship, and legally this time. It had been quite extraordinarily lucky that he'd spotted an oddly worded announcement in that morning's paper, advertising the shop. Discretion assured. Susan would approve, he chuckled. Suddenly, he became aware of 5 leather-jacketed teenagers blocking his path. "Out of my way, young man," he ordered the tallest of the group, who seemed to be their leader. The teenagers sneered and chewed on a piece of gum. "Yeah? And if Jimmy and his mates don't?" "Yeah, what are you going to do about it, Grandad?" another asked. 5 teenagers moved closer to the doctor until he was surrounded. "I insist you let me go," he said. "Oh, you insist, do you?" Jimmy mocked. "What's an old codger like you doing round the East End anyway? Bet you're a knob from up west, slumming it, ain't you?" "I assure you, I am no such thing," the doctor retorted. Jimmy grabbed him by the arm. "Unhand me, young man." "We don't like your sort round here, Grandad," he sneered. "Get back to your own kind." The doctor defiantly returned the boy's stare. "And if I don't?" he asked. "Well, we'll give you something to remember us by then, won't we?" He drew a flick knife out of his pocket and pressed it hard against the doctor's throat. After stopping for a bagel and milkshake at Lieberman's on Brick Lane, Susan turned into Totter's Lane As she approached the scrapyard, she noted the gate was slightly ajar. Perhaps her grandfather had changed his mind and come directly home instead, she wondered. She stepped into the yard. Someone had been here before her. Carefully stacked wooden crates had been overturned, their contents strewn onto the flagstones. A ladder that had been leaning against the wall had been toppled over, and an old battered sofa ripped open. Instinctively she ran over to the TARDIS. She breathed a sigh of relief. The ship seemed to have been untouched. Someone had broken into the yard and had been looking for something. But what? Susan glanced over at the far wall. Crudely painted on the bricks were 2 words: "Aliens out!" The gate to the scrapyard creaked open. Susan stepped back. "Who's there?" It was the doctor. She ran over and hugged him. "Oh, Grandfather, thank goodness you're safe." "And why ever shouldn't I be?" he asked. "It's dangerous around here." "Now that's being silly," he said. "It's just your imagination. But understandable, perhaps. Why, only half an hour ago, I thought I was being threatened by a gang of ruffians. I don't understand." And then they just stopped, he recalled. Were terribly apologetic for what they'd done. Said they were, now what was that phrase they used? Having a bit of a laugh. Yes, that was it. Why, one even offered me a lift home on his motorcycle. Susan drew his attention to the graffiti on the wall. "Aliens out," he read. "Child, this proves it. Someone knows of our presence here." "But who?" "I don't know, my dear," the doctor replied. "But this makes it even more imperative that we finish the repairs to the ship and leave this century as soon as we can." The next day, Susan stood waiting for Cedric on the corner of what had once been Mayfield Terrace. She recalled Rosa saying how most of the street had been destroyed during the Blitz. Now it was a rubble-strewn open space where the local children from Coal Hill played. As she listened to her transistor radio, she checked her watch. Almost 1 o'clock. Cedric was late. Finally, she saw the sixth former come running down the street towards her.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm so late. I know we said noon, but something came up and I...
It's all right. You're here, aren't you? That's all that matters.
I didn't think you'd still be waiting, but I'm glad you are.
I only arrived here a few minutes ago myself.
Ah, so you were late too?
No, but I knew you would be.
But how? Oh, never mind. Let's cut across the bomb site. It's quicker to the tube that way.
It's funny. I've never been on the tube before. We didn't have them back home.
Back home?
It doesn't matter.
Wish you'd tell me more about yourself, Susan. You're quite the enigma, you know. Sometimes I think you're keeping some sinister secret to yourself. Perhaps you're a super criminal working for the other side, and you're on the run from...
No, we're not on the... Don't be silly, Cedric. Why ever would I be on the run from anyone?
Sorry, just a joke. I didn't mean to...
It's all right. Now, let's hurry or else we'll be late for the train.
There's no rush. They run every couple of minutes.
Oh, I see. Oh, goodness, this will be exciting. Going on the tube. With you.
So odd at times, Susan. That's partly why I like you so much.
Susan blushed, and Cedric led the way towards the bomb site. The ground was potholed and uneven, and until recently little had been done to clear away the rubble. Ferns and other plants grew between the debris, and a chill October wind blew over its exposed surface. Cedric took hold of Susan's hand and helped her across the site. About halfway, Susan stopped and reached for her forehead in pain. Oh, my head. It's hurting so much, Cedric. I think I'm going to be sick.
Hey, don't worry, you'll be fine. Come on, let's find somewhere for you to sit down.
Cedric wrapped an arm protectively around Susan and helped her to stumble along. Suddenly, a brick thudded at their feet, and then another, this one narrowly missing Susan's head. He turned around, and Susan looked up. Moving towards them from the far end of the bomb site was a group of about 20 teenagers. Some of them were brandishing sticks, bashing them threateningly against the palm of their hands. Others were picking up pieces of brick or rubble and lobbing them in their direction. Susan recognised some of her fellow pupils from Coal Hill. Leading them was Mavis, wielding a heavy iron crowbar.
Sling your hook and get out of here, Foreman. We don't want no aliens round here.
Others took up the chant as they moved in, closer. The mob continued to throw bricks at them. Susan and Cedric turned to run, and Cedric helped Susan along as they staggered away from the gang. There was no escape. Directly ahead of them, Jimmy and a line of leather-clad bikers revved up to the edge of the site. Some of them had already drawn their knives and were clambering over the rubble towards them. Susan and Cedric were surrounded. The pain Susan was feeling was excruciating. It felt as though her head was about to explode. She was suddenly aware that Cedric was no longer helping her. He smiled pityingly at her.
No aliens around here, Susan.
Susan watched in horror as Cedric walked slowly off to join the others. She started to run. She stumbled again. The teenagers and bikers gave chase. They were closing in. Wildly, she looked around for any means of escape, for just one merciful face. Please, stop! You don't know what you're doing! It's me! It's Susan! Susan Foreman!
We know who you are, Susan Foreman. We know what you are.
Yeah, said one of the bikers.
An alien. And we want your kind out of here.
Susan steeled herself. There seemed no way out, but that wasn't going to stop her from trying. One of the girls appeared less aggressive than the others. Susan rushed at her, trying to push past her. Mavis was too quick for her. She grabbed Susan and raised the crowbar above her head. In the struggle, Susan's radio dropped from her pocket and fell silent. The others called out, yelling for blood. Susan shut her eyes. Then Mavis let her go. Susan opened her eyes. Everyone was standing around, shaking their heads, uncertain what they were doing in the middle of the bomb site. Slowly the group broke up. Susan's attackers turned and walked away without saying a word. Cedric came over and handed her back her transistor. Susan instinctively backed away, but the concern in his voice was genuine.
Susan, what is it? What happened?
You! It was stronger this time. It affected even you.
What do you mean? Are you all right? Your headache?
It's gone now. Cedric, something is affecting people, turning them violent.
You mean mind control?
But how? And why did it stop so suddenly?
Susan, they said alien. What did they mean?
They had to be more careful than ever, the doctor had told Susan on her return to Totter's Lane that evening. These Earth people were dangerous, scared of and ready to turn on anyone not of their kind. He had business in town on Tuesday morning, he told her. Once he'd collected the parts he'd ordered, he could start making the final adjustments to his ship, and then they would be off. The thought of leaving was all that was on Susan's mind that morning, as she and Cedric sat in the school music room, listening to the record that they'd bought at the weekend. Grandfather wants us to leave.
And you don't, in spite of all that's been happening, this mind control thing. My uncle, he's in the army, you know, told me the other side are researching that sort of thing. I don't understand why you don't go to the authorities.
No, my grandfather wouldn't like that. Cedric, we've been travelling so long, Grandfather and me. For once, I'd like to belong somewhere. To be just like everybody else.
But you're not like everybody else. Are you, Susan?
Thank you for being my friend, Cedric. You've made the past 4 months here so easy. I don't know how I'd have coped without you.
My pleasure.
I just find it so nice being with you.
Now, I don't think much of this LP you made me buy, though. I much prefer the Beatles. Everyone likes them.
He's called Bob Dylan, apparently.
Ever heard of him?
Neither have I. He's what I think's called a protest singer.
Why did you tell me to buy this, Susan?
Because of the man on the radio.
Anyway, whatever would anyone have to protest against?
I don't know. Shall we find out? Listen to the words, Cedric. They're rather interesting. They might make you think. While Susan and Cedric were listening to their music, the doctor was making his way to the warehouse, where Bernie had told him his order of electronic supplies would be delivered. Bernie was waiting for him. But this was not Bernie as the doctor remembered him from the electronics shop in Stepney. He was now cleanly shaven and wearing a smart double-breasted suit. He smiled when he saw the doctor and opened the gate to the warehouse. "If you'd like to come inside, sir," he said, in an educated accent. The doctor peered suspiciously at Bernie, but allowed himself to be led inside. Shelves lined the whole length of the warehouse. They were stocked with all manner of electronic equipment, from everyday household objects such as radio receivers to bulkier items which had obviously known some military use. Curiously, there were also items which the doctor could not immediately identify. A row of government-issue filing cabinets lined one wall, and above them hung a portrait of the young Queen. At the far end of the warehouse, wooden stairs led to an upper level, and from there to the roof. The gate slammed shut behind him. The doctor spun around to see Bernie locking it and pocketing the key. "Young man, what are you doing?" he demanded. "Sorry, sir," Bernie smiled, "but you're not going anywhere for a while." "I demand to be released this minute," he said. "I will have you know that I'm perfectly capable of defending myself." Bernie calmly pulled a revolver out of his pocket and ushered the doctor further into the warehouse. Colonel Rook stepped out from the shadows. He smiled at the doctor and gestured to Bernie to lower his gun. "Oh, Doctor, you have been naive, falling into my trap like this," Rook said. "I knew that advertisement I placed would find you out." "Do I know you, sir?" the doctor asked uneasily. "Our man from outer space. Is that who you are?" Rook asked. The doctor did not reply. Rook continued. "Oh, I've been monitoring Coal Hill for a while now," he said, "ever since my colleagues spotted unusual signs of technological activity 4 months ago. Just about the same time there was a series of thefts from certain establishments." "I knew nothing about that," the doctor lied. Rook fixed him with a cold stare. "And then I was told of a young girl whose knowledge of science was unusual, to say the least, and who sometimes seemed to know what people were thinking." "What have you done to Susan?" snapped the doctor, and shook Rook furiously by the shoulders. Rook pushed him away. "She is safe, for the moment," he said. "You hid your tracks well, Doctor. Too well. When 2 strangers arrive in Coal Hill, bringing with them no official documentation, no evidence of a past life, then it was suddenly so obvious." The doctor glared back at Rook. "What nonsense are you talking?" "Admit it, Doctor. You and your granddaughter are not of this world." "We most assuredly are of this world," the doctor bellowed. "Now, who are you? What do you want of me?" "You are to help your queen and country, Doctor," Rook said. "I will certainly not," the doctor assured him, but then added curiously, "Help in what?" A war, Doctor, Rook replied. You will help us in a war. In the music room, Susan looked anxiously at her watch. It was 4 o'clock, and school had finished for the day. Cedric slipped the vinyl disc back into its cover. He smiled at Susan.
Well, okay, you prove me wrong. I mean, he can't sing. There's hardly any beat. And I never matched the Beatles, or the Common Men. But he's got me thinking. You're right. Some interesting things to say.
Yes, Cedric. Sometimes it's good to see the other side of things. You should talk to Grandfather. Oh, where is he? He said he'd pick me up after he'd finished his business.
Probably at home where you should be. It's getting dark.
No, he's usually so punctual. Oh.
Susan, are you okay? It's not another one of your headaches, is it?
I'm fine, but there's something wrong, Cedric.
Now, whatever do you mean, Susan?
I just know that's all.
Honestly, Susan, there's nothing wrong. Susan, we must get out, now. They're looking for you again.
But where to? Where can we go?
I know a place. Now, come along.
The doctor glowered defiantly at Rook. I will not aid you in the pursuit of war, sir, he declared. I was in Germany in 45, Doctor, Rook said. We defeated an evil then, but in its place has arisen another evil. The doctor turned away. I'm not interested in your petty squabbles, he said. With your alien knowledge, Doctor, we can crush our enemies, Rook insisted. Alien? The doctor mocked. Well, if I'm some sort of outer spaceman, then where is my spaceship? You tell me that. Rook frowned. Bernard had searched the scrapyard at Totter's Lane, he admitted, but he'd found nothing, just junk and an old decommissioned London police box. The doctor snorted haughtily. You will help us, Doctor, Rook maintained, and so will your granddaughter. Susan? Never, the doctor replied angrily. My agents inform me she has great talents, Rook revealed. The enemy are conducting experiments in ESP, Doctor. Miss Foreman will help us in ours. Never, insisted the doctor. Never! She will have no choice, Doctor, Rook said, as long as I hold you prisoner. Cedric hurried Susan through the East End streets, keeping to dark alleyways, away from the main roads. At times they would turn into a side street, only to be faced by youths on the corner, some of them listening to the Beatles special on their tiny radios. As soon as they spotted them, they'd give chase, yelling to the others in the neighbourhood that they'd found their quarry. The hunt was on. Whenever Susan and Cedric thought they'd reached a place of safety, they were confronted by another gang. Susan's headache was now almost too much to bear. She was finding it difficult to focus. She clutched tightly onto Cedric's hand. Cedric, how much further?
It's just across the bomb site.
Oh, I know a better place. Totter's Lane. There's somewhere there we'll be safe.
No, they've already blocked that part off. Come on, Susan. What was that?
It sounded like some streets away. Oh no! They're smashing up roses!
Come on, Susan! We've got to get out of here!
Susan let herself be led off by Cedric, while close behind them, the gangs followed in their hunt. Bernie stood by the locked warehouse gate, looking worried as he heard the growing disturbances in the street outside. Are you responsible for this, Doctor? Rook demanded. Is this some sort of alien mind control? Don't be absurd, the doctor retorted. As if I could be capable of... Susan! Susan! She will be out there! Rook, you must let me out of here. I must save my grandchild. There was an urgent banging on the locked gate. Bernie looked at Rook, uncertain what to do.
Bernard, let us in! Let us in!
Rook nodded to Bernie to unlock the gate. Cedric and Susan tumbled through the open doorway, which Bernie hastily closed, locking their pursuers out. The doctor was at Susan's side in an instant. "My dear child, are you all right?" he asked. "Such a headache, Grandfather," she moaned. "Yes, now come and sit down for a while," he said, and led her to a chair. Susan looked around the warehouse, at the stacks of shelves, and at the curious items some of them contained, and then she saw... "Mr. Rook, what are you doing here?"
He's my uncle, Susan.
"Your uncle? But..." "Tell her the truth, Cedric," Rook said.
I'm sorry, Susan. When you came to Coal Hill, well, you gave yourself away. No matter how careful you were, always seeming to know what people were thinking. Always revealing tiny bits of knowledge you shouldn't have had. It was easy to spot, if you knew what you were looking for. Uncle was already in the area, and so I contacted him and...
You were spying on me. You said you were my friend. I thought you liked me.
But I am, Susan, and I do. Don't you understand? You and your grandfather can help us in the war against the enemy.
You see, child, I was right, the doctor hissed. These people are not to be trusted. By the gate, Bernie was getting more and more concerned. The gang had reached the warehouse and were banging on the door, trying to break in. The doctor looked urgently at Rook. Was there another way out, he asked. Rook shook his head. Then we must remain here and resolve the situation, the doctor said. Susan, my dear, are you all right? Susan smiled weakly. The pain in her head had lessened, she said, but there was still a tear in her eye. She realized Cedric's betrayal. The doctor started pacing up and down the floor, trying to assess the situation. Aliens. They call us aliens, he thought out loud.
But isn't that what you are, sir?
Oh, don't be preposterous, young man, the doctor snapped back. We must apply logic to this situation. Now, Susan, are we the sole object of their pursuit? Susan nodded, but Cedric shook his head.
Wait a minute, no. Remember, Susan, Rosa told us that she'd been having trouble with gangs recently. And Winston from the buses, too.
Pounding on the door was getting louder, but the doctor paid no attention as he worked through the problem. And this Rosa person, is she from Coal Hill? He asked Cedric. Cedric shook his head.
No, she came here during the war from Germany. And Winston's from Jamaica.
Not from round here, the doctor muttered to himself. I see now. Not aliens, but aliens. Foreigners. People perceived as different. Something is affecting that primitive part of the brain that controls the human tribal instinct and is taking it to extremes. But it's only affecting the young, of course, hypersonics. So acute, only certain sensitive children and animals can hear it. And that explains Susan's headaches. Her mind is powerful enough to resist. Rook stopped the doctor. Doctor, this is all very well, but we have a mob out there. I suggest we fight our way out. As you have seen, Bernard is armed. The doctor eyed Rook with contempt and muttered something under his breath. But it is not constant. It's erratic, the doctor continued, and somehow transmitted along radio waves. Rook shook his head. Doctor, I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about.
I have. It's all in the beat.
What on earth do you mean, young man? Asked the doctor.
That's what the man on the radio said. It's all in the beat.
Of course. The beat, Grandfather. This signal is carried over radio waves. If it were to somehow synchronize itself with some other similar recursive pulse being played on the radio, piggyback on it if you like.
Like the beats per minute in a pop song.
Then the signal will be heard by and affect everyone sensitive enough to hear it. But what is its source? The doctor asked himself. Young man, whatever your name is, When did these troubles begin?
About 4 months ago, sir, when you and Susan arrived here.
You see, Doctor, Rook said, this is your doing. The doctor ignored this. What else happened here 4 months ago? He asked urgently.
Nothing much. They finally pulled down the rest of the Mayfield Terrace. Most of it had been destroyed in the Blitz. What was left was becoming a danger, what with local kids playing there.
The bomb site! Cedric, don't you remember what Rosa told us? 2 bombs were reported as having fallen that night, but she insisted she saw 3.
What are you getting at, Susan?
Look, what if Rosa did see something, but it wasn't a bomb? And then something went wrong, and it was only when Mayfield Terrace was demolished 4 months ago and it was disturbed that it started working again.
Susan, that's not possible.
Yes, it is. And that's where its power is strongest. And that's why it affected even you. My dear, I believe you have worked it out, the doctor said with delight. He looked at Rook. Is this possible? Rook looked thoughtful. The Germans were experimenting with Wunderwaffen, miracle weapons, towards the end of the war, he said, making use of material we had no knowledge of. A weapon to make people hate anyone who's different.
Would have caused chaos, preparing the way for an invasion.
It is causing chaos. Grandfather, what can we do? We must interrupt this signal before it's too late, the doctor said. He strode off towards the banks of shelves and started rifling through the equipment stored there. He urgently began examining each and every item on the shelves. Some he identified as useless and threw to the ground. Doctor, I demand to know what you are doing, Rook said. The doctor continued his search. If I can find the correct parts, then I might be able to assemble a device that can jam the signal, he explained. Like some sort of radio transmitter? Rook asked. Precisely. Uh-huh. And what is this? The doctor pulled out a small, dumbbell-shaped object half hidden on the shelf. It was one of several strange items we liberated from the enemy, Rook shrugged. It's of uncertain provenance. Uncertain provenance, the doctor said, and stroked his chin thoughtfully. Now that is very interesting indeed. He carried some selected pieces of equipment to a workbench and started dismantling them. By the locked gate, Susan, Cedric and Bernie were getting worried. The hammering on the door was louder now. Hurry, Grandfather! We don't have much time!
Yes, sir, they're almost through.
I'm working as fast as I can, the doctor snapped. Finally, he sat back from the workbench and inspected the result of his handiwork. He had cannibalized several pieces of equipment he'd found on the shelves and had integrated them into the body of an old-fashioned radio receiver. He turned one of the knobs on the set, and the device warbled into life. See? That is the enemy signal, he said. He called Susan over and asked for her transistor radio. Susan switched it on, and the sound of the Beatles blared out. Those repetitive beats are what the enemy signal is picking up on, the doctor said. We must find something to counter it. Now, how do I operate this machine? Here, Grandfather, let me. Susan adjusted the tuning on her radio. Soon they heard the familiar sound of a solo guitar and a droning harmonica. The doctor grinned. That is the blocking signal we need, he said. He took a thin cable from the shelves and connected Susan's radio to his device. Will it work? Rook asked uncertainly. With that piece of alien technology, it should serve, he said. But we are still lacking one vital thing. We need something to reflect my sonic beam and redirect it onto the bomb site and the enemy weapon. Like an artificial satellite? Rook asked urgently. Rook marched over to the filing cabinets, opened one, and drew out a large roll of paper. He unfurled it out onto the desk. It was a Mercator map of the world. These are the trajectories of all the satellites in orbit around the Earth, both ours and theirs. Rook jabbed a finger on one of the variously coloured lines, which crossed the map. Telstar, Doctor. It's a communications satellite, and it should be in range within 10 minutes. Then I suggest there is not a moment to lose, the doctor said. He turned to Susan, Cedric and Bernie. You must try and hold them off, he instructed. But how, Grandfather? There are so many of them. Put your mind to it, my child, he said. Your mind, you hear? If I am successful, then you won't be in danger. Carrying the improvised machine under his arm, the doctor, followed by Rook, clambered up the stairway, leading to the roof. Outside, the mob had taken a heavy piece of timber from the bomb site and were using it as a battering ram against the warehouse gates. Bernie took out his revolver, but Susan angrily knocked it out of his hand and sent it skittering across the floor.
Susan, are you mad?
You can't kill people.
But it's all right that they kill us, is it? They'll be through that gate any second now. If we can get to the roof, we can hold them off from there.
No! Grandfather needs all the time he can get to set up his machine. You go. It's me they want. For now.
Susan, don't be stupid. We can't fight them all.
We can't. But maybe I can. Remember what Grandfather said. My mind is strong enough to resist. Perhaps I can help them to resist as well. Now go, Cedric!
I'm not leaving you, Susan.
Susan, Cedric and Bernie stood back as the gates finally crashed open. The mob burst into the warehouse with Mavis and Jimmy at their head. Some were wielding makeshift weapons, wooden sticks studded with nails. Others carried chains and swung them menacingly around in the air. It's time, Foreman! You and your granddad wouldn't leave when we asked you nicely, like.
I won't let you hurt Susan.
Mavis laughed. And after we've finished with her and her granddad, we'll hunt you down, posh boy. You and your army friends. Till Coal Hill is free of them who don't belong. Slowly, Mavis and her gang advanced on Susan, Cedric and Bernie. Susan closed her eyes tightly shut as the mob approached, trying to touch their thoughts. Back home it had been a parlour game she played. Now it was deadly serious. Susan raised her hands to her temples. She called on all her strength, attempting to channel her own ability to resist into the minds of her attackers.
It's not working, Susan.
Must try harder. Must concentrate. Must help Grandfather. Suddenly the mob stopped. They frowned, looked around, and for a moment it seemed Susan had succeeded. But then they resumed their advance, slower this time, their movements jerky, perhaps doubting their actions, but still they came, instinctively wanting to hunt out and cull the alien and different. Susan stood her ground. Must resist. Must resist. Must resist. On the roof of the warehouse, the doctor's fingers flitted quickly across the controls of his device, which was still connected to Susan's transistor radio. He extended an aerial and pointed it to the night sky. Quick, man, he barked at Rook. The coordinates! Coordinates? Rook didn't understand. The longitude and latitude of Coal Hill, of course. We have to be precise to the last second of a degree, otherwise we will miss Telstar. And all this will have been for nothing. You're a military man. You must know them. Rook gave the coordinates to the doctor, who made adjustments to the device, and then flipped a switch. An invisible bullet of energy shot up through the night sky towards Telstar. Rook looked up at the stars. Has it worked, Doctor? He asked. We shall know in the next few minutes, the doctor replied. Downstairs in the warehouse, Susan was close to collapse. She was on her knees, head cradled in her arms. It seemed her efforts were only delaying the inevitable.
Get him! Get
It's
him!
no use, Cedric. My head hurts so much. It's going to explode.
I can't let them hurt you, Susan. Stand back. Let me deal with them.
Cedric, don't! Cedric grabbed a hammer from one of the shelves and raised it high above his head, ready to strike the first to attack. I can't do it anymore, Cedric. I can't stop them any longer. The pain! One by one, Susan's attackers dropped to the floor, unconscious. Susan looked up, the pain now gone from her head. Are they dead?
No, but I bet they'll wake up with an almighty headache.
He did it! Grandfather did it!
Here, let me help you up.
No, stay away. I trusted you, and you betrayed me.
Susan!
No! Susan helped herself to her feet as the doctor and Rook made their way down the stairs. The doctor took in the scene and came over to hug his granddaughter. You were very brave, my child, he said. Without you, we would not have had the time to activate my little device. Rook walked over to the doctor. Is it all over now? He asked. The enemy machine will remain inactive for but a short period, the doctor informed him. In that time, you must arrange with your masters for it to be destroyed. There is still an enemy to fight, Doctor, Rook stated coldly. You and your granddaughter will help us.
No, Uncle.
Rook looked curiously at his nephew.
Susan and her grandfather saved our lives just now. The least we can do is let them go.
Rook shook his head. There is still a war to fight, Cedric, he said.
Yes, there is. But perhaps not the war you're thinking of, Uncle. We were spying on them, ready to force them to help us. Doesn't that make us just as bad as the enemy, trying to be as much masters of war as they are? I can't turn my head and pretend I just can't see anymore.
Rook considered the matter for a moment and then nodded. You and your granddaughter saved us, Doctor, he said. No matter what you may think of me, I am a man of honor. I give you my word, your secret will be safe with me. The doctor eyed Rook suspiciously. And what secret might that be, But others may not be so generous, Rook reminded him. The doctor snorted dismissively. He put his arm around Susan and they turned to go.
Susan?
Yes?
I'm sorry.
Yes. So am I. I thought I was beginning to belong at Coal Hill. Thought that you, of all people, cared for me.
I do.
But perhaps I'm just too different after all. Maybe I really don't belong.
But you do. And, Susan, I can change. You and the man on the radio, you've made me look at things differently.
I'm glad. Come along, Grandfather. It's time to go home. Mavis, Jimmy and some of the others were starting to regain consciousness, and Rook, Cedric and Bernie went over to help them. The doctor and Susan took one last look and then left the warehouse. I'm very proud of you, child, the doctor told Susan. You proved that your mental abilities are very powerful indeed. We should work on that talent. My dear, what's wrong? Susan shuddered. Oh, it's nothing, Grandfather. It's just a feeling, that's all. A premonition, perhaps. Something terrible's coming. I can feel it. Something that would affect everything. Everything that ever was. That is. That will be. It's coming, Grandfather. Not now. Not soon. But it's coming. It's in your future. Your destiny. And you can't escape it. Who, Hunters of Earth, by Nigel Robinson, was read by Carol Ann Ford and Tam Williams, and is a Big Finish production for Audio Go.
Oh, come on now, said Jamie McCrimmon. How can I be 1,000 years old? The doctor grinned impishly. He was a small, scruffy man, a mop of dark hair over a lined, expressive face. His battered old tailcoat was slightly too big for him, and his bow tie was attached with a safety pin. Yet, as he looked up from the controls of the TARDIS to answer his young friend, his eyes glittered with intelligence and mischief. All right, Jamie, how old do you think you are? Now, hey, let's see, But Jamie didn't know. He'd been 22 when he first met the doctor in the Highlands of Scotland, and that had been, what, 2 or 3 years ago? Oh, I see, it's a trick. That's the thing with travelling in the TARDIS. You lose track of time. Isn't that right, Zoe? Zoe had recently joined him in their adventures. She was a pretty, fiercely intelligent girl from the 21st century. Or, as Jamie thought of it, the far future. Well, time is relative, said Zoe. Jamie didn't know what that meant. He hardly ever knew what Zoe was talking about. It was all maths and computers. But she nodded her head as she said it, so he turned back to the doctor. Right you are then. Relative. Stands to reason. The doctor rubbed his hands together thoughtfully. Yes, it's a matter of perspective, isn't it? Where you are and how fast you're moving. Jamie glanced at the TARDIS controls. Hey, but the TARDIS isn't he moving? Ah, yes, well, we've stopped, haven't we? We're somewhere deep in space. But look at this. Come on. Jamie moved round the console to join the doctor. A new device had been fitted to the TARDIS controls, using string and a bulldog clip. It was an oblong box with 3 winking lights and a small screen. Jamie read the numbers on the display. 2724. That's the year, Jamie, which means... Jamie stared at the doctor. Then he looked again at the numbers. I'm 1,000 years old. Zoe sighed. If that thing really works, she said. The doctor looked mortified. Of course it works. I made it myself. Zoe rolled her eyes and Jamie laughed. I remember the last time you tried to mend the TARDIS. There was an almighty explosion. Yes, well, that was hardly my fault. Well, maybe it was my fault. But it was a mistake anyone could make. Well, so long as this new gadget hasn't put us in danger. Perfectly safe, Jamie. Nothing can... Oh! The TARDIS bucked and tumbled, throwing Jamie and Zoe to the floor. What is it, Doctor? What have you done? The doctor struggled with the controls, but his face was grim. Whatever it is, the controls won't respond. There's nothing I can do. Doctor Who, Shadow of Death, performed by Fraser Hines with Evie Dorney as Sophie. The Doctor emerged from the TARDIS, looking nervously around to see where they had landed. Then he smiled. There we are. I told you, didn't I? We're perfectly safe. Jamie and Zoe followed him out. The TARDIS stood blocking one end of a short passageway. At the other end of the passage was a sturdy metal door. There were no windows, and the only light came from thin strips in the walls. Go on then, where are we? I told you, Jamie, safe. Huh, no thanks to you. Why can't you leave the TARDIS alone? What? That wasn't me. Something smashed into the TARDIS. Something with incredible force. And then it did it again. If it wasn't for me, who knows what might have happened. I found somewhere near to put us down. Zoe looked concerned. But Doctor, she said, what would have the power to knock the TARDIS off course? I don't know, Zoe. Something big and apparently not so friendly. But you said you landed somewhere near. It could be right here. They looked nervously around them. Yes, I didn't have much choice where we landed. We'll just have to be careful. Shh. They listened for any sound. It was eerily quiet in the passageway after all the noise in the TARDIS. It made Jamie's ears ring. Oh, there's something wailing in my head. Zoe nodded. It's the pressure, she said. We must be somewhere deep, Doctor. Could this be a submarine? I don't know, Zoe. I'll just have to explore and find out. He made for the heavy door at the end of the passageway and tried to push down the handle, but it wouldn't turn. Here, let me. Still, the handle wouldn't turn. Jamie used both hands, pushing down with all his might, but it wouldn't budge. He stepped back crossly, and Zoe reached forward and gently lifted the handle. Ah, very clever. Thank you, Jamie, she beamed, and led them through the door. They were in another passageway, with an identical bulky door at the far end. Jamie and the Doctor both quickly glanced backwards. Yes, it was exactly the same as the passage they'd just come from. The only difference was the reassuring shape of the TARDIS in the section behind them. Oh, you could easily get lost in here. Yes, they're just being careful. These doors protect the rest of wherever we are if there's a flood or something like that. So when you said we were safe, yes, I'm sure we're well protected. It looks nice and sturdy. For emphasis, he slapped his hand against the metal wall. Oh, oof! And then, with a pained expression on his face, tucked his sore hand under his armpit. Yeah, yes, you see, sturdy. So nothing to worry about. In fact, we're... Oh! The whole passageway shook. They fell hard onto the metal floor. Oh! Around them, the metal walls protested, and Jamie saw one whole section twist. Then it was over. The floor and walls were still, and the only sound was the ringing in Jamie's ears. The Doctor looked over his friends. Everyone all right? Good. What did I say? These walls are pretty sturdy. Again, he slapped the wall beside him. Ah! Again, he withdrew his hand in pain. Zoe got to her feet. It was an earthquake, she said. Or was it the same thing that hit the TARDIS? You said something big and not friendly. It must have followed us, said Zoe. But the Doctor shook his head. Something with enough power to throw the TARDIS off course could have torn through these walls easily. No, it must be something else. We better find out what. Now, Doctor, if this thing's as strong as you say it is, what chance have we got against it? And if it is an earthquake, aren't we better off getting back to the TARDIS? But the Doctor was already at the handle of the next door, ready to explore further. He looked a little embarrassed, but his eyes also glittered with excitement at the chance to solve the mystery. Yes, that thing could have smashed the TARDIS, Jamie, and it's still out there, somewhere near, so we wouldn't get past it. And, we can't go anywhere until we know what's going on. You're not scared, are you? Hey, of course not. Well then. He gallantly stepped aside to let Zoe go first. Jamie hurried to catch them up. I'm just saying, we should find out quickly. But the Doctor and Zoe didn't answer. Jamie followed them through the door and found himself in a long, wide space. Plastic tables and chairs arranged in front of a huge, curved window stretching down one side of the room. The Doctor and Zoe stared open-mouthed at the extraordinary view. They looked out on a rocky, arid world. It reminded Jamie of when he'd walked on the moon. But the real wonder was the sky. It was an amazing light show, the sky lit up by flowing magnetic lines, radiating out from a tiny speck of a star that pulsed with incredible light. It's a pulsar. We're orbiting a pulsar. Jamie nodded seriously, then turned to Zoe. She sighed. A pulsar, she said, is a star that exploded. It's a stellar core, That one might be smaller than a city, but it's got 5 times the mass of Earth's sun. Yes, size isn't everything, Zoe. And that explains what hit the TARDIS. A pulsar spins round very fast while its poles emit a beam of powerful energy. The TARDIS must have been hit by the beams. Hey, but you said we were hit twice. Zoe tutted. Yes, Jamie. The pulsar is spinning, so the beams of energy sweep round like the light from a lighthouse. It spun round and hit us, then spun round again. Aye, all right. But it's not what caused the earthquake. No, I don't think it can be. Zoe's right. Those beams would rip through this place. The planet must orbit at a right angle to the beams. That's why it doesn't get hit. But a pulsar exerts an incredible gravitational force, so the planet is under all sorts of pressure. If it's so bad, why would anyone come here? I mean, whoever built this place? Zoe looked horrified. Why, to study it, to learn and understand. Sure, but if it's so dangerous... Yes, I don't think they could resist because of what else they found here. Look! He pointed off across the arid surface of the planet. The sky was so bright and strange, it took a moment for Jamie to see what the doctor meant. It was difficult to judge distance on an alien world with no atmosphere, but about half a mile away, something caught the light. The pulsating lines in the sky were reflected by smooth surfaces, the remains of tall towers and spires. Jamie's eyes slowly adjusted as he looked out on the ruin of a city. A little way in front of the buildings stood the statues of 5 bulky humanoid figures. The statues wore spacesuits and had been posed in the moment of taking a photograph of something on the ground. The statue's camera had a real flash in it, a spark of searing light that helped Jamie pick out the shape of the figures. It was an eerie memorial, these tiny figures ignoring the incredible sky. Yes, an ancient city on a planet orbiting a pulsar. It's almost ridiculous. That's why your people had to come here. Jamie and Zoe looked around. Our people? Well, yes, this room, the passageways. I've seen them before. They're mass-produced, prefabricated units, ideal for putting up quickly on a new alien world. I knew a pilot who shipped them all through the solar system. This one has come a bit further. But I bet my hat this is our base for Earth people to work and study that city. You're not wearing a hat. The doctor reached a hand up to the top of his head to check, and for a moment looked crestfallen. Yes, well, even so, I expect the base has been modified to counter the gravitational effects of the pulsar. Yes, but that explains it. These earthquakes could be the result of tidal heating. The gravity of the pulsar squeezing the planet so hard it melts the rock. And there'll be temporal distortions. Aye, okay. You're saying this base is made to stand all that? Yes, exactly, Jamie. I keep telling you. We're safe.
I wouldn't count on that.
They turned from the window. A tall, striking woman in a spacesuit pointed a laser gun at them. Jamie had seen suits of the kind she was wearing before. A thick, padded garment with a wide neck onto which could be fitted a space helmet. Sewn onto the breast of the spacesuit was the woman's name, Topolovic. The gun was attached by a cable to her belt. The doctor, Jamie and Zoe raised their hands. Yes, hello. You're probably a bit surprised to find us here.
Not really. I've been looking for you.
Oh well, that's good. Hello, I'm the doctor. These are my friends, Jamie and Zoe.
Keep your hands where I can see them, or I'll shoot you.
What, and risk breaking this window? I don't think so.
The gun shoots back as Waterman energy, which only harms living tissue.
Yes. Well, I'm sure there's no need for that. We're happy to cooperate, Miss...
Doctor.
What?
My name, Dr. Topolovic.
And the badge on your spacesuit says you're part of the 5th Galactic Surveyor Corps. Topolovic didn't answer. She seemed to be listening to something only she could hear. Jamie turned to the doctor to ask, but the doctor quickly shook his head, not wanting the woman to shoot them. A door opened, and 3 men in similar spacesuits ran in, carrying the same kind of guns, cables reaching to their belts. They lined up beside Topolovic, facing the doctor and his friends. The names on their suits were Callahan, Miles, and Goff. Now, hello, gentlemen. It's nice to meet you. I was just saying to your friend here, Dr. Topolovic...
Quiet!
She explained to the others that she'd found them discussing the quakes. The men nodded. Goff, a tall, black man with a beard, called Topolovic Sophie. He said it only confirmed what they'd feared. Now, I see how this looks, but I can assure you we have nothing to do with the earthquakes. Goff ignored him and raised his gun. Oh dear. Oh, crumbs. Jamie reached for Zoe's hand.
We need to know what they did. Goff.
Goff looked like he might ignore it too. Then he lowered the gun. Thank you, miss. I mean, doctor. No, not you, doctor. Her.
Quiet. We'll put them in the containment room. They can't do any harm there.
Sophie Topolovic motioned with her gun, and the doctor, Jamie and Zoe made their way through the bulky door that Sophie and her colleagues had come through. They passed into another short section of passageway, just like the ones they'd been in before. Another bulky door blocked their way.
Hold on. I'll do it. I want you where I can see you.
With the gun still in her hand, she squeezed past the doctor, Jamie and Zoe to get to the door.
Woodbridge was a good officer. You'll pay for what you did.
The doctor started to protest, but she silenced him with a look. She reached the door and made sure her colleagues were covering the prisoners with their guns before she lifted the handle. Sophie stepped through, then, gun raised, beckoned the doctor and his friends to follow her. Jamie made to go first. After you, Zoe. Oh, aye. Ladies first. He stepped back to let Zoe go ahead of him, then bowed to the doctor, letting him pass too. Thank you, Jamie. Yes, well, this is all very nice. It's some sort of a control room, isn't it? Jamie, still in the passageway, glanced back to the three men behind him, their guns raised towards him. After you? All right, if you insist. He was about to step through the doorway when suddenly... Aha! Jamie staggered into the wall of the passageway and was then knocked to the floor as one of the men in spacesuits bundled past him. It was Callahan, hurling himself through the bulky doorway into the control room. Jamie just saw the man's space boots disappear through before the door slammed shut. The passageway trembled and shook as Jamie got unsteadily to his feet. He tried the door, lifting the handle, but it wouldn't budge. We're locked in. Jamie turned back to Miles and Goff. Their eyes were wide with fear. Now don't you worry. I'm not going to hurt you. The men ignored him, quickly operating controls on their spacesuits. Visors rose up from the neck of each man's suit, encasing his head in a see-through dome. You're not thinking of going outside? The passageway shook violently again. Jamie saw the walls twisting under the enormous strain. Look, it's going to tear this place apart. We've got to get out of here. He tried the door again, throwing all his weight against the handle, but he could not lift it. On the other side of the locked door, the doctor was also struggling with the handle. Zoe tried to help him. Sophie still had her gun pointed at them, but she let them work, while Callahan looked on sheepishly. You've got to get it open, or they don't stand a chance.
It's an automated system. It's meant to keep us safe.
But Jamie and the others!
I'm sorry, Doctor. There's nothing I can do.
Jamie was still having no luck with the door. Will you not give me a hand? With their helmets on, Miles and Goff seemed to be able to talk to each other without Jamie being able to hear. Hey, I'm talking to you! They continued their silent conversation. Then they nodded and walked away from Jamie, back up the passageway to the far door. You don't think that one's locked as well? But the men didn't try the door. They stood there impassively, gazing back at Jamie. Miles pressed a control on the wrist of his spacesuit. Now when he spoke, Jamie could hear him. You don't have a suit, said Miles. So stay at the end of the passageway. You might not be affected. Jamie felt a sudden chill. Affected by what? On the far side of the door, the doctor had wedged his shoulder under the door handle but couldn't get it to move. Zoe scrutinized the readings on a panel to one side. These numbers don't make sense, she said. Doctor, look. Zoe, I'm trying to open the door. So am I, said Zoe. The doctor hauled himself out from under the handle and joined her at the readout. His eyes picked quickly over the two sets of numbers. One said 18.46.2, and then a number that was slowly increasing, 32, 33, 34. Beneath that was another display, 18.46, it began, just like the one above it. But the numbers after that moved so fast, it was impossible to read them. They're clocks. It's 7:15 in the evening on the top one, but the bottom one, it's moving at a different speed. Zoe nodded. And that's the readout for the far side of the door. It's in a different time zone. Jamie struggled to understand. You mean these aren't earthquakes? It's just that we're travelling in time. Now he knew. It didn't seem all that different from being in the TARDIS. Ah, well, that's all right then. At the end of the passageway, Miles and Goff clearly didn't think so. They clung to the walls, and Goff had his eyes shut. What do you think's going to happen? The wall between them tore. The air seethed as it escaped from the passageway. Thick white foam started to spray around the tear, trying to seal the rupture. But the tear increased, reaching right down the wall. As it spread, something like a shadow reached into the passageway. Jamie had his arm up over his mouth. The alien atmosphere might be poisonous. What is it? It's getting in! The two men didn't answer. They pressed themselves up against the far end of the passageway. But the door wouldn't open, and the shadow was slowly reaching up towards them. Quick! Get round it while you can! Miles took a chance. He leapt forward, clumsy in his heavy suit, but he made it past the shadow and hurried down the passage to join Jamie. Come on, Goff! You have to take a chance! But Goff was frozen in fear. Come on, man! Goff nodded and started to move, but he'd left it an instant too late. The shadow edged closer and touched him. For a moment, Jamie thought Goff had been caught in a beam of silver light. Then he realized the man himself was turning silver, his hair and beard greying, his skin turning quite pale. Before Jamie's eyes, Goff's entire body turned perfect white, then a lucent grey. There was a hint of a skeleton and a cloud of dust. The empty, ragged spacesuit toppled forward.
There's nothing you can do.
There's always something. Now, please, I'm trying to work. Thank you, Zoe. The doctor had pulled apart the two clock displays beside the still locked door. Zoe helped him gouge out the wires, then carefully reattach them to different points. Now the doctor prodded his sonic screwdriver into the mess of cables.
This will never work. The doors are locked automatically.
Yes, I can't be overruled. Yes, your system is quite ingenious. But then so am I. He tried the handle of the door. Still, it wouldn't open. Zoe stared in horror. What are we going to do, she said. We'll have to start again, Zoe. And quickly. Jamie's depending on us. Jamie and Miles were pressed up against the locked door and each other as the sinister shadow slowly crept along the floor of the passageway towards them. Can you not blast the door with your gun? Miles explained that no, the guns only worked on organic tissues. Besides, firing guns in a pressurized unit was dangerous. Then can you not shoot that thing? Miles looked like he was going to argue, but then he raised the gun. Still, the shadow crept forward. See, said Miles, it's not organic tissue. Ah, well, no harm in trying. There was nothing else they could do. Jamie and Miles watched the shadow edge slowly towards them. It was almost at Jamie's foot. He shuffled backwards, no more than an inch. The shadow came steadily on. And then the door behind them swung suddenly open and Jamie and Miles tumbled backwards through it.
Get it shut again, quickly!
As Jamie scrambled to his feet, the doctor and Zoe heaved the door back again. Zoe struggled to force the handle down to lock it into place. Just to be sure, the doctor pulled the wires from the wall.
I don't believe it. You saved them.
Hi, I'm in the nick of time. Hey, now we'll never get back to the TARDIS. He looked quickly around, getting his bearings. They were in a narrow control room. Rows of computer workstations lined up in front of another long window, looking out over the planet's surface and the incredible sky.
Wait, Goff isn't with you.
Hi, I'm sorry. What happened, Jamie? What did you see? A shadow on the floor. Only it wasn't a shadow. It sort of reached out to him, and when it touched him, he just aged to death. Zoe shuddered. It must have been some kind of parasite, she said.
Whatever you saw, it's not alive. Shooting it has no effect.
Oh, you've seen it too?
We tried to stop it getting Woodbridge. She was our commander. Now I'm the one in charge.
Well then, what do you think we should do? Sophie studied his face. Jamie could see the same look in her eyes he'd seen so many times on his travels with the doctor. She was weighing up whether to trust this strange little man who just barged into her life, who offered no explanations and yet might just save their lives.
What do you suggest, Doctor?
I think we should work together, don't you? Sophie smiled. With that agreed, Zoe stepped forward. Do you know what this thing is? She asked the doctor. I think I might, Zoe. You saw the displays by the door. It showed different times. Then there's out there. He pointed through the window to the alien world and the ruin of the city. Jamie looked for the statues of people in spacesuits, posing, taking a photograph, and at first he couldn't see them. Then there they were, dark shapes against the darkness. The last time he'd seen them, they'd been lit by a flash of their camera. Now there was no flash. Hey, those statues. I don't think they are statues. No, Jamie, said Zoe. They're more of Sophie's crew. They're just moving more slowly than we are. It's the extreme gravity of the pulsar. Time moves much slower here, but this base is in sync with standard time. So you go out there for what feels like a few minutes, but really it's been weeks. Isn't that right, Sophie?
We have a rota. By the end of our mission, we'll all have done the same number of shifts in and out. We'll all feel as if we spent 5 years on the base. But more than 18 will have passed.
18 years? But what about your families? Your friends? Now then, Jamie.
Everyone we know will have aged almost 20 years. Those that haven't died. My father was... Well, we said our farewells before I left.
But I don't understand. They're pioneers, Jamie. They had to come here to unpick the mystery. The ruins of a city on a planet that shouldn't exist. They had to understand.
Or we did it to dodge service in the war.
Is that really true?
It's what people said.
Oh, I never worry about what people say. What have you learnt about the city?
It's a level 4 society, which is more than Johnston predicted. I think there are integrated layers with different social classes. And yet
there's no sign of the people who built it.
How did you know?
Oh, if you'd found evidence of the people who lived here, that's the first thing you'd have told me.
We call them the quiet ones. Despite the city, despite the complex society we can infer from it, there's no material evidence. No artifacts or writing to tell us who they were.
Or what happened to them.
There's no sign of an exodus or crisis. They're just not here.
Hey, it could have been that shadow thing. I told you it attacked me.
I told you it was not an attack.
Jamie, being in here, it's like being in the pressurized cabin of a plane. You know, you're flying beasties, but with time instead of the air. A puncture is disastrous. The time zones will need to equalize somehow, so anyone standing too close... Yeah, I know what I saw. It reached for us. I saw it. Hey, you saw it. He appealed to Miles, who had been in the passageway with him, but Miles shifted uncomfortably and glanced at Sophie.
Time plays tricks on our senses. We're not made to perceive temporal incursion.
I'm sorry, Jamie. I want to believe you, but it really isn't possible. Zoe looked up from one of the control stations. And yet, she said, it looks like Jamie's right. Come and look at the evidence. The doctor and Sophie joined her at the controls. The display showed a skeleton map of the base, a sort of spider's web of connected units, thin passageways stretching between them. Most of the complex was yellow. Zoe pointed out the yellow oblong on one side of the structure that was the control room in which they were standing. But below where they stood, rooms and passageways were in red, where the time zone had been reached. As they watched, a yellow passageway, a handspan from them, flickered and turned red. It's moving, said Zoe. But look, it couldn't get through the door that the doctor broke, so it's turned back on itself and is trying a different route. They watched the diagram. A room turned red, further over on the structure. Then so did the passageway above it.
But that's impossible.
Aye, but it's still coming this way. Zoe, what can you do? He smiled kindly at her, clearly already knowing the answer. It took Zoe a moment to work out what he meant. Then she worked quickly, operating controls and flicking switches. The doctor looked on proudly.
What are you doing? You'll flood the whole base.
Zoe knows what she's doing. You do know what you're doing, don't you? Zoe stepped back, satisfied. Go on then, what have you done? Zoe beamed. It's simple, really. Whatever it is, it's breaching the internal time zone, turning the rooms and passageways back to external time. So I've increased the temporal difference in the sections just ahead of it. It's like increasing the pressure it has to work against.
But the base doesn't work like that. You can't slow time in specific rooms.
Of course you can. It stands to reason. I mean, if that's what Zoe's done, then it must be possible.
We'll know soon enough.
On the screen, another passageway turned red. There were 3 yellow rooms connected to it, but they didn't change. The doctor clapped his hands. Oh, well done, Zoe. You've stopped it. Well, that was exciting, wasn't it? But I think we're safe now.
No, look!
One of the yellow rooms on the screen flickered and it turned red. Zoe hurried back to the controls, and now the doctor helped her. But as Jamie watched the screen, the yellow passageway above the red room flickered and turned red. That's just outside here.
We have to barricade the door. Miles, Callahan...
That won't do any good. We have to keep away.
I'm not going to just wait for it to get us.
No, of course not. But we have to think. This thing is intelligent. One touch and we aged to death. It must be what it did for the people of your city. That's why the quiet ones disappeared. Yes, if we could talk to it.
Doctor, if the quiet ones couldn't negotiate...
Oh, I'm sure we're much smarter than they were.
That's why we're going to run.
Oh, all right. But we're not dead yet. What are we going to do? I don't know, Jamie, but I'm sure I'll think of something. He looked up at the closed door right in front of him, the one that was red on the screen. Whatever the invisible force was, it had arrived. How long will it take to get through that door?
Not long. We need to go.
Well, where can we retreat to? What's the most defendable part of your base?
Where we're standing now. We're a survey mission, Doctor. We weren't expecting to fight.
No, of course not. And good for you, being so optimistic. But that rather narrows our options. Hey, Doctor. If there were spare spacesuits, we could get outside. That thing's not gone for people out there. Yes, it's not gone for them yet.
We'd be totally exposed. The suits only have power for 8 hours. Relative.
The door shifted, a kink running down the otherwise smooth surface. That's still better than we'll do by standing here. We can't get back to the TARDIS, not my ship, because it's on the wrong side of all those red passageways. We can't do anything else. And when you've ruled out everything else...
Okay, follow me.
Sophie led them to another bulky door, which had a keypad beside it. She quickly tapped in a code, and the screen asked her if she really wanted to override the rotor. She tapped a key to say yes. They went in, Jamie, Callahan and Miles hanging back to let the women and the doctor go first. Behind them, the other door slowly walked more out of shape. Any moment now, the invisible time creature would get through. Jamie followed the others and slammed the door behind him. They were in a bright, white room with a bench running down the centre. A huge round door with a small window in it looked out onto the rocky planet's surface. Around them, spacesuits hung from hooks on the walls. The Doctor and Zoe were already pulling on bulky space trousers. Hey, come quickly, Jamie. No time to lose. The spacesuits might have been futuristic and loaded with all kinds of gadgets, but they were simple to put on. The trousers were loose around Jamie's waist, but Miles showed him the tab that made them tighter. Then he helped Jamie wriggle into the heavy top part of the suit. Well, at least we won't die of cold. You could roast a hen in these things. Miles grinned at him and deftly moved around him, checking the suit was properly fitted together. He pressed a button on Jamie's wrist, and a visor rose up around Jamie's head. Wait! How do I make it so you can hear me? It's all right, Jamie. We can hear you, loud and clear. Now, just speak and breathe normally. I'm afraid these things can get a bit claustrophobic. Now, is everyone ready to go? Zoe had joined Sophie at the door leading outside. They were looking at the controls with the same mix of horror.
What is it? What's wrong?
Failsafe. So we can't lock ourselves out of the base.
So we can't open the door? Then how does anyone get outside?
We can't open the door from in here. Someone has to do it from the control room.
All right. Have to be quick, though. Those things aren't...
You don't understand. You can't get into this room while the outside door is open. So, whoever goes back to let the rest of us go, there's no way they'd get out.
You mean one of us has to give themselves up?
Zoe began prodding the keypad by the door. I could probably get round it, she said, if only I had more time. Jamie nodded grimly.
Right, well, we're not drawing lots. No one's getting left behind. We'll just have to think of something else. Isn't that right, Doctor?
He turned to the doctor. But the doctor wasn't there. He was disappearing back through the door they'd come in by.
Doctor, wait!
Jamie and Zoe both ran over and tried to lift the handle. Doctor! Called Zoe. Doctor, please!
It's all right, sir. I know what I'm doing. This is the only way.
They turned to see the outside door opening gently inwards, exposing them to the desolate alien terrain. The pattern of magnetic lines burned brightly in the sky. At the heart of the pattern was the tiny star, throbbing like a heartbeat. Otherwise, all else was perfectly, eerily still.
Now, please, go on, don't dawdle. But, Doctor, we can't just leave you. Yes, you can. You must.
But Doctor, called Zoe, what about you?
I'll just have to slip around this, whatever it is, and find another way out. I'll head back to the TARDIS and turn on the HADS. That's the Hostile Action Displacement System. If the TARDIS is attacked and the HADS is switched on, she just moved somewhere nearby. So the moment this shadow thing catches me up, I'll just move outside the base, where I can pick you up. But, Doctor, how will you get past that thing? Well, with a bit of luck, it will think I'm still with you. So get a move on. The quicker you go, the better it is for all of us. Doctor, we're not going to leave you.
There was no answer. Zoe started to work the controls beside the internal door.
That won't work. You can't get the inner door open until the outer door is closed.
Zoe snapped at her. We opened that other door, and you said that was impossible. I only need a little more time.
He's buying us this chance. You're throwing it away.
We've got to help the doctor.
That thing is almost through the door. If we go back in there, we'll all be killed. But if we escape now, that thing might think we all got out. So the doctor might sneak past it. So we've got to do what he says. That is how we help him.
Jamie wasn't sure what to say. He turned to Zoe. She nodded calmly, accepting the logic of what Sophie had said. Jamie was appalled.
You can't go along with it. We can't leave the doctor.
Through the glass of their space helmets, he could see Zoe's eyes were misty with tears. But she's right, Jamie. That thing will be after us any moment. The doctor wanted it this way. She took Jamie's hand and led him out onto the planet's surface. The doctor watched on a screen as Jamie, Zoe, Miles, Callahan and Sophie made their way outside. They took a few steps forward and froze, which meant, the doctor realized, that the temporal field that kept the base in a different time zone from the planet extended just beyond the airlock. They were in the planet's time zone now. He worked the controls, closing the door of the airlock and adjusting the time zone around it. That would, he hoped, slowly whatever it was as it tried to chase after his friends. He looked up at the door right ahead of him. The metal was bent and twisted. Perhaps it was the way the light caught the door, but the damage could almost have been made by claw marks. Whatever was behind it was slowly pushing the whole door out of its frame. There was no time to lose. First, the doctor had to make sure that the whatever it was headed to the airlock. That would keep it busy long enough for him and his friends to get away. So he flicked a switch and opened the inner door. Was that going to be enough to send it that way? What else could he do? He hurried out from behind the control deck and made his way back to the first door, the one that had locked out poor Jamie. The wires hung limply from the side panel where the doctor had pulled them out. Now he needed the door to open. Oh dear, I should have thought of that. He examined the wires, trying to remember how they'd been connected. It would be through at any moment. Come on, Doctor, come on. This should be child's play. He connected a wire and... It burnt the tips of his fingers. Oh no, oh my giddy aunt. In frustration, he smacked the controls with the palm of his hand. The doctor dashed through, and as he did, the other door was smashed right out of its frame, though whatever it was had broken through. The doctor froze in the passageway, pressing himself up against the metal wall. He reached a hand back for the controls to close his door, but the keypad was on the opposite side of the frame. If he moved over to it, then whatever it was would see him. He waited, listening keenly. There was no sound from the control room. Was it heading to the airlock, or was it heading his way? Very carefully, he took a step down the passage away from the control room. He waited, listening, but couldn't hear a sound. Jamie had said the thing was like a shadow. Would it make a noise at all? He kept on down the passageway, taking each step with care. He reached the bulky door and lifted the handle. He dared to glance back the way he'd come. There was no trace of any shadow. He stepped through and then gently closed the door after him. He was in the observation room where he'd first met Sophie and the others. Now, the doctor knew he shouldn't linger, that the whatever it was might follow him at any moment. But he couldn't resist such a view of the incredible sky. He took a step closer, and that's when he saw it. A small white oblong, a piece of paper stuck to the observation window. But there was something strange about it. First, it hadn't been there before when the doctor had been in the observation room with Jamie and Zoe. Secondly, it was slightly fizzing, like an image on a TV screen. The paper was about the size of his hand. It floated just an inch inside the window. The doctor could almost see through it. He reached a hand out, and his fingers swept easily through the image, as if there was nothing there. Curiouser and curiouser. He glanced back to the door to check the shadow hadn't followed him, and when he turned back to the paper, there were dark impressions all over it. Words were starting to form. The doctor stared in astonishment as he started to understand. Oh no, this won't do. You know you're breaking all the laws of time. He looked quickly back round at the door leading back to the control room. He waited, listening, but the whatever it was didn't seem to have heard him. You see what you almost made me do? So, what do you think you're playing at, The paper didn't answer. The words written on it were now pretty much legible. Oh, our handwriting hasn't improved. I am right, aren't I? You are me, sending me notes from the future. How are you doing it, if I might ask? Some kind of psychic paper? Very ingenious. He reached his fingers out again to brush them through the image of the paper. And just for an instant, he saw a young man, his fringe hanging over one eye. His face was long and angular. His eyes glittered with intelligence and mischief. He wore a rather fetching bow tie. Just as suddenly, the young man was gone, and the doctor was left staring at his own reflection in the glass. But yes, there was no doubt about it now. He'd felt the psychic connection with the man he'd one day be, who had somehow found a way to reach back to him like this, which could only mean it was important. Oh, very well. Let's see what you've got to say for yourself. His brow furrowed as he scrutinized the fizzing image of the paper. The fizz didn't help him read the words written there in his own spidery hand. Hello, Doctor. Hope you're well. Sorry to catch you at a bad time. The shadow is right behind you and you have to escape. But you also need to make sure you don't leave Sophie's research behind. Trust me, it's vital to the future. You'll thank me in the end, but it means you have to go back to the control room. Sorry. Love, the doctor. The doctor stared in horror at the paper, as if his expression might affect the words written there. But that's ridiculous. I don't stand a chance. And if I don't stand a chance, then you'll never exist either. Then he noticed the writing at the bottom of the page, in small letters, squeezed into the small space. P.S. I know what I'm doing. But that's what I always say when I don't know what I'm doing. The paper started to fade. Now the doctor could barely make out the writing. Then the page was utterly gone, and he was staring at his own horrified reflection in the glass of the observation window. He had no doubt the message was genuine. He'd felt the psychic connection, and besides, it was just in his own style. And he had no doubt that the future doctor was right when he said it was important to rescue Sophie's research. Everything her team had learned about the Quiet Ones and their civilization must be stored on the workstations. And if it was lost now, the Quiet Ones might remain a mystery forever. The thought of that, of not knowing... Oh dear, I should have said something to me sooner. On one side of the observation room was the door that led back to the TARDIS and safety. On the other was the door back into the control room. Between the two doors was the wide window looking out on the incredible sky. The doctor gazed at the ruin of the city out there. Did it matter if they never knew who'd built it, lived there, then vanished with so little trace? Oh, Doctor, you wouldn't sleep at night if we never knew. Oh, crumbs. He made his way slowly back to the door of the control room, dragging his feet like a sulky child, as if he could put off the inevitable. He put his hand on the door handle and waited, listening. He couldn't hear anything from the other side of the door. The passageway ahead and the control room beyond seemed utterly still. His footsteps sounded awfully loud to himself as he made his way cautiously up the passageway. He stopped at the open door at the end and again listened. There was no sound from the control room other than the soft hum of the computers. He edged forward to look round the side of the doorway. The control room looked just as it had done before, except for the twisted metal door lying against one of the workstations where it had been smashed from its frame. There were no shadows on the floor. The doctor looked over at the airlock door. The inner door was open, just as he'd left it. Nothing had been disturbed. He waited, watching and listening. The nearest computer workstation was tantalizingly close. He took a deep breath and hurried over to it. Luckily, Sophie and her crew had been meticulous in filing their data. It was all in one place, ready for copying. The doctor looked around the workstation and found a small chip card. He inserted it into an available slot, then typed an instruction to start copying the files across. The screen showed a simple graphic of files moving from one folder to another. It also gave an estimate of the time it would take to complete. 12 minutes and 44 seconds. 43 seconds. 42. 41. The doctor glanced around. Should he duck down and hide or take shelter again in the passageway? Was it better to wait and hope the transfer would be quicker than predicted? Then he noticed it. The mark on the floor. An uneven patch like something had been spilt. Except the spill mark was moving, very slowly towards him. The doctor took a step away from the mark on the floor and away from the workstation. The files were still copying, with 10 minutes left to go. If he escaped now, would he ever get back again? The mark was getting closer. Then it stopped. He stood there watching it. Its nearest edge was by the next workstation, but it wasn't coming any nearer. Now, isn't that interesting? You're wary of me, aren't you? Because you know I'm different from the others. I have a different relationship to time. The mark on the floor didn't move or show any sign that it heard or understood him. So the doctor took a small step towards it, and the mark on the floor retreated. The doctor beamed. Oh, yes, you are a clever thing, aren't you? And if you're clever, you can see reason. So it's just a question of how we communicate. He took another step forward. This time, the mark didn't retreat. It didn't come forward either. It remained where it was, a step away from his feet. The doctor glanced back at the workstation screen. There was still 8 minutes left of transfer. How long could he stall the whatever it was? He turned back and watched it moving towards him, like a stain spreading across the floor. He instinctively stepped back, and the thing moved faster than he did. He just had time to see it touch the edge of his shoe. For a moment, the doctor thought the workstation must have exploded, but He didn't feel any heat or pain. He looked round and the control room seemed fine. The light just seemed different. There was something almost dreamlike about the silvery haze. And there were also spindly, amorphous beings stood in front of him. Ah, hello. Yes, I thought there was more to you than met the eye. You've been trying to speak to us, haven't you? Trying to bridge the gap between the time zones we move in because you had something to say. Yes, well, Earth people are fragile and don't survive the temporal shock. But I'd be happy to pass on a message. The amorphous beings glowed with silver light. One came forward, and as it looked down on him, the doctor saw through the upper veil of its skin to the eyes inside. They burnt with terrible fury. "A message!" roared the creature, lunging towards him. "For what you've done, we'll destroy you all." Out on the planet's surface, Jamie and the others had lost all contact with the base. All they could do was keep going across the arid surface of the planet and catch up with the team already out there. The ones Jamie and Zoe had thought were statues. It was slow going, moving in eerie silence. The spacesuits were heavy to walk in, and the dust was thick and stuck fast to their feet. More than once, Jamie thought he might topple over, and he knew he'd need the others to help him back up again. He tried to concentrate on every new step, but it wasn't easy under such an incredible sky, and with the terrible thought of what might have happened to the doctor. He glanced back towards the base.
Still no sign of him.
Zoe looked too, and let out a gasp of horror. "Look," she said, "there's something on the ground, coming from the base." There was. It could have been a shadow, except it was moving, like a stain spreading over the ground. It was coming straight after them.
We have to run.
Sophie, Callahan and Miles ran, but they were used to wearing spacesuits.
Hey, at least take Zoe with you. I'll try and draw it off.
Zoe protested, but Jem ignored her, veering off in a different direction across the dust. He was clearly the slowest of them all, so the stain would surely come after him.
Go, Zoe, go on, go!
He could hear her crying, her voice loud and close up because of the radio, despite his getting further and further away.
Come on, Zoe. He's given you a chance.
Jamie kept on, desperate not to fall, not to make it too easy. He glanced back and the stain was coming towards him. No, with a start. He realized it was branching off. One thin tendril was coming for him. The main body of the stain was heading after his friends.
Oh, hey, now, that's not fair.
The tendril was still moving towards him. It crept quickly over the dust of his footprints, so fast it was almost like a stream. But Jamie wouldn't wait for it to get to him. He'd fight to the end. So he turned, hurried on, and smacked straight into another figure in a spacesuit.
Oh, what the... Doctor! Yes. Hello, Jamie. You should watch where you're going. That thing is behind me. It is, but it's all right. I made friends with it, with them. What? But it killed all those people, and what it did to the city. It wiped out the, what do you call them? The quiet ones. No, Jamie, I was wrong about that. You see, they are the quiet ones. And that's a good name because they're very sensitive to sound. That's why they were trying to reach out to Sophie's people. They were rather angry, but I think more from frustration that we couldn't hear them.
They've been trying to communicate?
They've been trying to ask you to, keep the noise down.
They made their way back to the base where, once they were out of their spacesuits, the doctor explained. The quiet ones had lived on what was called a rogue planet, one that didn't circle a star, but moved freely through space. They'd developed technologies to capture starlight to power their great city. But then their planet had been caught by the gravity of the pulsar and forced into a close orbit. It had threatened to make them extinct. So they used their knowledge and science and converted themselves into pure energy so they would survive. Oh, you mean like the Cybermen? No, Jamie, not like the Cybermen. Yes, well, I suppose a bit.
But they killed my people.
Well, they didn't mean to, but you were crashing around on their world, causing them terrible pain. I know that doesn't make it right, but you came here to learn about the people who built the city, and now they'll answer your questions. The doctor had agreed a truce, and Sophie's team could stay on to study the Quiet Ones and their city, if they promised to do it more quietly.
You seem to have modified our instruments and systems so they make less noise.
Well, you can type messages to the quiet ones and they'll be able to answer, though it might take months to get a reply. I didn't think you'd mind. Your research is very important. Hey, and you repaired all the doors and walls. Your invisible friends must have helped. They're not invisible, Jamie. They just move at a speed you can't see. Oh, aye, of course. Hey, how did you know they wouldn't age you like the others? Yes, well, I didn't know, Jamie. No, don't look like that. I wasn't being brave. I planned to do just what I told you. Sneak round the shadows and get back to the TARDIS. But, well, it's a good job for all of us that I didn't make it. Imagine how different things might have been.
All our research would have been lost. And if I'd not reported in, HQ would have put the planet under quarantine. No one would ever have come here.
That seems a pity when there's so much to learn here. Who knows where it might lead? He sat back in his seat, a strange smile on his face, as if there was more than he was letting on. Jamie turned to Zoe, who only shrugged. They watched as Sophie and the other members of the crew clustered round the workstation and started to read the first message from the civilization that they thought long dead.
But this is amazing. You see, I said they'd had a class structure. But look, Johnston was wrong. Oh, this is going to change everything.
The doctor nodded at his friends. It was time to slip away. He led Jamie and Zoe back down the passageways to where the TARDIS waited and fussed in his pockets for the key. But Doctor, said Zoe, time moved slower outside, so we were out there for what felt like minutes. Oh, don't worry about that, Zoe. And when the quiet ones touch anyone else, they age to death in an instant. Yes, but I'm not quite like anyone else. Time means something different to me. But even Jamie could see he wasn't telling them everything. There was something about him, too. The weary look in his eyes, the lines in that familiar, careworn face. Doctor, we were out there for a few minutes. How long was it for you? Well, if you must know, it was a few years. Years? Well, that's how I had time to fix everything up so that Sophie and her friends could continue their work safely. It took a lot of experimenting before we could be sure, and we had to be. What they learn here is going to be very important in the future. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. They gaped at him. He sighed. Look, let's not go into it now. It's already been a very long day. And he led them into the TARDIS. Doctor Who, Shadow of Death by Simon Guerrier was read by Fraser Hines with Evie Dornay and is a Big Finish production for Audio Go.
Doctor Who, Vengeance of the Stones, performed by Richard Franklin with Trevor Littledale as Garland. Northeast Scotland. Two Hawker Hunter GA-11 fighter jets on a training flight out of RAF Lossiemouth were cutting through the air at 400 knots, heading east along the Moray Firth. They maintained low altitude a mile out from the shore. Instructor Flight Lieutenant John Morton held the rear position in the second aircraft, close behind his trainee, Flying Officer Frank Parry. Morton knew all the villages they passed along the coastline: Buckie, Fochabers, Cullen, and now they were coming up to Port Soy, where they would turn.
Blue 2 to Blue 1. Turning right, 80 degrees in 10.
Morton acknowledged.
Very good, Blue 2. 80 degrees right in 10.
Just past the village, both planes tipped their wings, turned and headed inland. Morton could make no sense of what happened next. There was a sudden flare of green light. It seemed to Morton that it came from below and hit the underside of Frank Parry's aircraft, which was thrown backwards in the sky, narrowly missing his own plane. A split instant later, his cockpit filled with the same green flare of light, and he felt a force like a punch in his chest as his aircraft decelerated violently. Instinctively, Morton increased thrust, looking to outrun whatever this threat was. But the engine strained. A vibration shook his bones, and he felt that his aircraft was hanging motionless in the air. He struggled to subdue his fear. And it stopped. The green light disappeared, and his aircraft shot forward as though released from a catapult. A trained professional, he regained his composure quickly and brought his plane back under full control. He banked and turned to head back to where the incident had happened. As he did so, he keyed his headset radio and called.
Blue 1 to Blue 2. Report position and status, over.
No reply. He looked all about for signs of wreckage on the ground, as he again called.
Blue 2, Blue 2. Come in, Blue 2.
Nothing.
Frank. Come in, Frank, blast you.
Morton turned his aircraft and swept back along his flight path, repeating the calls to his flying partner. After the fifth sweep, with no sign of the second hunter in the sky or on the ground, he set course back to Lossiemouth and radioed in that one of their aircraft was missing. 2 days later, a young army lieutenant found himself at RAF Lossiemouth watching as an aircraft, a bulky, powerful Lockheed Hercules cargo transporter, dropped out of the clouds and landed on the main runway. As it taxied to its parking spot, he made out the decals on the side of the Hercules. UNIT. Unit. Some troubleshooting squad with a remit to respond to unusual incidents, he'd been told. Canteen rumor was that they hunted little green men. The lieutenant smiled at the idea. He was surprised when the loading ramp was lowered, and instead of a military vehicle or staff car, a quaint, bright yellow roadster emerged and drove towards him. It was of an old design, but seemed nippy enough. The passenger looked like a senior officer. The driver, however, was definitely not a military figure. He was an older man with an overfull head of grey-white hair, dressed garishly in a caped overcoat over a velvet jacket and frilly shirt. The yellow car drew to a halt, the driver flashing a smile and making playful use of a rubber air horn fitted on the side of the windscreen. The passenger, confirmed at close quarters as a brigadier, stepped out of the car and straightened his tunic before striding forward. The lieutenant's hand shot up in an efficient salute, which the brigadier answered with his own. Brigadier Lethbridge Stewart, the senior officer introduced himself. Lieutenant Yates, is it? Mike Yates. Yes, sir. Welcome to Lossiemouth. He looked hesitantly at the brigadier's driver, unsure whether to maintain his salute. The driver saw his discomfort and smiled disarmingly. He offered a hand. No need for salutes for me, Mike. May I call you Mike? Nice to meet you. Mike smiled broadly as he shook hands with this stranger. He liked him immediately. The brigadier completed the introductions. This is the doctor, unit's scientific advisor. Doctor... The doctor widened his grin. Oh, just the doctor. The brigadier took charge of the conversation. Lieutenant Yates. I'm led to believe you know this part of the country well. I've been posted to Fort George at Inverness for the last 2 years, sir. Also, I spent much of my childhood in this part of Scotland. I have family links to Aberdeen on my mother's side. Just what we need, said the Brigadier. I've already spoken with your commanding officer. As of 1 hour ago, you are seconded to unit on a temporary basis. Seconded? The Brigadier smiled reassuringly. Only for as long as it takes us to work out what happened to this aircraft. The doctor now interceded. What can you tell us about that, Mike? We've conducted extensive land and sea searches, and there's no trace of the aircraft or its pilot. Grampian Police Special Branch have made discreet inquiries on the ground, and no one has reported seeing or hearing anything unusual. The Brigadier said, Quite the mystery. He was looking over the lieutenant's shoulder to the Hercules. Mike turned and saw that a squad of about 60 unit troops had disembarked and were now assembled in 4 lines next to it. A burly sergeant was inspecting them. The Brigadier said, That's Sergeant Benton. Excellent chap. Very reliable. Good to know, sir. Shall I speak to him about arranging facilities for you? The Brigadier shook his head. You will find we're self-contained, Lieutenant. That Hercules is our mobile command and control center. But did you receive my logistics request? Yes, sir. 3 Sea King helicopters, ready to scramble at 10 minutes' notice. That's them, over there.
Sir! Mr. Yates, sir!
All 3 turned to see a young RAF corporal running towards them, a piece of paper in his hand. Mike gestured to him to slow down. Steady on, McRae! The corporal regained his composure with an effort. The doctor smiled at him. What's your news, young man? McRae answered. There's been a sighting of the pilot. The doctor took the piece of paper out of the young man's hand and studied it. This is a police report. 5 minutes ago, man in a flying suit spotted in fields near Inverurie, apparently in a distressed state. Inverurie, that's about 50 miles from here. The doctor climbed into his car. I'll drive, Mike. You navigate. In this? The doctor answered. This is Bessie, and she'll surprise you. The doctor wasn't wrong. The little yellow car that he called Bessie was remarkably fast. The 50-mile journey to the outskirts of Inverurie took less than an incredible 10 minutes. Mike studied the location details in the police message, and when they approached a roundabout on the outskirts of the town, he directed the doctor right onto a road that led west into countryside. After half a mile, they saw a police panda car parked at the side of the road. 2 uniformed officers were standing next to it talking to a middle-aged man in blue overalls. This was the original witness, who described a man that fitted Frank Parry's description. Last seen staggering along the top of the field on their left, heading west. The doctor said, We'll take it from here, officers. And with that, he gunned the engine and drove off down the road. The doctor said, He could have covered some distance by now, but we'll follow the line of direction he was taking. Keep your eyes open, Mike. They continued straight for over a mile. Briefly, the open fields on their left turned to forest, then to fields again. They were driving alongside a field, along the top of which, on the skyline about 500 yards away, ran a line of trees. And with the sun behind the trees, they appeared to Mike as silhouettes. And there, moving between them, was the outline of a man, staggering along, purposeful. There he is. The doctor saw him too. He looks exhausted, he said. The doctor climbed out of the car and ran towards a narrow gate on their left, which opened onto a dirt trail that led up the hill. Mike followed. They reached the tree line in a few minutes and paused. The woodland was apparently empty. Then they saw him, to their right, scrambling up a shallow grass slope. His flying suit was muddy and torn, and it seemed to Mike that he barely had the energy to stand. They climbed into the field and went after him. "Flying Officer Parry!" Parry twisted his head towards them, his eyes wide and scared. He stopped for a moment. Then he continued on, running wildly now, his arms flailing. The doctor narrowed his eyes as he looked ahead. "What's that up there?" Mike followed the doctor's gaze. Just visible over the crest of the hill, he could make out the tops of a number of upright stones. And with a rush of memory, he recognized them. "It's the Easter Aquarthes." "The what?" asked the doctor. "The Easter Aquarthes. It's an ancient stone circle. I've been here. I was young, but I've been here." The doctor considered this. "I wonder if this is where he's been heading all along." He increased his speed and urgency. "Come on." The doctor's long strides meant he reached the top of the hill not far behind the flying officer, who was climbing over a low wire fence. The doctor leaped over the fence and blocked his path. Mike caught them up as the doctor was saying, "It's all right, old chap. We're here to help." Mike looked beyond the two men to the impressive sight that occupied the top of the hill. It was, as he remembered it, a remarkably well-preserved ring of stones, positioned on a raised circle of grass about 60 feet across. There were 9 freestanding stones, short and broad, and on the far side, a large rectangle of stone lying on its side. This, Mike knew, was called the recumbent stone. It was closely flanked by 2 further uprights. The raised ground on which the circle stood was in fact a shallow bowl, contained within the wire fence, and its position offered a view for miles around. "Ah!" Frank Parry pushed the doctor aside and charged towards the recumbent stone. As he sank to his knees, looking longingly at the stone, he reached out his hands and pressed his palms hard against the grey slab. A weak smile appeared on his face, a smile that turned to a look of terror. There was a flash of light, like an electrical discharge, and Parry was thrown back violently. He landed some 10 feet from the stone, twisting and turning on the ground. The doctor dropped to the pilot's side, checking for a pulse. He looked up at Mike and shook his head. "Poor fellow," he said. Mike looked at the stone. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. Hesitantly, curious, he approached the recumbent. He had climbed on this stone as a child. He had touched it. He was tempted to reach out, just to check. Then the doctor stretched his hand past him and pressed it flat against the surface of the stone. There was no reaction. The doctor smiled and said, "Harmless now, Mike." It would seem. Mike hesitated. "Do you come across this sort of thing often, working for UNIT?" The doctor replied, "More often than you'd think." Two hours later, the doctor, Mike, and the brigadier were back at Lossiemouth and assembled in the unit operations room within the Hercules transporter. In front of them was a large wall map of Moray and Aberdeenshire. A red pin stuck to the map showed where the hunter had disappeared near the north coast. Another showed the location of the Easter Aquarthes circle far to the south of it. The doctor rubbed at his neck in thought. That stone circle is 4,000 years old. He didn't qualify the remark, but left it hanging there as a statement of fact. The brigadier turned to his newest recruit. "Yates, you said this is a recumbent stone circle? There are a lot of them across this part of Scotland, 100 or so." "100?" asked the brigadier. "Yes. They're almost unique to this area, although not many are as well preserved as the Easter Aquarthes. The signature detail is the recumbent stone, a large slab placed on its side in the southwest corner of the circle." "For what purpose?" asked the brigadier. The doctor picked up the subject. "There's a theory that they were used to predict the cycles of the moon, but no one knows for sure. There could well have been another purpose." The brigadier gestured to the map. Speaking of mysteries, how do we explain that airman turning up almost 40 miles from where he disappeared? The doctor replied. Well, he walked, Brigadier. He walked a long way, using up almost all of his energy to do so. The brigadier's brow furrowed. But why? The doctor said. The answer to that is in whatever caused him to disappear in the first place. The brigadier gave an exasperated sigh. That is our objective, Doctor. And what all the military resources in this area have been trying to find out for almost 2 days, without success. The doctor beamed. I shall need only one military resource for what I have in mind, which is, tonight I'll fly one of those fighter planes myself, at the same time and on the same flight path as the unfortunate flying officer Parry. Doctor, you can't be. The doctor was already heading for the way out. I'll need a flying suit as well. Mike was appalled at the doctor's plan, but the brigadier had a wry look. There's no point in arguing with him, he said. Right, Yates. Got a job for you. Sir? I want a security cordon around that stone circle. No one gets near it until we know what we're facing here. Mike saluted. Yes, sir. Three hours later, the doctor taxied his Hawker Hunter jet onto the main runway at Lossiemouth. It was dark now, and a waning quarter moon hung in the sky. A familiar voice came over the radio. You're cleared for takeoff, Doctor. Good luck. The doctor turned his head towards the control tower where he saw the brigadier was looking down at him through the glass, radio mic in hand. He replied, Luck will have nothing to do with it. He released the brakes. The fighter raced off down the runway, then lifted up into the night sky. The brigadier stood in contemplative silence, watching the doctor's aircraft disappear into the night. Then he turned sharply and addressed the controller. I need a pilot. At the same time, Mike Yates was at the Easter Accorthes, giving 2 unit privates their orders. You maintain guard here. Anyone approaching the stones is to be told there's an army exercise underway and the area is out of bounds. If they ask questions... What's that? Mike and the 2 men were standing next to the stones, within the wire.